The story begins in Linshan Ancient City, a district within a modern metropolis. Preserving traditional architecture, Linshan exuded tranquility. Its residents, though few, lived happily. On a peaceful street, people strolled around a lake, chatting and enjoying the scenery. Our protagonist, Lin Hao, a photographer, sat on a bench, lost in thought. He was in Linshan to reunite with his girlfriend after 3 years apart. Leaning back wearily, he glanced skyward and noticed a peculiar crack in the blue expanse, sparking with electricity. Unfazed, Lin Hao squinted at the fissure. What is that? He wondered. Unbeknownst to him, it was a harbinger of tragedy. Soon after, buildings ignited, plunging the city into chaos. Panicked residents scattered, fleeing for their lives. What is that? A young man stammered, pointing at a strange object. A monster, it's a monster. A girl screamed, her eyes wide with terror. Run! People shouted, their voices filled with fear. Lin Hao remained frozen on the bench, paralyzed by dread. The monster's gaze held him captive, his body numb, unable to flee. Disaster struck. The sky crack widened into a gaping hole, spewing bolts of lightning. Emerging from the abyss was a colossal monster, its massive jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth. Its skeletal body was propelled by enormous wings. It descended upon the fleeing crowd, heading straight for Lin Hao, obliterating everything in its path. Lin Hao watched in horror as the city crumbled and people perished. His phone vibrated with calls from Zhao, his beloved girlfriend, but he couldn't answer. The monster's intense gaze convinced him that escape was impossible. People ran for their lives, shouting, "Run, monster!" Lin Hao remained rooted to the spot, his thoughts consumed by Zhao and her enchanting music. A desperate desire to live surged within him. I can't die. I'm supposed to see Zhao today. The monster unleashed a gigantic fireball, creating a massive crater in the ground. The fireball hurtled towards Lin Hao. He raised his hands, a futile attempt to shield himself. We promised to meet. I still have so much to ask her. But this wasn't a fairy tale. The fireball engulfed him, incinerating his body. His last thought was of Zhao. Others met the same gruesome fate. Lin Hao reached for his phone with a charred hand, but it was too far. I'm really going to die here, he thought despairingly. Memories of Zhao flooded his mind. His hand fell limply into a nearby pool of water. I couldn't even see her one last time. His soul, released from his burning body, drifted down into the lake. The next day, the devastation of Linshan Ancient City became national news. Did you hear? Linshan Ancient City was leveled overnight. It's terrifying. So many strange things happening lately. Let's go. There will be crowds praying for blessings soon. Above him, 2 young men chatted by the lake. Their conversation disturbed Lin Hao, who had perished the night before. He opened his eyes, annoyed. So noisy. Where am I? He wondered. Disoriented, he remembered dying. He looked at his hands, only to find 2 fins. He had transformed into a small red carp, swimming in a lake far from Linshan. Panic seized him. No way, I'm a fish, what's happening? He spotted an old mirror at the bottom of the lake and swam towards it, his reflection confirming his worst fears. I'm a carp. He screamed internally, oblivious to his distress. Other fish swam past. Wait, I remember, I saw a giant. Did that thing turn me into this? He swam in circles, anxious and alone. What happened to Zhao? What about that monster? I need to get out of here. But his desires were impossible for a fish. He sighed, I'm so limited in this form. If only I could leave. A chill ran down his spine. He felt a menacing gaze. He was surrounded by giant water spiders, ready to devour him. He saw them in the mirror, their fangs glinting. Help, he cried, swimming frantically. The spiders pursued relentlessly. Within moments, he was trapped. He stared at their fangs, accepting his fate. It's over. Just as death loomed, a massive shadow appeared, dwarfing the spiders. A gigantic fish swooped down, devouring a spider. The others scattered in terror. Lin Hao seized the opportunity and fled. The giant fish, savoring its meal, became the next victim. An even larger shadow approached and swallowed it whole. Terrified by this brutal food chain, Lin Hao hid inside an empty can. Forget leaving. Surviving is hard enough. He was surrounded by countless fish, each more menacing than the last. Just then, a strange voice echoed, "Ding, invincible upgrade system connected." A bubble appeared before him, expanding to reveal a beautiful figure, shimmering scales, rosy lips, and a delicate nose. A breathtaking mermaid, radiating an ethereal glow. "Ding," she announced, striking a playful pose. Lin Hao stared, bewildered. "What are you?" She took his fin, ignoring his question. "Hey," he protested, confused. She pulled him upwards, towards the surface. The current distorted his face. "Where are you taking me?" he mumbled. She stopped in the shallows, smiling at his dizziness. He vomited, then repeated his question, "Who are you?" The mermaid, seemingly amused, swam in circles before finally answering, "I'm your system." With a snap of her fingers, a screen appeared before him. Host: Lin Hao. Level 1. Race: Black Carp. Length: 3 centimeters. Weight: 0.4 grams. Strength: 0.1. Skills: none. Abilities: none. Evolution points: 0.50. Lin Hao gaped at the detailed information. "How do I level up?" The mermaid pointed at a floating breadcrumb. "Eat." He ate it. "Ding. Consumed breadcrumb. Gained 0.1 evolution points. I can evolve by eating." The mermaid remained silent. Lin Hao took her silence as confirmation. Then, he devoured other crumbs, his hunger insatiable. "I'll eat them all." Time passed quietly. The lake's surface remained undisturbed, small fish frolicking peacefully, a stark contrast to the menacing creatures below. Lin Hao ate ravenously, his belly swelling. He flopped onto a nearby rock, rubbing his full stomach. A satisfied burp escaped his lips. Despite consuming so much, he hadn't grown much. Ging. Evolution points +5. Lin Hao sighed, disappointed. "I ate for half a day for just 5 points. Is this reasonable?" Suddenly, he noticed food falling from above. Other fish swarmed to eat. Lin Hao joined the frenzy, gobbling everything in sight. His mouth was full, but his evolution points only increased by 0.5, still only this much. Who feeds fish in the middle of the night? Unbeknownst to him, it was a young woman standing on a bridge. It was Xioxue, his girlfriend. She gazed at a photo of them together, their arms intertwined, smiles radiating happiness. Tears welled in her eyes. "We were supposed to meet soon," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "You promised you'd wait for me." Lin Hao, a tear slipped down her cheek and splashed into the lake. Her words reached Lin Hao, but he didn't recognize her. "Lin Hao, same name as me. Poor guy. Such a sad story." Her locket, containing the photo, slipped from her grasp and plunged into the lake. Her heart sank. The fish, including Lin Hao, scattered to avoid it. Losing Lin Hao was devastating enough. Now she'd lost their photo too. She wept silently. "Team leader Lo, it's time to go," a colleague called out. Startled, Zhao wiped her tears. Coming, she turned and walked away. "Don't worry, Lin Hao, when this is over, I'll come find you." The photo inside the locket floated before Lin Hao. He stared at it, realization dawning Zhao. He swam closer. "It is her." He surged towards the surface. "Zhao, don't do anything foolish." He swam with all his might. "Please Zhao, wait." Breaking the surface, he cried out, "Zhao, I'm alive. It's me, Lin Hao." But she was long gone. Despair washed over him. The person he longed to see was right there, and he hadn't recognized her. "Zhao," he sobbed. "How can I live without you?" He remembered the locket. The locket. It lay near the bottom, in the dark depths, surrounded by predatory fish. He gulped, fear battling with his love for Zhao. "It's her keepsake. I have to get it, but I'm too weak. Why do we keep missing each other?" He wiped his tears and looked towards where Zhao had stood, his eyes filled with determination. "Zhao, wait for me." The lake shimmered under the moonlight. Shrimp scuttled along the bottom. Suddenly, something darted past, snatching a shrimp. The mermaid watched as Lin Hao tirelessly hunted shrimp, rapidly leveling up. She was impressed. He's usually so apathetic. This is the first time I've seen him so motivated. Ding. Evolution requirements met. Evolve now. 2 options, yes or no. Lin Hao hesitated. "What will I evolve into?" "Anything is possible," the mermaid replied. He chose yes. His body glowed, beginning its transformation. He waited, eyes closed. The mermaid smiled. It took you long enough. He opened his eyes to find the mermaid's face inches from his own. He recoiled with a yell. You scared me. Why did it take so long? He looked at his body. I feel a bit bigger. My fins are longer, bigger where? She teased. He blushed. I'm a fish. Where else would I get bigger? He checked his updated stats. Host. Linhao level 3 race. Black carp. Length 4.5 centimeters. Weight for G strength 1.2 skills. Powerful tail whip. Steel scales. Abilities none. Evolution points 0 to hundredths. He focused on his new skills. Can you explain these? Steel scales. Your scales harden like steel for 3 seconds with a 10-second cooldown. A 10-second shield. Not bad. He noticed movement nearby. Fish were scavenging a dead fish, joined by other creatures. He charged towards them, scattering the smaller fish with powerful blows. A larger fish tried to ambush him, but Linhao turned, his eyes blazing. Suddenly, the larger fish's mouth felt hot. It was engulfed in blue flames. The fish recoiled and fled, followed by the others. Linhao smirked. The mermaid smiled proudly. A new quest appeared. New quests. Consume 100 grass shrimp. Reward. Night vision. Difficult quest. Consume a mutated creature. Reward. Random skill quests. Linhao exclaimed. He reread them, then asked, what's the ultimate evolution? After completing quests, it might not just be these things, the mermaid replied cryptically. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Can I become human again? Anything is possible. His determination surged. He turned towards the depths. I can become human again. My priority is retrieving Jiaoxu's locket. Don't go into the deep water. Are you suicidal? The mermaid cried. Don't worry about it, he shouted, swimming downwards. The locket lay on the bottom. He found it, but needed a clear path. He hid behind some seaweed, watching as the larger fish dispersed. Now's my chance. He carefully approached the locket. Zhao. He whispered, relieved it was intact. Then, his face paled. A large shadow loomed, blocking the light, a slumbering monster. A nearby fish spotted him, its red eyes fixated on him. Linhao trembled, fear gripping him. Seeing Linhao frozen in fear, the mermaid quickly pulled him back. Look at you, recklessly charging in. Don't you know how dangerous that was? Linhao, consumed by self-reproach, barely heard her. His voice trembled, close to tears. I'm so useless. I can't even retrieve a locket. He recalled happier times with Zhao. She had just finished showering, wrapped in a towel, her hair damp. She tiptoed out, hoping to surprise him. He was engrossed in his laptop, oblivious to her presence. She hugged him from behind, startling him. Linhao, I'm hungry, she said playfully. He chuckled, unbothered by the water dripping from her hair. What do you want to eat? Make me some noodles. She said, her voice sweet. Okay. He cooked her a steaming bowl of noodles with a fried egg. Hot noodles, ready, he called out, then paused, his smile fading. The room was empty. Zhao, where are you? The mermaid had been watching him, concerned by his distant, melancholic expression. She waved a hand in front of his face. What are you thinking about? You seem so sad. He sighed. Nothing. Understanding his fixation, she conjured a water bubble containing an image of the locket. You can just take it back, eat, evolve, and become stronger. Linhao gazed longingly at the image. Zhao. He reached out to touch it, but the bubble popped, jolting him back to reality. He realized she was right. You're right, I'll do it, he declared, swimming off in search of food. He spotted some snails. Wow, these are huge. He popped one in his mouth, then grimaced, his face contorting. What the hell? He spat it out, discarding the other snail as well. He grumbled about his failure, then continued his search. I can see them, but I can't eat them. This is frustrating. He remembered getting close to the locket, only to be paralyzed by fear of the monster. He sighed. I can't even eat snails. Just fish food. How will I ever evolve? Dark clouds obscured the sun. A gentle rain began to fall, cooling the air. A beautiful beach with golden sand and clear waves appeared serene, but its tranquility was about to be shattered. A strong hand pulled the gear shift. A car screeched to a halt. "We're here," the driver said to Zhao. A crowd gathered around a beached sea monster. Zhao and her colleagues had come to investigate. "Oh my God, what is that thing?" The creature appeared lifeless. Experts examined it carefully. Zhao, sensing danger, jumped out of the car. "Disperse, get back." People stared at her, confused. "It could explode," she added urgently. She recognized the signs of a potential whale explosion, a phenomenon caused by the buildup of gases in a decaying carcass. She quickly put on gloves and a mask, grabbing a scalpel. "Prepare the ventilation tube," she instructed a colleague, who rushed off. She made a small incision in the creature and inserted the tube. "Release the gas," she said calmly. Everyone waited tensely. "Team Leader Luo, the readings are off," a colleague shouted through his headset. The gas pressure was too high. "Evacuate the beach." Zhao yelled, grabbing her colleague's hand and running. The creature swelled ominously. They hadn't gotten far when a deafening explosion rocked the air. Then, blood and gore rained down. The crescent moon shone upon the tranquil lake. Fish and shrimp moved peacefully, unaware of the lurking predator with a sinister grin. Lin Hao pounced, devouring 3 shrimp at once. "These crunchy snacks are much better and more evolution points than fish food." Ding, consumed 3 adult grass shrimp. Gained 3 evolution points. Ding, shrimp hunter achievement unlocked. Reward, common treasure chest. The mermaid was surprised by his speed. "Wow, you've already eaten over 200 shrimp." Lin Hao, picking his teeth. "Read the notification." "Is this still a system achievement?" The mermaid simply smiled. She approached a shimmering treasure chest. "Open it now." "Definitely." The chest opened, revealing a white light that shot towards Lin Hao, surrounding him with sparks. Upgrade options appeared: increased strength, bubble blowing, hardened fins, increased speed, burst power, enhanced defense, increased stamina, and razor-sharp teeth. Lin Hao focused on the last option, razor-sharp teeth. "Sounds good." He shrugged. "It's a reward. Let's see what happens." A blue sphere enveloped him. "What is it? What is it?" The mermaid asked excitedly. "You're my system. Shouldn't you know?" She sighed. "It's random. Even I can't control the rewards." Ding. Upgrade complete. Lin Hao looked up expectantly, then grimaced. "What kind of reward is this? It's so itchy." He thrashed around, unable to stand still. "So itchy." He accidentally bit a snail, the same kind he couldn't crack earlier. To his surprise, it shattered. "Whoa, that was easy." He swam up to the mermaid, baring his teeth. "Do I look good?" She examined his new, larger, sharper teeth. Different professions, different standards, hard to say. Confident, he resumed hunting, his new teeth making quick work of his prey. But his overconfidence led him to eat a particularly foul-tasting fish. He fought back the urge to vomit. "What kind of fish is this? It's disgusting. I still need to eat a mutated creature." "Won't that be even worse? What even is a mutated creature? Is it mutated from pollution?" He turned to the mermaid. "Wait, does this quest only appear when I'm near a mutated creature, or is it random?" She shrugged. "I don't know." He pondered as he swam. "So there's a mutated creature in this lake? Was the thing that killed me also mutated?" A pair of red eyes watched him from the shadows, then disappeared. "I feel a chill," he muttered. A light shone on the lake. 2 men's voices echoed. "Boss Peng, you can't release placos here." "Don't worry about it. Are placos not fish?" Numerous placos, looking rather vicious, were dumped into the lake. "Releasing placos? How cruel!" Lin Hao exclaimed. A large creature emerged from the depths, heading towards the placos at an alarming speed. Its long, serpentine body shot through the water, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The placos' fate was sealed. Lin Hao watched, stunned. He sensed danger. Warning. High-level threat detected. Prepare for battle. Lin Hao watched frozen as the monstrous creature devoured the newly released placos. A wave of dread washed over him, knowing he would eventually have to face it. Sweat beaded on his brow. "What do I do? We're trapped in this lake. There's nowhere to hide." Suddenly, a large, spiky fish, resembling a pufferfish, darted forward, snatching the remaining placos with its razor-sharp teeth. It faced off against the monster. The monster roared, and the pufferfish simply stared back. Then, The monster lunged, sinking its teeth into the pufferfish's side. Blood filled the water. The pufferfish, trapped and unable to fight back, was at the monster's mercy. Lin Hao, witnessing the carnage, smirked, "Fisherman's profit. The old saying is true." He spotted a lone surviving pleco and pounced, swallowing it whole. He grimaced, "This thing is tough. And tastes awful." Thing, consumed pleco larva. Gained 10 evolution points. Nice, worth it. He turned back to the fight, a shiver running down his spine as the pufferfish was devoured, leaving only its head and a trail of blood. The monster, its red eyes fixated on its meal, suddenly glanced at Lin Hao. Within seconds, it was approaching him, its next target in sight. Lin Hao, despite his fear, tried to remain calm. "Don't panic." He noticed a large gash on the monster's back, oozing blood. "Good, it's injured." The monster lunged, its jaws wide open. Lin Hao, smaller and more agile, dodged and quickly hid in a crevice, just as he had during the earlier carnage. But the monster saw him. It paused, then slammed its body against the rocks, sending debris flying. The crevice crumbled, burying Lin Hao. Luckily, he was unharmed. "There are too many plecos here. It can't catch them all. I should go back. Why do I feel a chill?" Unseen by Lin Hao, the monster stared at the rubble, waiting. Sensing the lingering danger, Lin Hao remained hidden. The monster continued its assault, the rocks vibrating with each impact. The crevice shifted, but Lin Hao wasn't crushed. "What's wrong with this thing? Is it trying to kill me?" He considered his options: stay and be crushed, or take his chances outside. He darted out. The monster's tongue lashed out, wrapping around him. Lin Hao struggled, but it was no use. He tried his powerful tail whip, but to no avail. "I'm done for." Is this the difference in power? The monster opened its jaws, ready to swallow him whole. "Zhao is waiting for me. I can't die here." Meanwhile, Zhao continued running from the exploding sea monster, the viscous goo closing in. Suddenly, a colleague grabbed her arm and shielded her with his body. Silence. She opened her eyes. Her colleague stood protectively, covered in the monster's remains. "Thank you," she said, patting his shoulder. "No problem," he replied, dazed. They approached. A blue, fleshy object lay within. Zhao gasped, "It's an egg. Get your weapons." "We can't let it reach the ocean." Right away, her colleagues, clad in protective gear, surrounded the egg. Zhao took a gun, expertly loading it. Gunfire echoed as they riddled the egg with bullets. "Team leader Luo, you're truly a force to be reckoned with," her colleague chuckled. The small woman, her face impassive, continued firing. This was the woman Lin Hao longed for. Even in this moment of peril, he thought of her. She was his reason to live. "I can't die. I have to get out. I refuse to die here." A soft light emanated from a gem on Lin Hao's head, a beacon of his unwavering will. "I will get out of here. It's injured. It's injured on its back." The monster, its hunger sated, swam leisurely. Lin Hao knew where the injury was, but there was a problem. "How can I find its back when I'm inside its stomach?" He swam blindly, his will to live guiding him. "I have to get out before I'm digested." He grimaced, "Passing decaying remains, forget it. Steel scales and razor-sharp teeth, I'll find that wound." He swam along the intestinal tract, then stopped. A strange blue light. Is that healing? Is it healing itself? He swam closer. This is it. Activate steel scales. His scales hardened, becoming sharp and pointed. He rammed them into the monster's wound, pushing outwards. The monster roared in pain, its body convulsing. Lin Hao shot out of the wound like a rocket, leaving a gaping hole. He swam away as fast as he could. The monster, enraged but in agony, retreated. Lin Hao, seeing it gone, sighed in relief. "Good thing it was injured. I would have died in there." "Are you okay?" the mermaid asked. He ignored her, looking around. "How big is this lake?" "It can hold a giant water snake." "Is this another dimension?" "I don't know." "You'll have to find out yourself." Lin Hao thought for a moment. "The snake ate most of the plecos. The rest are mine." A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming. He imagined his evolution points skyrocketing. The remaining plecos, oblivious to his intentions, stared blankly as he approached. "Thank you," Mother Nature, he exclaimed, lunging at them. He ate them through gritted teeth, their taste repulsive, but he had a goal, ding. Evolution requirements met, evolve now, yes. The system initiated the upgrade, host, Linhao race, black carp, level, for, length, 70 centimeters, weight, 5 kilograms, strength, 3.2 skills, powerful bite, powerful tail whip, steel scales. Abilities, auspicious guardian passive. Evolution points, 51 300ths, what's this? He asked, pointing at powerful bite. The mermaid swam over. There's more below, the description appeared. Powerful bite passive, bite force significantly increased. Lin Hao thought of the snake and sighed, 70 centimeters, still so much smaller than that snake. New quests, consume 100 Placos 0 100ths. Reward, sharper teeth, common quest, consume 100 longevity snails 0 100ths reward, increased scale hardness, difficult quest, consume a mutated creature 0/1. Reward, random skill, Placos, you're mine. He began hunting, the Placos scattering in terror, but none escaped his jaws. He bit into one, surprised by its fragility. It was hollow, filled with strange, colourful worms. One worm emerged, then darted towards a nearby fish, latching onto its eye with tiny, sharp teeth. It burrowed inside. The fish thrashed, then went limp, sinking to the bottom. Lin Hao stared, horrified. What was that? Lin Hao stared, dumbfounded, as the monster devoured the Placos. It's eating the Placos. He stammered to the mermaid. She didn't respond. What is that thing? Is it edible? If you want to eat it, go ahead, she said dismissively. Lin Hao, emboldened, swam towards the infected Placo and swallowed it whole. The parasitic worm, however, escaped before he could consume it. Hey, he exclaimed, frustrated, it got away. He peered into the depths, watching the worm disappear among the larger fish. That thing, it's not a native species. Why does it seem so familiar with this lake? He scanned his surroundings. The shallows were peaceful, devoid of the terrifying creatures lurking below. But Lin Hao knew the tranquility was deceptive. This place seems calm, but it's always dangerous. Is there a way to achieve lasting peace? He racked his brain, but found no solution. The mermaid snapped him out of his thoughts with a flick to his forehead. Still thinking about the locket, his eyes lit up. Right? I need to level up and get the locket back. What am I doing wasting time? Time to eat. He zipped off, devouring Placos with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, a gruesome scene unfolded on the beach. Police surrounded a fishing boat. They're all dead, a man said, his voice trembling. Inside the cabin lay the body of a man in his 30s, a gaping wound on his neck, blood staining the pillow. Police investigated, collecting evidence. The only other person on board, the victim's fishing partner, was the prime suspect. His story was unbelievable. He trembled, recounting what he had witnessed. They were all killed by catfish. How could a healthy man be killed by catfish? The police were skeptical. Who are you trying to fool? I'm not lying. The fish, they bit his neck. They burrowed into their bodies. The officers exchanged uneasy glances. Calm down, they said, trying to soothe him. The man collapsed, clutching his head. I was so scared last night. I should have called the police sooner. An officer noticed a discrepancy. You said they, but there's only one body. Were there others? They looked, indeed. There was only one body. Impossible, impossible. The man muttered, then suddenly lunged towards the cabin. I saw it. The catfish killed them. I told them those fish were dangerous, but they insisted on bringing them back. The officers restrained him. Don't go in. Don't contaminate the scene. The man broke down, sobbing. We're doomed. We're all doomed. He fainted. Contact the Dragon team, one officer said. This might be related to them. They brought a strange fish to Zhao for analysis. She picked it up and severed its head. It was hollow, devoid of flesh and bone. This wasn't the first such case. Just an empty shell, she said, unsurprised. Where did you find these insect eggs? She asked the fisherman. Near the quarantine beach, I see. And there's another missing body, yes. The last traces of blood were found by a nearby river. Zhao connected the dots, the mutated monster from yesterday. It was infested with these parasitic catfish eggs. And now they're spreading, she called a colleague. Old Zhao, we have a problem. Mutated catfish eggs may have entered the inland waterways. Organize fishing teams to sweep the area. She turned to the officer. Take me to that river. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, driven by his desire to level up, ate until he could barely breathe. His stomach was bloated. He held a small fish, unable to fit it in his mouth. Finally, almost done. Why are you so fixated on placos? There's plenty of other food in this lake, the mermaid asked. Lin Hao looked at her, surprised. Don't you know, placos are an invasive species. I've almost eliminated the threats in the shallows. The rest are harmless natives. Ding. Evolution points, 1,681 thousandths. Evolution requirements met. Evolve now. Level up. He selected, yes, host. Lin Hao race. Black carp. Level 7. Length 1.3 meters. Weight 30 to 0.5 kilograms. Strength 7.7. Skills powerful bite, powerful tail whip, steel scales, camouflage. Abilities auspicious guardian LV 3 passive. Evolution points 680 to thousandths. Auspicious guardian LV 3 passive accelerates growth of surrounding flora and fauna within a small radius. Camouflage, when remaining still, blends in with surroundings. A new skill. Isn't this like a chameleon? He noticed a sudden commotion. Fish were swarming around him. Right, the auspicious guardian leveled up too, but it's just a small boost. It can't change the fact that I'm awesome. On the shore, a mother and daughter watched the fish. Wow, look at all the fish, Mummy. Yes, dear. But this area is about to be closed off. We'll come back another time. Footsteps approached. Please leave the area. Please leave the area. They lowered two spherical, camera-like devices into the lake. One landed near Lin Hao. What is that? He wondered. Watching it sink, he knew something was happening above, but couldn't figure out what. What are they looking for? Is it? The sphere turned red and emitted a high-pitched whine. An alert flashed on a connected computer screen on shore. After their sonar probes, the humans decided on a closer inspection. Divers, clad in wetsuits, lined the shore, then plunged into the lake one after another, each carrying a barbed hook. Lin Hao, observing the strange activity, was suddenly bombarded with flashing red warnings. Warning, mutated creature detected. Leave the area immediately. The insistent warnings alerted him to the danger. He scanned his surroundings, seeing multiple red alerts. Oh no, he spotted the divers approaching in the distance. Their sheer number made them a formidable force, even for a human, let alone a fish like him. The system's warnings confirmed the threat. Too many unknown mutated creatures in the deep water, too dangerous. Staying here is pointless and risky. He made a split-second decision and swam towards the depths, his tail propelling him forward without hesitation. Better to take my chances than wait to be caught. He swam with incredible speed, leaving a trail of bubbles. The deep water, unlike the shallows, was eerily quiet. If one didn't know better, it could almost be mistaken for a peaceful sanctuary. He reached the depths, surrounded by creatures of all shapes and sizes, their eyes glowing like headlights, their teeth razor-sharp. Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, smirking. Is this all? The mermaid, seeing his cocky expression, folded her arms and said, Shall we go deeper? Lin Hao shook his head. No way. You're my system. You're supposed to wish me good luck, not throw me into the fire. She pointed behind him. He turned to see a fish, its head covered in parasitic catfish worms, burrowing into its flesh. Lin Hao shuddered, instinctively hugging himself. That's disgusting. I have goosebumps. The mermaid looked at him, puzzled. You're a fish. You can't get goosebumps. Despite his disgust, he activated his new skill, camouflage. He blended seamlessly with his surroundings, approaching the infested fish undetected. This camouflage is great for ambushes. He lunged, severing the fish's head with a single bite. The body, oozing blood, drifted away. Even the worms hadn't sensed his presence. He swallowed them along with the fish, savoring the taste. This is surprisingly good, kind of like noodles. Ding. Difficult quest. Consume 10 mutated creatures. Reward. Azure treasure chest. Quest complete. Claim reward. Whoa, I actually did it. He swam towards the treasure chest, which the mermaid opened. A golden light emanated from within. "Why can't I see the text anymore?" he asked, peering inside. "This is a designated quest reward," she explained, smiling. Ding, reward obtained. Obsidian scales. Scales now possess the hardness of obsidian. The patterns on his scales shifted, turning a glossy black. He swam around, testing his new armor. It felt like his scales had been ripped out and replaced, but without the pain, just a slight itch. "My scales are much tougher now, right? This is a free upgrade. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden?" A blue light flashed, and he returned to his normal form. The first transformation was a bit rough, but full body armor. "I might not be invincible, but I can definitely protect myself." He felt a prickling sensation, like he was being watched. He turned sharply, his eyes narrowing. "Those eyes, I've seen them before," he remembered. That giant snake. The snake, its massive body moving with surprising speed, was heading straight for him. He instinctively swam away, glancing back to gauge its speed. His jaw clenched, warning, opponent's combat power slightly exceeds host's. He swam as fast as he could, then stopped abruptly, turning to face the snake, defiance in his eyes. "Slightly stronger. Let's see what you've got." The snake lunged, its jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Lin Hao remained calm, obsidian scales. Red light enveloped him, his scales hardening into a black shell. The snake bit down, its eyes widening in surprise. It bit harder, but couldn't penetrate Lin Hao's scales. It tasted only metal. Frustrated, it released him. It had expected an easy meal, but Lin Hao was unharmed, staring back with a challenging glint in his eyes. Powerful tail whip. He swung his tail, sending a blade of water slicing through the water. It struck the snake's face, leaving a deep gash. The snake, enraged, lunged again. Lin Hao dodged easily. "You're just a beast. Haven't you learned your lesson?" He swam forward, biting down on the snake's neck. It shrieked in pain. He bit harder, his obsidian scales radiating a cold blue light. The snake thrashed, trying to bite back. "Struggle all you want. See the results of my evolution." The snake, realizing it was outmatched, tried to flee. Trying to run. "Didn't you want to eat me earlier?" The snake swam away, its pain echoing through the water. It thrashed against a rock, hoping to dislodge Lin Hao. Lin Hao winced, his eyes hardening. "Die!" He bit down with all his might, tearing a chunk of flesh from the snake's body. "Die!" The snake roared, lashing out with its tongue. It caught Lin Hao off guard. Steel scales, powerful tail whip. Red light flared around him, coalescing into a glowing ball that unleashed a barrage of white blades. They sliced through the snake's tongue, and Lin Hao charged into its mouth, his attack tearing through its body, leaving a trail of glowing wounds. He burst out of its tail, the light fading. He stood, clad in his black armor, his eyes glowing red. The snake's lifeless body sank to the bottom. Ding! Mutated red-spotted snake slain. The lake bed was scarred by the battle, a testament to Lin Hao's victory. He savored the taste of the snake's flesh. Finally, some payback. It was a stunning victory. A small fish had defeated a giant mutated snake. It was almost unbelievable. Ding! Consumed mutated red-spotted snake. Gained 500 evolution points. 500 points, that's a lot. "Level up rewards are always generous," the mermaid replied, stretching lazily. "And there's a bonus, a bonus. What is it?" She placed a finger on the gem on his forehead. Light pulsed outwards, and streams of data appeared. He opened his eyes to find a human hand in front of him. He looked down. He was human again, standing in a system space filled with scrolling text and numbers. After regaining his human form, Lin Hao marveled at his hand, flexing his fingers. As a fish, he'd forgotten what it was like to have hands. "Whoa, my hands!" He examined his naked body in disbelief. It was real. He stretched his arms, overjoyed. He swam to the mermaid, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her excitedly. "My handsome face is back." Unfazed by his enthusiasm, she gently pushed him away, picking at her ear. "It's only temporary," she said dismissively. Lin Hao froze. Temporary? His face fell, his brow furrowing. He stared at his hands. Temporary what? The mermaid raised a hand, her lips moving in a silent incantation. A white light shimmered on her fingertip. Seaweed from the surrounding area floated towards Lin Hao, weaving itself into a makeshift loincloth. He watched, bewildered, then looked down at himself, confused. What do you mean, temporary? I'm human. Your human form is temporary, your true form is still a fish. And only I can hear you speak, others can't. And you have no combat abilities in this form. He stared at her, hopeful. Can I go on land? You could, she said, swishing her tail, but you'd be naked. What if you get arrested for indecent exposure? Lin Hao hadn't considered that. He'd been so focused on becoming human again, he hadn't thought about the practicalities. The next morning, the sun shone on the bustling city. Lin Hao poked his head above the water's surface near a lakeside shed. A frog sat on a lotus leaf. This shed is usually empty. Perfect for a temporary changing room, he climbed onto the shore, scurried behind some bushes, and found the shed's door. He looked around, then slipped inside. He rummaged through boxes, finding clothes and boots. He dressed quickly, pocketed the locket from a table, and put on a cap, pulling the brim low over his eyes. He walked towards the door. It's been a while since I've been on land. This feels strange. Outside, armed personnel guarded the lake, a cordon preventing access. Lin Hao walked towards them, hoping to find Zhao. Halt. This area is restricted. Are you a tourist? We cleared everyone out. How did you get in here? Unable to speak, Lin Hao waved his hands, pointing at himself, trying to convey his harmless intentions. He overheard a nearby conversation. He has no ID. He's with team leader Luo. Let him through. Hearing the man speak, Lin Hao was startled. Zhao. He rushed towards the man, but was stopped by the guards. Hey, what are you doing? Stop him. A guard grabbed his arm. Calm down. The man in white looked at Lin Hao. Who are you? This area is off limits. Once Lin Hao seemed calmer, the guard released him. He rushed to the man, holding out the locket. Captain, I think he can't speak, a guard said. The man approached, noticing the gold locket. Are you giving this to me? He took it, opened it, and saw the photo. This belongs to team leader Luo. Do you know her? Lin Hao nodded. I'll pass this on to her. You should go home. We're conducting an operation here. A clear voice called out, Are you done yet? Both men turned. Team leader Luo, the west side of the city is clear. Lin Hao's heart leapt Zhao, but he couldn't reveal himself yet. He pulled his cap lower. This isn't the right time. I can't speak, and the dragon team is looking for mutated creatures. And my human form is temporary. He slipped away. The man smiled at Zhao. This young man found this. He asked me to give it to you. He handed her the locket. Zhao Xu's eyes widened. She snatched the locket, clutching it to her chest. Who gave it to you? He pointed. She turned, but saw no one. That's odd. He was just here, probably just a tourist. Is this yours? It's good you got it back. It's fine, let's continue. She stared into the distance, her mind racing. Lin Hao, is that you? Are you still alive? Lin Hao watched from the bushes, his heart aching. I'm sorry, Zhao. I can't meet you right now. When the time is right, I will find a chance to explain it to you clearly. Warning, human form duration expired. He jumped back into the lake, transforming back into a fish. Everything that's happened, it's beyond my understanding. Whether I'm a fish or a human, I can't live like this anymore. His clothes and boots sank to the bottom. He swam downwards, deep in thought. If I can evolve into a human by chance, then my evolution isn't fixed. I can become anything. His eyes hardened with resolve. He remembered the monstrous creature from Linshan. I will cultivate and evolve. I'll find out what caused all this suffering. Meanwhile, at the Longyan Scientific Research Center, Zhao stood before her superior, holding a registration form. Have you thought this through? Yes, Master John, she said firmly. The older man, his white hair and glasses giving him a scholarly air, looked at her gravely. Injecting yourself with a high concentration of the virus is extremely dangerous. As a scientist, you don't need to take this risk. He gestured towards a whiteboard covered in research data and images. Master John, let me join the action team. let me try. Is this about Lin Hao? He asked, his eyes piercing. The world is facing a crisis. This isn't the time for personal feelings. Be rational. Her heart sank. She thought of Lin Hao, but she also had her own ambitions. She clenched her fists, the pressure grounding her. It's not just about Lin Hao. The research team can't always reach the scene in time. We lose valuable data on these mutated creatures. If I'm on the action team, we can make breakthroughs. She held out the form again. Master Zhong sighed, then took the form. All right, back in the lake, Lin Hao circled the entrance to the deep water, peering into the murky depths. There's nothing left to eat in the shallows. It's time. The mermaid, lounging on a glowing pearl, asked casually, "Are you sure about this?" The deep water is full of unknown creatures. It's very dangerous. Lin Hao looked into the abyss, his eyes unwavering. You're right. He plunged into the depths, leaving the mermaid to watch as he disappeared into the darkness, a determined smile on his face. Let's see what's down there. If I can't fight, I can always run. In the unexplored depths of lake lay a hidden world. A dark, winding tunnel separated two distinct realms within the lake. Outside, countless unidentified creatures lurked, their red eyes gleaming, ready to strike. Behind a rock, Lin Hao, hidden by a large leaf, gnawed on a crab leg, observing the scene with a resigned expression. The mermaid, lounging on a rock, propped up her chin and teased, "Weren't you eager to explore the depths? Why are you hiding?" Lin Hao, one hand holding the leaf, the other the crab leg, replied through a mouthful of food, "This is called strategic retreat. Safety first, ding, evolution points reached, evolve now." He selected yes, his body shimmered, scales flashing, eyes glowing brightly. "Did I just turn on my headlights?" he said, chuckling. The mermaid swam over. "You probably evolved night vision, host. Lin Hao race. Black carp, level 8. Length 1.5 meters. Weight 50 kilograms. Strength 10. Skills, camouflage, flame scales, powerful bite, powerful tail whip, obsidian scales. Abilities, auspicious guardian LV 3 passive. Evolution points 13 3,000ths. A rotating image of Earth appeared, surrounded by shimmering lights. "Congratulations on reaching level 8 map unlocked. Use now." "Sounds like a monster hunting game," Lin Hao remarked. "Can I teleport with this?" He tapped yes. An ancient scroll, glowing with gold and blue light, unfurled before him. This is a map of Longyan City. He studied it carefully. It showed the Hanshu River, north of the Dragon King Temple, about 5 kilometers away. He pointed his fin at a location, and there's another spot, 8 kilometers away. A river outside the Longyan chemical plant. He recognized the place. It was a large waterfall outside the construction site, but reaching it seemed impossible. What good is knowing the location if I'm stuck in Hualong Lake? Today's teleport duration, 1 hour. Teleport now. The location he'd pointed at glowed. Lin Hao stared, dumbfounded. Wait, I can actually teleport. He looked at the map, his eyes serious. Why worrying? Let's try it. He tapped yes. His body dissolved into light and was sucked into the map. Something shot out of the water at the glowing location. Lin Hao leapt out of the water, ecstatic. Holy crap, it actually worked. He surveyed his new surroundings, his eyes lighting up at the sight of schools of fish. All-you-can-eat buffet, unlocked. He darted forward, gobbling up several fish, a look of pure bliss on his face. This grass carp is way better than those plecos. A fish, swimming peacefully, was suddenly struck and sent flying. Lin Hao chuckled, watching the unconscious fish with a triumphant grin. He swallowed it whole. Ding, consumed adult grass carp. Gained 90 evolution points. His eyes widened. Even the evolution points are better, 90 points. That's like 3 plecos. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste. Life in Hualong Lake was so boring. Just snails and plecos. Now this is paradise. It's been so long since I've had such a delicious meal. A dark shape moving below caught his attention. A giant water snake, swimming rapidly. It reminded him of the mutated snake. "Ooh, snakes, is that a catfish?" He frowned. "Wait a minute. That thing is huge." He cautiously approached. The system remained silent, suggesting the catfish wasn't much stronger than him, perhaps even weaker. Mutated or not, I'm eating it. This much meat, I could level up instantly. He lunged, jaws open, but his teeth slid off the catfish's slippery skin. He blinked, confused. Why is it so slimy? The catfish, sensing the attack, whipped its tail, sending Lin Hao tumbling. The blow was insignificant. Lin Hao glared at it, his sharp teeth bared. Doesn't hurt. Guess it's not that strong after all. Activate flame scales. His scales crackled with blue electricity and fire. He charged, his eyes blazing, and slammed his tail into the catfish's head, sending it crashing to the bottom. It turned, its eyes filled with rage, and bit down on Lin Hao. Its mouth immediately caught fire. It recoiled with a shriek, smoke pouring from its jaws. Lin Hao seized the opportunity, whipping his tail again, sending the catfish reeling. I win, he said, his eyes gleaming with triumph. The catfish, knowing it was defeated, turned and fled. Trying to run, not so fast, teleport duration expired. Returning to Hualong Lake in 3 seconds. Lin Hao stopped, then turned sharply. 3. In the distance, a giant, bloodshot eye, and a white figure with glowing red eyes. The surroundings resembled a desolate forest. To Lin Hao's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking. That feels familiar. He flashed back to the monstrous creature from Linshan, the spider-like eyes, the destruction. 1. He reached out towards the white figure. Is that it? His body dissolved into light. Longyan City is in danger. Wait, Lin Hao shouted, his eyes snapping open as he was teleported back to Hualong Lake. The image of the white figure and the giant eye was seared into his memory. That feeling, I can't be wrong, he crossed his fins, deep in thought. That monstrous thing, why does it feel so familiar? The mermaid, twirling a strand of hair, said casually, go back and find out. Lin Hao's eyes widened. Go back? How? She conjured to glowing water bubbles. One showed his human form, the other his fish form. 2 ways. 1, wait until tomorrow and teleport. You might see it again, depending on your luck. 2, run there now, she elaborated. Of course, at your speed, you'll be a carp again by the time you reach the Hanshu River, 5 kilometers away, and you'll have to wait there until tomorrow to return. The bubbles floated before him, awaiting his decision. Remembering the monstrous presence, Lin Hao made his choice. He poked the bubble showing his human form. It burst, and he swam forward, transforming. This can't wait, I have to go back, he surfaced, knowing he needed clothes. A familiar voice reached him. I knew you'd apply. When are you leaving? Lin Hao swam closer to the voices near the shore. Zhao said, the handover is almost complete. I leave tomorrow. Lin Hao froze. Leaving? Where is she going? A man leaned against the railing, looking at Zhao. From the day Master John brought you into the dragon team, I knew you wouldn't be satisfied just dissecting mutated creatures in the lab. Zhao smiled wistfully. When I received the invitation from the National Research Institute, I was thrilled. Seeing the words Waxia Dragon Team, it felt like my destiny. She looked out at the lake, her expression turning somber. But the more secrets I uncover, the harder it is to maintain my initial passion. The man understood. Their work demanded prioritizing public safety. He lit a cigarette. Everything has 2 sides. Mutated creatures are a threat, but the viral essence they carry isn't entirely useless. He exhaled a plume of smoke, thinking about the virus. In our experiments, we've injected the virus into human subjects. Zhao recalled the experiments, the tubes and wires connected to human bodies. Yes, the action team members receive small doses of the adaptive virus to enhance their physical abilities and combat prowess. But to truly break the limits, one must inject a high concentration of the virus. The man placed a hand on her shoulder. Team leader Luo, he sensed her resolve and admired her courage. You're a true warrior. I have nothing more to say, except, come back safe. He walked away. Zhao smiled, thinking of Lin Hao. Someone's waiting for me. Hearing their conversation, Lin Hao dove underwater, his mind racing. So Zhao joined the dragon team, researching mutated creatures. And now she's undertaking a dangerous mission. He swam to the shore, transformed, and ran, his anxiety growing. He stopped abruptly, staring at his hands. Mutated creatures carry the adaptive virus, do I? A blue-white light appeared beside him. The mermaid smiled. Your human form will expire in 40 minutes. Hurry up, he ran, his lungs burning. This is torture. He reached the lake, gasping for air, his legs wobbly. I haven't run this much in ages. It feels like a past life. It does, doesn't it? The mermaid said, watching him with amusement. He caught his breath, then plunged back into the lake, returning to his fish form. It's strangely more comfortable being in the water. He hunted for food, notifications flashing before him. Consumed adult herring, gained 90 evolution points. Consumed adult grass carp, gained 90 evolution points. Consumed juvenile herring, gained 20 evolution points. Consumed freshwater snail, gained 5 evolution points. He ate with gusto, his eyes gleaming, drool dripping from his mouth. This is like an all-you-can-eat buffet. He explored the area, but found no more prey. He swam deeper, no more fish here, anything bigger. He noticed a murky patch of water. Something's there, he approached cautiously. A giant mouth with razor-sharp teeth emerged from the darkness. He narrowly dodged the giant catfish's attack, his own teeth gnashing. I know you, so you're here. The catfish surfaced, its teeth clicking. Lin Hao glared back, then noticed something different. The catfish's eyes glowed purple, and a reddish-purple aura surrounded its body. Something's not right, it's killing intent, it's too strong. The catfish lunged. Lin Hao smirked, baring his teeth. Still holding a grudge, and you even learned to ambush. He activated his skills, his body glowing with white, blue, and red light. It charged. That disgusting creature, it must be nearby. He slammed his tail into the catfish's face. Take this. While it was disoriented, he bit down on its belly. The catfish's slippery skin made it difficult to hold on, but he bit harder, his flame scales searing its flesh. Now it's cooked time for some fun. He ripped a chunk of flesh from the catfish's belly. It roared in pain, its massive mouth opening wide. Lin Hao tore off a chunk of the catfish, the aroma of grilled meat filling the water. Delicious, he mumbled, savoring the taste. The catfish, its body riddled with wounds, slowly sank to the bottom. That's that, Lin Hao said, surveying his handiwork. If it weren't for the slime, it would have been easier. Strange, it wasn't aggressive at first. What made it so hostile? He quickly returned to the carcass, starting his feast. This is huge. How many evolution points is this worth? The mermaid, watching his ravenous eating, said dryly, if it's so good, maybe you should grill it next time. Lin Hao, his cheeks bulging, didn't reply. He ate until his stomach was as round as a ball, then flopped down beside the catfish's skeleton. That was amazing. Tastes like chicken. Ding. Consumed mutated catfish, gained 3,000 evolution points. Lin Hao's eyes snapped open. 3,000. Host. Lin Hao race. Flame scale black carp. Level 9. Length 1.8 meters. Weight 151 kilograms. Strength 14. Skills camouflage, flame scales, enhanced bite, powerful tail whip, steel scales. Abilities auspicious guardian LV 3 passive. Evolution points 7,715 for thousandths. Lin Hao beamed with pride. Another quest completed. Over here, lots of fish. Get the electronet? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. He turned towards the voices on the shore. He swam to the surface, peeking out. Several fishermen were setting up under the cover of night. Hurry up, get the net. You get the electronet ready. Electrofishing. That's cruel and cowardly. A fisherman spotted Lin Hao. Old Z, huge fish. The others grinned, grabbing their nets. Lin Hao dove down, then launched himself out of the water, roaring, his massive form and glowing red eyes terrifying the poachers. They froze, mouths agape. After a moment of stunned silence, they screamed and ran. Monster, run, mommy. Lin Hao watched them flee, feeling like a teacher scolding naughty students. Running away already, cowards. He returned to the Hanshui River. The mermaid swam over, her tail shimmering. Well done. The dragon team will definitely notice you now. Lin Hao's face paled. Oh no, I forgot about that. At the police station, 3 men, the poachers, recounted their experience. Officer, You won't believe this. A fish bigger than me jumped out of the Hanshui River. The officers exchanged amused glances, barely suppressing their laughter. One coughed, covering his mouth. The other continued writing. The poacher, sensing their disbelief, sat down. Are you sure you saw clearly? You weren't drinking, were you? We were fishing. Of course we weren't drunk, one of them blurted out, revealing their illegal activity. We weren't drinking, the others chimed in. The officers exchanged a look. There's a fishing ban on the Hanshui River. You were fishing. The poachers fell silent, avoiding eye contact. Realizing they were in trouble, they quickly changed their story. Maybe we were mistaken. Nothing happened. Oh, I just remembered something. Excuse us, officer. They bolted, leaving the officers shaking their heads. Another violation of the fishing ban. That fish bigger than a man. I don't think they were lying. We received a confidential report a few days ago. Should we inform our superiors? He looked at his notes. Better safe than sorry. Things have been unusual lately. Back in the Hanshui River, Lin Hao and the mermaid searched for the monstrous presence. We've been searching all night. No sign of anything unusual. But the scent, it's still here. The mermaid, floating listlessly, said, You're incredibly persistent. Lin Hao opened his status screen. Host, Lin Hao race, flame scale black carp, level, 9, length, 1.8 meters, weight, 151 kilograms, strength, 14, skills, camouflage, flame scales, enhanced bite, powerful tail whip, steel scales. Abilities, auspicious guardian LV, 3 passive. Evolution points, 7,715 for thousandths. I remember a quest with a reward. He smiled, admiring his progress. This is so satisfying. Buffets are the fastest way to level up. Ding. Quests updated. Common quest. Consume 100 grass carp 100 100ths. Reward. Enhanced tooth sharpness. Completed. Common quest. Consume 100 herring 100 100ths. Reward. Enhanced acceleration. Completed. Claim rewards now. I completed both quests. He remembered his feeding frenzy, his eyes lighting up. Excellent. Sorry, my fallen comrades, you were delicious. Ding. Evolution requirements met. Evolve now. Without hesitation, he selected yes. His body was enveloped in a brilliant light. The mermaid watched, a proud smile on her face. I knew he had incredible potential. The light faded, revealing the mermaid holding the treasure chest. Level 10. Open it. Lin Hao touched the mouth. Speed upgrade, strength upgrade, elastic tail thin, razor-sharp teeth. Enhanced stamina, enhanced defense, doubled consumption rate, enhanced energy. Sharp horn, what's that? Sharp horn. Equip now. He selected yes, an itching sensation on his forehead. He rubbed it with his fin. The gem on his forehead glowed brighter, crackling with red lightning. A sharp, golden horn emerged, his dorsal fin lengthened, a gold stripe appearing along its edge. Gold markings appeared on his eyebrows and fins. A blue-purple aura surrounded him. I'm a carp with a horn. This is weird. Then, his eyes widened, but it's sharp. Combined with my enhanced speed, that's a powerful attack. He swam excitedly, showing off his new form. I can't wait to test this out in the Hanshui River tomorrow. The mermaid beamed with pride. In a conference room, Dragon Team researchers and government officials were in a meeting. The recent monster attacks had terrified the city, and the government was under immense pressure to resolve the situation. We've pinpointed its hiding place, the man in white announced, displaying a map of Longyan City on a projector. A red circle marked the monster's location. We'll initiate a sweep of this area. It won't escape. A government official, watching remotely, said, Longyan City is densely populated. If it attacks again, it will be a disaster. Don't worry, the man in white said firmly. The Dragon Team will eliminate it, even if it costs us our lives. We appreciate your dedication, the official replied. There's also this. He displayed an image of a giant fish skeleton, remarkably intact and unlike any known species. It had massive jaws and sharp teeth. That's the skeleton of a mutated creature, Zhao said, recognizing it instantly. The mention of another mutated creature caused a stir. There are plenty of grass carp and crucian carp in the Hanshui River, an official said. This isn't a native species, it looks like a catfish, another remarked. Another mutated creature. Zhao stepped closer to the screen. Judging by the skeletal structure, it's a catfish that evolved after viral infection. There must be other mutated creatures in the Hanshui River, something that ate this catfish. The officials erupted in discussion. Another mutated creature, big enough to eat a catfish that size. What's going on? Is Longyan City a magnet for mutated creatures? An officer entered the room, whispering to the man in white. Zhao noticed the officials looking at them. The increasing number of mutated creatures. It's an inevitable trend, she said gravely. The man in white stood up, changing the image on the projector. The police reported a sighting of a giant carp in the Hanshui River last night. The image showed a massive carp with sharp teeth and glowing eyes. Our next target is this unidentified mutated creature. In a forest, a wild boar drank from a river. Lin Hao watched from afar. I have a sharp horn now. One blow to the head should be enough. He submerged, swimming towards the boar. The boar, oblivious to the danger, continued drinking. Bubbles rose to the surface, catching its attention. It peered into the water, curious. Lin Hao seized the moment, launching himself out of the water in a perfect arc, his horn aimed at the boar's head. The boar shrieked. Lin Hao, feeling it still moving, pushed down with all his weight, driving the horn deeper. The boar thrashed, then collapsed, lifeless. I'm stuck, he struggled, finally freeing his horn. This is inconvenient. If only I had limbs. The mermaid, perched on a tree branch, smiled. Can't you transform into a human? Lin Hao looked at her, and his body began to shift, his tail becoming legs. I meant limbs in my combat form. He stood, his muscular physique on full display, and hoisted the boar onto his shoulder. This human form is so weak. The mermaid examined a leaf. You're different now. You used to cry about being a fish. Lin Hao reached the shore, tossed the boar into the river, and jumped back in, returning to his carp form. The mermaid followed. You're right. I think I'm used to being a fish now. He looked at the boar, his eyes gleaming. Now, let's eat. He took a bite, then spat it out, gagging hairy. Look. He rubbed his tongue with his fins. Then his eyes lit up. I'll just cook it. He activated flame scales, circling the boar until its hair was burned away. He then devoured it, leaving only bones. Not bad, a bit tough, though. Ding. Consumed wild boar, gained 350 evolution points. Not bad, like for adult grass carp. He swam in circles. It's because the boar's head was so small, right? He grinned. I'll do this again tomorrow. At this rate, I'll level up every day. Returning to Hualong Lake, he spotted a crab. Deep water creatures hunting in the shallows. He charged, his tail whipping through the water. Shallow waters are my territory now. Who do you think you are? Lin Hao, enjoying a giant crab leg, heard splashing and looked up. Are the tourists back? Is the quarantine lifted? He swam upwards to investigate, then quickly hid behind a rock formation as he heard voices. Did you hear about the explosion last night in the Eastern District? Yeah, I heard it was some kind of monster. Really? Don't scare me. I'm not lying. They even called in the police. Lin Hao's eyes widened. A monster. The one I saw in the Hanshui River. He turned to the mermaid. All the mutated creatures we've encountered have been aquatic. Are there terrestrial ones too? Any creature infected with the adaptive virus can mutate, she replied calmly. Lin Hao's eyes widened. So could I. He looked downcast. The mermaid gently lifted his chin, her beautiful face close to his. You're not like them. You have me. Lin Hao blushed, looking away. The dragon team must be hunting them now. I wonder if they'll succeed, if they gave them to me. He imagined chasing a shark-sized mutated creature, drooling at the thought to snap out of it. The mermaid said, snapping her fingers, time to work. Lin Hao flinched. He hadn't heard those words since his pre-carp life. The reality of his situation hit him hard. I'm a fish, and I still have to work. I thought I escaped the grind. Now I'm working 24/7. He swam off, grumbling, no boss, but still working. Ding, new teleport locations unlocked. Teleport duration increased by 30 minutes. He opened the map. The river outside the Longyan chemical plant is huge, and more teleport time. Leveling up will be a breeze. He grinned, imagining all the creatures he could devour. He looked at the still greyed out areas of the map. This is like a video game. I have to complete quests and level up to unlock new areas. He thought about his evolved skills. If I keep getting new skills, maybe I can achieve my goal. The rewards and quests keep updating. If I can evolve a horn, maybe I can evolve limbs too. He made up his mind and entered the map, his body dissolving into light. A green dot appeared on the map, marking his destination. What a dump, he exclaimed, wrinkling his nose at the polluted water. This place is disgusting. He heard voices. The dragon team is after that catfish. We have to move tonight, before they get here. Lin Hao swam closer, hiding among some debris. They're talking about the research team. Who are they? They're trying to steal from the dragon team. Who's behind this? He activated camouflage, eavesdropping. The dragon team is a secret organization dealing with mutated creatures. Alien creatures. Is there another organization involved? He overheard them mention the virus. He swam closer, observing the two men, dressed in dark clothing, carrying a box. What's in the box? Guns. It's here. It must be trying to awaken the ancient creature hidden in Longyan City. And there must be an ancient civilization's ruins in Longyan City. Lin Hao's eyes widened. An ancient creature in Longyan City. That's not just a myth. At a wastewater treatment plant, smoke billowed from the machinery, crows circling overhead. Once we find the ruins and acquire the high-level warrior equipment, we'll be the strongest when the world changes. The other man, more cautious, said, "Keep your voice down. Who's going to hear us in this godforsaken place?" What if someone does? Lin Hao thought, watching them. The man gestured with his hand across his throat. "We'll kill them." Lin Hao frowned. Definitely not good people, and they have guns. No one's stopping them. A phone rang. Both men's expressions turned serious. Understood. He threw his cigarette down. Get ready. The dragon team is closing in. There are a lot of them this time. They must really want that catfish. They're just small fry to me. True, you're the one with the Mark III suit. The other man ignored the compliment, staring intently at the water, as if sensing something. Lin Hao felt a prickle of unease. Mark III suit, combat gear, a mech. As he neared the shore, an alarm blared from the man's watch. Something's there, warning. Lin Hao's system flashed. He dove down just as the men looked towards the ripples. That was close. Their equipment is advanced. It detected me. Is that what your mutated creature detector? It's better than the dragon team's. Is it a mutated creature? Not sure. But there's a strong life signature. High probability. He pressed a button on the box. It opened, crackling with energy, and a sleek, black and purple weapon materialized, spinning in the air before landing in his hand. He swung it at the water. A wave of energy sliced through the surface, heading straight for Lin Hao. That's not good. Lin Hao leapt out of the water to avoid the attack, staring at the energy wave. What is that weapon? The men saw him. It's the mutated creature. Lin Hao plunged back into the water, swimming away. The men ran along the bank, pursuing him. A mutated creature that big. It must have something valuable. GL virus, perhaps. The two men continued their pursuit of Lin Hao, who swam with all his might. He heard their footsteps closing in and glanced back. It even knows how to run. Does it have intelligence? One of them said, his voice laced with excitement. Lin Hao was astonished. They're keeping up with me? While carrying that heavy box, time to lose them, he focused his energy on his tail, lightning crackling around it. With a powerful swing, he sent a wave crashing onto the shore, then dove deep, swimming to the other side of the riverbank, hidden amongst the dense vegetation. He surfaced, listening. Silence. Air gone. Wait. Why did I run? I can teleport. He chuckled. I panicked. He dove back down, shaking his head. I'm getting too worked up. Even if they spot me, I can just teleport back. Schools of fish swam below. Lin Hao snapped up 3 in one bite. Who are those guys? They're not with Jiaoxu's organization, are they? They don't seem like good people. He swallowed the fish, savoring the taste. Forget about them. Time to eat. My time here is limited. He sped towards a school of tilapia. Ding. Consumed adult tilapia, gained 50 evolution points. Ding. Consumed adult tilapia, gained 50 evolution points. Ding. Consumed adult tilapia, gained 50 evolution points. Host. Linhao race. Flame scale black carp. Level 14. Length 3.3 meters. Weight 305 kilograms. Strength 38. Skills camouflage. Flame scales. Powerful bite. Powerful tail whip. Steel scales. Abilities. Auspicious Guardian LV point for passive. Evolution points 745 10,000ths. Linhao, still chewing on a fish, grinned at his stats. Except for size and strength, no major changes. The fish here give a lot of evolution points, though. He turned to the mermaid. Any new quests? The mermaid, pinching her nose, said, "This water is disgusting." Common quest. Consume 100 crayfish 0/100ths reward. Enhanced horn sharpness. Common quest. Consume 10 eels 0/10ths. Reward. White treasure chest. Difficult quest. Consume 10 mutated creatures to 10ths. Reward. Blue treasure chest. Linhao frowned. These quests are tough. Where am I going to find so many mutated creatures? He closed the quest window to hard. I'll do the easy ones first. If I can't do it today, I can try again tomorrow. He turned to leave. Ding. New teleport locations unlocked. Teleport duration increased by 30 minutes. He looked at the map. The river outside the Longian chemical plant is huge. And more teleport time. I'm finally out of the beginner village. He thought about the delicious fish. Why go back yet? I'll eat a little more. A large school of fish swam past him, as if fleeing something. What's going on? A figure shot towards him at incredible speed. What is that? Another mutated creature. As it drew closer, he saw a human in a black suit of armor, glowing red eyes, and a weapon in hand, propelled by some kind of thruster. It's like a scene from a slasher film. Wait, that looks familiar. The suit, the weapon. Wait a minute, it's him, the guy from before. He's here to hunt me. The figure leapt out of the water, swinging its weapon. You can't escape my blade, the man shouted. Linhao, stunned, turned just as another attack came. The blow sent him crashing to the bottom. He quickly got up, sweat dripping from his brow. His scales cracked. That was fast. He's not bad. The man, seeing his prey still alive, was intrigued. Still alive. Suddenly, a bright light blinded him. What the hell? He shielded his eyes, then peered through his fingers. Impressive. Linhao, his body crackling with red lightning, charged towards him. You dare attack me? Linhao slammed into the man, the impact sending shockwaves through the water. The man's mask cracked. He stared at Linhao in disbelief. It's you. Linhao roared, recognizing him. He attacked relentlessly, but the armor deflected his blows. This armor, it's not affected by the water. How? The man, seeing an opening, charged his weapon with purple-black energy. Die. Linhao dodged with a powerful tail whip, sending the man tumbling. He swam forward and bit down on the man's arm. So hard. What is this armor made of? He bit harder. The man, seeing the carp's persistence, raised his weapon, preparing to strike. Die, you beast. Linhao saw his teleport timer counting down. He quickly swam away, his eyes blazing with fury. You just wait. The man watched as Linhao vanished in a flash of white light. Teleport duration reached. Back in Longian Lake, Linhao, despite his anger, had to admit the man's attack was powerful. That blade is sharp, he muttered, wincing as scales flaked off his body. Lucky the teleport ended when it did. One more hit, and my scales would have shattered. The mermaid picked up a fallen scale, examining it silently. Linhao recalled the black and purple blade, its sharpness and power. That wasn't an ordinary blade, and that armor is that even possible with current technology. He called it a Mark III suit. Are they mass-producing these things? He suddenly remembered something. Wait, they mentioned ancient ruins. Are there other civilizations on Earth? Did they get that armor and blade from the ruins? The mermaid, floating on a water bubble, listened intently. Linhao's eyes lit up. It's possible. The mutated creatures, the ruins, the GT virus, the ETs, it's all connected. He swam in circles, excitedly piecing together the puzzle. I get it. Long ago, a civilization came to Earth and left behind ruins. Inside those ruins are special viruses from their civilization that can cause creatures to evolve. The mermaid, intrigued, swam closer. The ETs are the intelligent creatures remaining from the ruins. If they want to reopen the ruins, are they trying to awaken mutated creatures? Alien creatures, their ancestors, he paused, considering the implications. That virus, it's already causing chaos. What will happen when the creatures evolve further? He looked at the mermaid, his eyes wide with worrying. This world, it's on the verge of a major change. If I don't want to become fish food, I have to evolve to the highest level as fast as possible. He swam off, determined to complete his quests. A bright light enveloped him. The mermaid, yawning, waited patiently. Time passed. Finally, she mumbled, stretching. Lin Hao's eyes shone with renewed determination. Ding, level up successful. Reached level 15, obtained blue treasure chest. Host, Lin Hao race, flame scale black carp, level 15, length 3.6 meters, weight 373 kilograms, strength 45, skills, wild combat, camouflage, flame scales, powerful bite, powerful tail whip, steel scales. Abilities, auspicious guardian LV, 5 passive. Evolution points, 1,850 for 10,000s. What's this? He asked, pointing at wild combat. Wild combat. Enhanced night vision and a 10% increase in overall combat power. Yes, he shouted, grinning. A 10% boost at night. This is amazing. It might not seem like much now, but when I'm stronger, that 10% will be huge. The mermaid covered her ears. Do you have to yell? Back at the wastewater treatment plant, under the setting sun, the two men from before were talking. The mutated creature, where did it go? I don't know. It vanished into air. Could it teleport? The other man scoffed. You think it can do that? Your armor is torn, he said, pointing at a bite mark on the armored man's arm. The man cursed. That damn fish, this armor took so much effort to acquire. Let's go, we have more important things to do. The armored man turned to leave. The image of the carp's glowing red eyes burned into his memory. Something's not right about that fish. It seemed intelligent. I need to report this. We can't let the dragon team get their hands on it. News of the incident spread through the city. Did you hear? The Eastern District is quarantined. Something happened. I saw men in black uniforms. They said it was a demonic attack. Don't scare me. Why would they deploy so many police for a demonic attack? It's a serial killer. The Eastern District is always crowded. A quarantine means it's serious. In Longyan Lake, after a peaceful night, Lin Hao yawned. Ding, new quests available. Common quest, consume 100 catfish 75 100ths reward. Enhanced tooth sharpness. Common quest, consume 500 black shell shrimp 0 500ths. Reward, enhanced speed. Common quest, consume 10 eels 0 tenths. Reward, white treasure chest. Difficult quest, consume 10 mutated creatures to tenths. Reward, blue treasure chest. Lin Hao understood the pattern. The quests reset every morning. Ding, map update complete. He and the mermaid eagerly examined the map. A new area was unlocked. A new area. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the lake. Fish scattered in panic. What was that? Lin Hao surfaced. A mountain in the distance was on fire, smoke billowing into the sky. I have to see what happened. He swam towards the shore, transforming into his human form. Naked, he ran towards the commotion. The mermaid sighed. This is going to be a headache. At the scene of the incident, Dragon team members raced towards the burning mountain. Move. Block all escape routes. Target is extremely dangerous. Eliminate on sight. In a speeding jeep, Xiao spoke into her radio. Understood. I'm on my way. Secure Longshan Mountain. Don't let it escape. Her expression was grim. We've found traces of the L organization at the scene, a voice reported. The L organization. Curses filled the air. Those lunatics who'll inject the GT virus at any cost, pursuing enhanced abilities. Who knows who else has joined them? XIOXUE's jeep screeched to a halt. She jumped out, gun in hand. The ET is injured. Its combat effectiveness is low. Watch out for the L organization. Don't let them cause trouble. The man in white, looking through his scope, said, there at 9 o'clock, target carrying explosives. He fired. A group of figures exploded. Only lunatics would do this. He watched from afar. What are they trying to do? They brought explosives up the mountain. Are they trying to blow up Longshan Mountain? A drone approached unnoticed. Zhao looked up, sensing something. Activate your armor. Disperse. The drone exploded, the force of the blast knocking them off their feet. Lin Hao emerged from the bushes, looking around. No guards. He followed the mermaid's directions towards the mountain. How do you know the way? Because I'm me, she said, grinning. Why are you going there? Lin Hao stopped by a tree. When the explosion happened, I felt a mysterious energy calling me here. The mermaid stared at him, bewildered. Calling you? Calling me here, damn it. We've lost contact with HQ. The Dragon team jammed our signal. It's fine. We took out their commander. Priority is finding the injured ET, Lin Hao grinned. So that's what happened, injured ET, huh? Both sides are looking for it. If I follow them, I'll find the ET. He spotted the two men from the river. It's them, that box, that weapon unmistakable. It's all because of that damn fish. It bit through my armor. That fish's bite force is incredible. It pierced a Mark III suit. Forget about the fish. Let's see if the ET is hiding here. If we find it, we can get new armor. The armored man sped off, leaving a trail of purple-black energy. Lin Hao watched, amazed. Holy crap, he's fast. Even faster than in the water. I'm no match for him on land. He heard footsteps. What's that? He followed the sound, pushing aside branches. Zhao fired at a grotesque creature writhing on the ground. Lin Hao quickly covered his nose and mouth. That's disgusting. Focus. The mermaid snapped, rapping him on the head. This isn't the time for aesthetic judgments. Zhao contacted the Dragon team. I've found the ET, sending coordinates. Proceed with caution. The armored man emerged from the bushes, a sinister smile on his face. Team leader Luo, what a coincidence. He pointed his blade at her. Too bad. Then he lunged. Suddenly, a figure appeared, radiating blue and red energy, stopping the armored man in his tracks. Cracks appeared in the ground beneath his feet. You want to kill her? Say that again. Who do you want to kill? Time's running out. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, his fist crackling with energy. He turned the blade around and stabbed it into the man's chest. Who are you? The man gasped, blood trickling from his lips. He stared at Lin Hao, then his eyes widened in recognition. It's you, he laughed maniacally. You're no different from me. He pulled the blade from his chest and flung it toward Zhao. Lin Hao and Zhao both reacted instantly. Zhao dodged, the blade embedding itself in the ground behind her. She stared at Lin Hao, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Hao, trying to hurt my wife. Lin Hao's fist crackled with lightning. You're looking for death. He punched the man again, the force of the blow obliterating him. Zhao ran towards Lin Hao, but he jumped into the lake, vanishing. Lin Hao, she cried, reaching the empty shore. It was him, the man I've been searching for. But why did he run? Her heart ached. I wasn't mistaken. It was him. What's going on? Lin Hao, underwater, looked up at her softly. I'm sorry, Zhao. It's not time yet. We both have our missions, the mermaid sniffled. So touching. A young couple separated by fate. Lin Hao cringed. That's cheesy. What I meant was, he looked at his fins. In my human form, I felt different. Even though there are no rewards for your human form, your combat experience and spirit carry over to your carp form, the mermaid explained. Zhao, regaining her composure, contacted the Dragon team. The injured ET has escaped. Search the area. I'm sending coordinates. It's trying to escape, the mermaid said, thoughtfully. But where can it go? Lin Hao's eyes widened. I know. It's looking for its ship, but where is it? The mermaid stared at him blankly. Lin Hao, grinning, began to flatter her. You're the best, the most beautiful system in the world. Can you help me find the ship? She pushed him away. How am I supposed to do that? You helped me avoid detection. You can sense electronic signals, right? like its ship. Do you think it's connected to Bluetooth? She said, exasperated, but she had an idea. Data streamed before her eyes, scanning the mountain, found it. It's at the summit. Lin Hao swam towards the summit at incredible speed. Why the rush? The mermaid asked, struggling to keep up. We have to act fast, he replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. I can't let it escape. It's probably a scout. If it sends information back, we're in even bigger trouble. The injured ET stumbled along the riverbank, its body oozing purple fluid. It saw fish surfacing and grinned, then plunged into the water, devouring them. Lin Hao smelled blood. What's that? He swam towards the scent, warning, enemy combat power exceeds yours. The ET, snacking on fish, sensed something and turned. Now, Lin Hao roared, charging, it's injured. This is my chance. He activated his skills, his body glowing with power. He rammed his horn into the ET's eye. The ET shrieked, then swung its weapon. Lin Hao dodged, whipping his tail, knocking the weapon away. Missed me. Now what? He drove his horn deeper. Suddenly, the ET's arm stretched, grabbing its weapon. It swung, the blade slicing at Lin Hao's horn. Sparks flew. I've seen that move before. Is that all you got? Relying on equipment, Lin Hao backed away. The ET clutched its injured eye. That hurt. Lin Hao growled, his eyes blazing. The ET lunged, its blade a blur. Lin Hao barely saw it coming. The blade struck his head, cracking his horn. He roared, biting down on the ET's arm, tearing it off. Now what? He sneered. The ET stared at him, its remaining eye glowing. Its other arm began to glow with power. What the hell? The ET punched Lin Hao, sending him flying. He lost consciousness. Lin Hao, wake up, the mermaid cried, pulling him up. I can't help you much. Don't be reckless. Lin Hao opened his eyes, dazed. Don't dawdle. Next time, you're on your own. The ET punched him again, shattering the mermaid's protective barrier. This guy, the mermaid sighed. Lin Hao crashed into the ground. That hurt. He struggled to his feet. You ambushed me, the ET roared, attacking again. Lin Hao dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. He's fast, but why does my tail feel so heavy? He realized the ET was holding his tail, a fish's tail. The ET chuckled, its eyes gleaming. Lin Hao activated flame scales, his body engulfed in blue flames. The ET recoiled, its hand burning. What are you doing? Lin Hao grinned, his eyes filled with malice. He charged, kicking the ET with his powerful tail, then biting into its shoulder, refusing to let go. The ET screamed, then collapsed. Lin Hao continued his assault until the ET stopped moving. Finally, he sighed, the flames dying down. Search over there. If you don't find it, I'll feed you to the dogs. Lin Hao looked up. More of them. I can't let them see me. He swam away. What if it's dead? Dead? Who could kill it? Lin Hao surfaced, listening. I can't let them find the body. He dove down, a grim look on his face. Time to get rid of the evidence. He began to devour the ET Ding, consumed level 6 warrior. Gained 30,000 evolution points, 30,000. Lin Hao's eyes widened. That's a lot. Time to level up, the mermaid said, grinning, 30,000 points. I wonder what I'll evolve into. A blue light enveloped him. He opened his eyes, looking at his hands, then at the mermaid. How do I look? Amazing, she exclaimed. He had arms and legs, a powerful tail, sharper teeth, and a more human-like face. He was a flame-scale salamander. What is this? He stammered. He looked at the mermaid, bewildered. A salamander. I evolved into an amphibian. After transforming into the flame-scale salamander, Lin Hao stared at himself in disbelief. What the? He examined his new limbs, flexing his claws. I actually have arms and legs, just like I always wanted, he grinned. Now I can move around freely, and I'm so much stronger. Deep in the Longshan Mountains, a sleek, futuristic craft sat hidden in a clearing. The L organization guards patrolled the perimeter. Stay alert. We're waiting for the boss to bring back our equipment, one guard said. Right, the other replied. Suddenly, a red blur shot from the water, slicing through their throats. Who's there? One guard gasped before collapsing. Lin Hao, in his salamander form, crawled towards the craft. You already got the evolution points. What are you doing? The mermaid asked, curious. Lin Hao gestured towards the craft. I don't want them to have this craft. Inside the craft, a member of the L organization was listening to music. Footsteps approached. Lin Hao in human form attacked. The L organization member dodged, surprised. What the hell? Who are you? The shadowy figure shifted, transforming into the flame-scale salamander. The man stared in terror, frozen in place. Lin Hao lunged, biting down hard. You wanted to skin me. The man gasped, blood gurgling in his throat. The commotion alerted the other guards. They rushed to the scene, only to be met by the monstrous salamander, its eyes blazing, claws dripping blood. Stay back, stay away, one guard screamed. Lin Hao attacked. A flurry of claws and teeth, screams and the clang of weapons filled the air. Moments later, silence. Lin Hao stood amidst the carnage, the bodies of the guards scattered around the craft. I feel lighter, he murmured, flexing his claws. My strength and speed have increased dramatically. I'm not stuck in the water anymore. This is amazing. He transformed back into a human, kicking a nearby corpse. Stay down. You were too loud. He looked around the craft's cockpit, at the flashing lights and complex controls. I have no idea what any of this means. The mermaid examined the controls. Look. She pointed to a box under the console. Lin Hao grabbed it, his eyes lighting up. I knew there would be something good here. He pocketed the box and headed for the exit, back outside. They looked at the craft. You're not going to just leave it here, are you? The mermaid asked, waiting for the dragon team to find it. How else will I contact them? When will their drones even reach this area? Lin Hao grinned. I have an idea. They ran towards the perimeter fence, setting it ablaze. I had higher hopes for your plan, the mermaid said dryly. If you can't understand it, don't criticize it, Lin Hao retorted. There's no better way. This way, I can alert Zhao without revealing my identity. The craft was engulfed in flames. The dragon team member noticed the forest fire and quickly reported to his captain. Captain, could this be the work of that mutated creature again? The man in white, seemingly realizing something, replied, interesting, I'd love to study it. Zhao, observing the scene, stroked her chin thoughtfully. Good question. It warrants investigation. A whole spaceship. She realized she couldn't delve too deep. If we investigate further, we'll uncover Lin Hao's identity. Zhao frowned. I haven't even found him yet, and now this could lead to him being hunted. Her thoughts shifted. The man in white, stroking his own chin, mused aloud. We can put aside the strange creature for now, but what about their weapons? Could they be gone too? We still haven't found any. Could it have eaten them? How absurd, the man in white wondered. Lin Hao was busy burying the ET weapons. He surveyed his handiwork. Satisfied, the mermaid sighed. All that work to destroy a perfectly good ship. Lin Hao shrugged. What else could I do? My tiny human hands are useless against that thing. We had to disable it somehow, right? The mermaid said sarcastically. Lin Hao lay down, relaxing. Evolving from a fish to an amphibian, my evolution is accelerating. I might actually become a dragon someday. Ding. Normal quest. Consume 10 eels 5/10. Reward. White bed. Ding. Normal quest. Consume 100 river shrimp 0/100. Reward. White bed. Ding. Difficult quest. Consume 10 mutated creatures 3/10. Reward. Blue bed. Ding. Difficult quest. Consume mutated tyrant dragon 0/1. Reward. Purple bed. Ding. Difficult quest. Consume tier 1 warrior beast 6. Reward. Significantly improved cardiopulmonary function. Ding. Difficult quest. Consume tier 2 warrior beast 6. Reward. Significantly improved vision. What the hell? Lin Hao exclaimed. Consume 6 tier 2 warrior beasts. That's a suicide mission, not a quest. Just leave it blank, the mermaid said, shrugging. Lin Hao felt a pang of despair. It's like school all over again. A whole page of blank answers. He opened his map. Let's go. They vanished into the water. They reappeared in a dark forest. Hundreds of mutated eels writhed in a nearby river. Aren't you going to eat those? The mermaid asked. I thought you hated eels. Not yet. There's another batch coming, Lin Hao replied, watching as a man dumped another container of eels into the river. All right, that's done, let's go get a drink. The man said to his companion, You're on, let's get wasted. Underwater, bubbles rose to the surface. A nearby fisherman turned, startled. What's that? Before he could react, Lin Hao emerged, blasting him with a powerful jet of water. Both fishermen were drenched. What the hell? One of them noticed the mutated eels writhing on him. Oh my god, demons! Mutated eels! He screamed, terrified, as the eels crawled on his face. I told you this would happen. Wait for me. They both ran, screaming. Lin Hao watched them flee. They look like they're with the eel organization. Aren't they supposed to be after me? What are they doing? He crawled onto the shore, surveying the area. Besides the eels, what else did they dump here? He looked at the rippling water, then noticed flashing red lights in the distance. Is that a light? Am I hallucinating? He jumped back into the water, swimming towards the lights. No, I'm not seeing things. A swarm of giant crayfish, claws raised, advanced towards him. One lunged, its claws snapping inches from his face. Mutated crayfish, so many. And they're huge. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. A crayfish feast. Too bad I don't have any spices. This needs to be spicy. The lead crayfish signaled its swarm to attack. Lin Hao unleashed a torrent of flames. Grilled crayfish. He grinned, charging towards the now cooked crayfish. Ding! Consumed juvenile mutated crayfish, gained 100 evolution points. Suddenly, the lead crayfish attacked, its claws narrowly missing Lin Hao's head. He stared, impressed, shocked. I can't underestimate these things. He backed away, cautious. The crayfish retreated, its eyes fixed on him. It's fast. I thought its size would slow it down. It attacked again, aiming for his head, its movements a blur. Lin Hao dodged, barely. It's a close-range fighter. He charged, ramming his horn into the crayfish. The crayfish caught his horns in its claws. Lin Hao was trapped. Seriously, he grinned, baring his teeth. This used to be a problem, but now I have limbs. He squeezed the crayfish's claws, cracking them. He raised his claws, preparing a finishing blow. The crayfish blasted him with a dark red energy beam, then retreated. Lin Hao's hand was injured, bleeding. Before he could react, the crayfish lunged again, its claws aimed at his wounded arm. Lin Hao unleashed flame scales, a brilliant blue fire erupting around him. The crayfish was cooked instantly. Lin Hao devoured it, crunching happily. You thought you could take me? He mumbled, picking his teeth with a twig. The meat's good, but the shell is too tough. Ding! Difficult quest. Consume 10 mutated creatures 10/10. Reward. Blue treasure chest. Completed. A crayfish feast and a completed quest. Nice, he grinned, checking his system. Time to open the treasure chest. A soft light emerged from the chest, swirling around him. He watched, anticipation building. Look, I'll show you something, he said to the mermaid. She turned, curious. What is he up to now? Lin Hao unleashed a torrent of fire, electricity, and swirling black wind, like atomic breath. The water around him boiled. The mermaid stared, speechless. He can breathe fire underwater. How powerful will it be on land? Lin Hao grinned, striking a pose. Cool. Huh, the mermaid rolled her eyes. Don't burn down the mountain. Just play in the water for a while. Setting fire to the mountain will get you jailed for life. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. He devoured it in one bite. He and the mermaid looked at the seemingly peaceful fish swimming below. What lurks beneath the surface? What if the entire city is infested with these eels? You're being targeted by 2 organizations now. It's too dangerous to be seen, the mermaid warned. Lin Hao looked at the murky depths, a thoughtful expression on his face. Why release the eels so deep in the river? To delay detection. His eyes whitened. They're distracting the dragon team. He swam towards the shore. Their lives have nothing to do with me, but I like Longyan Lake. I don't want to move. He transformed back into his human form and ran through the forest. Where are you going? The mermaid asked, running after him. I suddenly want to eat eels, he replied, grinning. I love eels. Back in the conference room, a map displayed blinking red dots, each marking a location along the rivers and lakes where a body had been found. The victims were all those who had dumped mutated creatures into the water. A heavy silence fell over the room. The man in white slammed his fists on the table. They deliberately released these creatures. These mutated eels are small enough to enter the human body. This is a disaster, he said, his face red with anger. Damn it, so much to deal with. He took a deep breath, composing himself. Seal off all rivers and await further instructions from headquarters. Yes, sir. In the Dragon Team lab, researchers and Zhao studied a large screen displaying a creature that was half bird, half human, with glowing golden wings, swimming in the ocean, surrounded by crackling purple electricity. Can we pinpoint its location and launch an attack? Zhao asked. Its speed is too fast. It appeared briefly, then vanished. The man in white replied. It's headed towards the Atlantic. It's out of our jurisdiction. But there's something more important. An elderly man approached. Team Leader Luo, researchers. I'm the head of the Longyan branch. Team Leader Luo has brought us a significant discovery. Zhao pushed up her glasses. We have an intact alien spacecraft. An intact ship, a young researcher exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. They usually destroy their ships upon landing, leaving only useless debris. How? The ET was attacked before it could destroy the ship, Zhao explained, her voice calm, though her mind raced with worrying. Her mentor examined the ship. Judging by the battle damage, it wasn't fighting humans. It was killed by another creature, a powerful mutated creature. He coughed, but the ET's sword is missing. Could someone from the L organization have taken it? Did the mutated creature eat the sword? Zhao froze, remembering her encounter with Lin Hao on Longshan Mountain. He stopped the L organization member and saved me. Could that mutated creature be him? The Longyan branch has found traces of a large mutated creature, believed to have killed the ET. They're hunting it now. Don't worry, her mentor reassured her. Zhao turned to him, her heart pounding. Can I receive the GT virus injection? As soon as possible, he sighed, if you've made up your mind. He looked at her, his face creased with worrying. Are you sure? You know the risks. I'll take responsibility for the consequences, she said firmly. At dawn, Lin Hao skipped a stone across the water. Birds chirped, the sun rising over the mountains. We should clean this place up, he said, stretching. You're still full of energy. I'm exhausted, the mermaid grumbled. Fighting mutated creatures, being chased by the Dragon Team, Lin Hao's cheerful demeanor vanished. He slumped down beside her, tears welling up in his eyes. It's so hard, the mermaid patted his head. It's okay. At least you ate a lot of mutated eels, leveled up. Why do I feel like I'm comforting a puppy? Ding. Host. Lin Hao race, flame scale salamander. Level, 28, length, 3.1 meters, strength, 166, skills, super collision, wild combat, camouflage, flame scales, powerful bite, powerful tail whip, steel scales. Abilities, auspicious guardian LV, 7 passive. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, quest rewards, he tapped the blinking red icon. A purple light surged into his body, causing him to gasp. He felt a strange tingling sensation, like thousands of ants crawling under his skin. What's happening? He looked himself over. No visible changes. Obtain skill. Berserk. Enter a berserk state, greatly increasing combat power for 10 seconds, followed by a period of weakness. Cooldown, 24 hours. Obtain skill. Razor sharp claws, 10 seconds. He exclaimed, what good is that? Then he grinned, a last resort, maybe. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Lin Hao braced himself. The mermaid looked towards a distant mountain. Lin Hao, the earthquake. It's coming from that cave. They ran towards the newly formed cave. It's just big enough for me to enter, Lin Hao said, peering into the darkness. He crawled inside. He reached a dead end. No way. He tapped the wall, hollow. He clawed at the rock, creating a hole. Light streamed in. He peeked through. His eyes widened. Creatures with long snouts, sharp teeth, and tails floated in large tanks filled with liquid. And then he saw it, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, frozen in a block of ice. Holy crap, a tyrant dragon. The ice began to crack. The dinosaur stirred. It's alive. Lin Hao stared, frozen in terror. This is bad. Inside the massive ice block, a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex, frozen mid-roar, stared down at Lin Hao. Holy crap! A tyrant dragon, he yelled, staring through the hole in the wall. Can the system scan its power level? The mermaid shrugged, her eyes closed. No life signs detected, so no combat power reading. But I saw its eyes move, and the ice cracked. Is the ice some kind of signal jammer? Suddenly, the mermaid's eyes glowed red, alarm bells ringing. Warning, warning, powerful unknown life form detected. Red warning symbols flashed around Lin Hao. Danger. Danger. Water surged into the cave, flooding it rapidly. Lin Hao turned, startled. Even the high tide can't reach this cave. What can control the water like this? A whirlpool formed beneath him, growing into a massive vortex. Lin Hao was caught in the swirling current, his body tossed around like a doll. Calm down. Find a chance to teleport. He focused his energy, his eyes glowing red. Let's see who's trying to kill me. With a burst of speed, he shot out of the vortex, a tiny figure against the swirling water. He looked back at the churning water, now calm on the surface. It's like a separate dimension. How can it be so calm out here? Two glowing red eyes appeared in the depths below. A massive, shadowy figure emerged, twice the size of Lin Hao. It's at least 2 meters long. High-level mutated creature detected, possesses cognitive abilities. Can absorb abilities from consumed prey. Lin Hao grinned, his eyes gleaming. Perfect. I wonder how many evolution points this thing is worth, and it can control water. I've never seen that before. The massive fish approached, releasing a barrage of glowing water bubbles towards Lin Hao. What are those? He dodged, but the bubbles followed him. They're homing. The first bubble struck him, exploding with a bright flash. Lin Hao roared in pain. Not that painful, but annoying. The other bubbles exploded around him. He unleashed a wave of fire and energy, detonating the remaining bubbles. Enough. He glared at the fish. You dare provoke me. His attack accidentally struck a mutated octopus, which lashed out with a tentacle. What now? Lin Hao exclaimed, dodging the tentacle as the fish launched another barrage of bubbles. 2 at once. Seriously, the octopus ensnared him with its tentacles. They're working together. They're smart, trying to double-team me. He unleashed flame scales, his body burning with intense heat. The octopus recoiled. The fish, seeing an opening, prepared another attack, its mouth gathering energy. You're mocking me? Lin Hao roared, charging towards the fish, ignoring the exploding bubbles. Let's see how many of those you can make, eh? He reached the fish, its mouth still gathering energy. He grabbed its jaws, forcing them open, and unleashed a torrent of molten lava into its mouth. The fish died instantly. That's what you get for messing with me. He continued to blast the fish with lava, venting his frustration. Finally, he stopped, letting the charred body sink. He dove down and devoured it. So you like to explode, huh? Explode again, I dare you. The smell of blood will attract more mutated creatures, the mermaid warned. Lin Hao wiped his mouth. Let them come. I'll eat them all. Ding. Consumed mutated fish. Gained 25,000 evolution points. Only 25,000. That's it. Let's go. This place isn't safe. The mermaid urged. Not yet. I have to find that octopus. It ran away. There's a mutated creature breeding facility here. Are you sure you want to waste time? I'll leave if things get hairy. They swam deeper. It's over there. Lin Hao saw a tentacle waving in the distance, a cloud of black ink swirling around it. Is it waving at me? The tentacle detached and shot towards him. Lin Hao dodged. That was fast. Why did it detach? He looked ahead and gasped. A gigantic mutated crab, radiating purple energy and crackling black lightning, stood before him, the octopus tentacle still wriggling in its mouth. It stared at Lin Hao, its eyes filled with malice. It unleashed a powerful gravitational force, the water around them growing dark and heavy. This is intense, even stronger than the ET. Lin Hao struggled against the pressure, sweat dripping from his brow. Run! Lin Hao swam with all his might, his tail propelling him through the murky water. The crab's massive claw, crackling with purple-black energy, swiped at him, the pressure immense. What's happening? Teleport. Warning. This area is outside the teleport range. Damn it. He swam faster, dodging another claw strike. I have to reach the teleport range. He remembered the mermaid's warning. She told me it wasn't safe here. The crab's claw grazed his tail, slicing through his scales. A thin line of blood appeared. What? Just a graze, and my scales are cracked. He winced, feeling the pressure building again. I have to get out of here. He dodged another attack, the claw narrowly missing him. He swam frantically, finally reaching calmer waters. I made it, he gasped, relieved. Back in Longian Lake, Lin Hao sat on a rock, panting and laughing. The mermaid, arms crossed, watched him, shaking her head. You can teleport now. That was close, Lin Hao said, wiping his brow. I won't underestimate the ocean again. They surfaced, looking around. This isn't Hualong Lake, Lin Hao said, confused. You probably chose the wrong location in your panic, the mermaid replied, equally surprised. What's that? Lin Hao pointed. A mutated eel, isn't it? They watched as a school of eels devoured a fish. They're multiplying fast. Lin Hao unleashed a burst of flame, incinerating the eels. Why waste your fire on those small eel? The mermaid asked. Lin Hao shrugged, chewing on a cooked eel. It makes me feel better. Suddenly, they both froze, their eyes meeting. Something's not right, Lin Hao said, his eyes glowing red. I was to relax. Me too, the mermaid agreed. They scanned their surroundings, their eyes widened. The entire lake was teeming with mutated eels, swirling like a giant, writhing dragon. How many did they release? Are they trying to destroy the city? Lin Hao unleashed a blast of fire, but it barely made a dent in the swarm. He growled, his body crackling with red lightning. This is disgusting. Get out of the water, the mermaid urged. Lin Hao climbed onto the shore, facing the lake. He gathered his energy, a glowing orb of red and black lightning forming in his mouth. He exhaled, a torrent of fire engulfing the lake. The water boiled, steam rising, the surface stained red with the blood of countless eels. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Making a big scene, aren't you? Afraid they won't know it was you? The mermaid remarked. Lin Hao grinned. I'm doing a public service. The dragon team should thank me. Let's go, before they do. Lin Hao walked along the shore. There are no other creatures here. The eels ate them all. He heard voices coming from the bushes. He cautiously approached, parting the branches. Two men in suits were talking suits in a forest. Those idiots got caught. What do we do now? So what if they're caught? They already released the eels. Soon, every river in Longian City will be infested, he chuckled. Their capture doesn't matter. Our goal is achieved. We just have to wait. Lin Hao seethed, his fists clenching. They're treating this like a game. People's lives are at stake. Now, Zhao Cheng and the others are panicking. The more monsters we create, the closer we are to our goal. Once the mutated creatures cause enough chaos, we can enter the ruins. With their perfect plan, the ruins will be ours. Lin Hao, camouflaged, moved closer. The ruins. Is the tyrant dragon their target? Maybe. One of the men held a vial filled with mutated fish eggs. Besides, the whole planet is evolving. We're just accelerating the process. He casually tossed the vial into the lake. Longian City is going to have a lot of casualties. Let's see how they handle it. They both laughed. Lin Hao snatched the vial from the water and threw it back, hitting one of the men in the head. What the hell? The other man drew a knife, electricity crackling around the blade. Lin Hao leapt from the water, attacking. The man swung his knife, the blade glowing green. Lin Hao blocked, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The blade pierced his hand. Damn it, he roared, punching the man, sending him flying. The man landed with a sickening thud, blood gushing from his mouth. You bastard, he gasped, trying to raise his knife. Lin Hao unleashed flame scales, engulfing the man in flames. The other man watched in horror, unable to help. The flames died down, leaving only a charred corpse. Lin Hao turned his burning gaze towards the remaining man. Where are you? He advanced. Who's the monster now? The man trembled, his knife shaking in his hand. You can talk. Lin Hao exhaled a stream of smoke and fire. You're about to die. The man's high-tech glasses recorded the entire scene. The image blurred as the heat intensified, then cut out as the flames engulfed him. You'll pay for this, Lin Hao roared, unaware he was being recorded. The man, before being incinerated, had removed his glasses and placed them aside. "If I'm going to die, I'll at least leave some evidence." "You won't live long either, monster," the man gasped, his last words a defiant threat. Lin Hao ignored him, looking down at the charred corpse. "I'll live forever. Who are you to challenge me?" He sat down, exhausted. The mermaid surveyed the scene. "Don't tell me you're going to eat them?" Lin Hao rolled his eyes. "Disgusting. I'm thinking about what they said. They said all the mutated creatures will erupt. There's more than just the eels. Maybe they don't control the creatures," the mermaid mused. Lin Hao's eyes widened. It was just a scout. "There's more coming," the mermaid smiled. "Finally figured it out." They jumped into the lake, leaving the scene behind. "Are they trying to awaken all the mutated creatures in the ruins and take over Longyan City? We have to find a way into those ruins," Lin Hao said, swimming towards the river. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision blurred. He clutched his head, groaning. In the lab, machines whirred, scientists monitoring the data. A door hissed open, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Zhao emerged from a chamber, gasping for air. "How do you feel?" her mentor asked. "Lighter," she replied, testing her limbs. "Stronger, too." He handed her a uniform and an ID card. "Congratulations, you've successfully received the high-concentration GT virus injection. We should have sent you to HQ for training, but we have an emergency. We'll talk on the way." Zhao quickly changed. "You've been asleep for 20 hours. 3 hours ago, the L organization attacked our network, trying to steal our data on mutated creatures." "The L organization? They're finally making their move," Zhao said, her brow furrowed. "Those lunatics believe the GT virus is the next step in human evolution. They inject themselves with massive doses, believing only the strongest will survive. They're causing chaos, claiming it's a new era of evolution." "When did they get involved with the ETs?" "I don't know. They seem to think the ETs are their saviors, guiding them towards evolution." They reached a secure door. Her mentor opened it, using a combination of fingerprint, voice, facial, and retinal scans. "Let's go. Time to find your weapon," Zhao smiled. "Are we any different from the L organization now?" Her mentor chuckled. "They're doing it for themselves. We're doing it to protect humanity." Zhao walked through the door. "Oh, and the Longyan branch captured a mutated creature. They're waiting for your instructions." Zhao nodded, then frowned. "A mutated creature?" Lin Hao opened his eyes. He was hanging upside down in a net, surrounded by Dragon Team members and the man in white. "Where am I?" "We finally caught it. This new capture device works wonders." "But what kind of mutated creature is this? It looks like a dragon." The man in white mused, studying Lin Hao. Lin Hao glared at him. "He caught me again." "What now?" the mermaid asked, hanging upside down beside him, grinning. "I can't wait to see you dissected." Lin Hao ignored her, sulking. "The ruins are more important. I don't know what to do." Zhao approached Jia Cheng. Lin Hao froze, his eyes widening. He gripped the net, trembling. "Caution, the target is agitated," the man in white shouted. The soldiers aimed their weapons at Lin Hao. Zhao calmly checked her tablet. "Tranquilize it first. We need it alive for research." Before the tranquilizer dart could hit him, Lin Hao shouted, "Zhao." Zhao froze, her hand trembling. She recognized that voice. Zhao froze, tears welling up. She turned towards him. "Is that you?" Lin Hao gestured reassuringly. "I'm fine." Zhao stared at him, her heart pounding. "Lin Hao, is that really you?" Lin Hao looked at the mermaid. "I need to talk to her." The mermaid clamped a hand over his mouth. "Are you crazy? If you transform now, the Dragon Team will dissect you for sure." Lin Hao sighed. "I have so much to tell her. Let them free you first," the mermaid advised. Lin Hao looked at Zhao, his claws gripping the net. "How can I tell her it's me in this form?" Zhao approached the net, tears streaming down her face. "What happened to you? You must have suffered so much." She reached out to touch him. Suddenly, 3 meteors streaked across the sky, crashing into the mountains. Explosions rocked the area. The ruins, the ruins!" Lin Hao roared. Zhao and Jia Cheng stared at the explosions. Contact HQ, something's happening at the ruins. Zhao shouted, then turned to Lin Hao. I don't know what happened to you. This is an emergency. I don't know what to do. She wanted to run to him, but her duty called. I trust you, but I can't risk the lives of others. Lin Hao understood. He knew her sense of duty. The net ripped open. Lin Hao surfaced, looking at Zhao. Huolong Pond, wait for me. Zhao smiled, tears in her eyes. Lin Hao dove back into the water. The lake was calm again, the sun shining on the distant mountains. It got away, Zhao Cheng said, scratching his head. Oh well, we'll catch it next time. Zhao returned to shore. All units, assemble. We're going to the ruins, underwater. Lin Hao retrieved the sword he had hidden. Aren't we going to the ruins? What are you doing? The mermaid asked, confused. Lin Hao held up the glowing red sword. They'll need this. More explosions echoed from the distance. Sounds like a fleet is arriving, Lin Hao said, looking up. He swam towards the sound, sword in hand, activating his camouflage. More meteors streaked across the sky. Why are they so interested in Longyan City? Warning, powerful unknown lifeform detected. Lin Hao frowned, gripping his sword. I cleared out Huolong Pond. Where are these creatures coming from? The water churned. A large orb of purple-black energy appeared, crackling with electricity. Two figures stood on the shore. Why are they here? Their target is the ruins, not Longyan Lake. One of the men, dressed in purple armor with a gem on his forehead, said, It's awake. The other man's device beeped. Combat power, 350, its power. It's stronger than mine. Bubbles rose to the surface. A red blur shot out of the water, attacking the two men. It's awake. Lin Hao's attack missed. He skidded across the ground, leaving deep claw marks. My master will be here soon. The armored man chuckled. Master, who cares? I'll just kill them both. Lin Hao's eyes glowed red, electricity crackling around him. Prepare to die. He unleashed a torrent of fire. The armored man drew to swords, deflecting the flames. Sir, we didn't awaken this one. The armored man's eyes narrowed. If not this one, then where is the one we awakened? Lin Hao charged, kicking off the ground, leaving a crater. The armored man swung his sword. Lin Hao dodged, leaping onto the man's back, snapping his neck. Blood sprayed. He held the severed head, looking at the remaining man. You want to fight too? The man raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of electricity. Lin Hao was thrown back into the water. The man watched the still water. The orb of purple energy floated above. Lin Hao clutched his wound, sinking. That hurt. The water began to swirl, forming a massive vortex. They created that, he gasped, staring at the growing whirlpool, caught in the vortex created by the ET's orb. Lin Hao was tossed and turned. Is this how the ET controls the whirlpools? Is this a prison? The current grew stronger, pulling him deeper. But the water is moving. Where is it taking me? The mermaid blew a red bubble, encasing herself and Lin Hao in a protective sphere. Better safe than sorry. He sat in a meditative pose, a red glow emanating from his body. The mermaid watched him, arms crossed. You really know how to take advantage of any situation. Meditating to recover energy in the middle of a crisis, multitasking, Lin Hao replied calmly. On land, Dragon Team vehicles, loaded with heavy weaponry, stood ready. Soldiers, armed and armored, waited for orders. Zhao Cheng approached Zhao. According to the news from the headquarters, they have captured at least 3 spacecraft tracks. 3 ships, all heading for Longshan Mountain. Their target is the ruins of civilization, Zhao said, her brow furrowed. Stay here and wait for reinforcements. I'll take a team to investigate. Check your comms and be careful. Report any unusual activity. Zhao Cheng led his team into the forest. To frozen tyrant dragons in the ruins, something doesn't add up. Why so many ships for just 2 dinosaurs? It's overkill. Zhao Xu's eyes widened. There's more than one set of ruins in Longyan City. She contacted her mentor. Their target isn't just the tyrant dragons. It's the ruins, the ones we haven't found yet. He frowned and said seriously, the soldiers sent by the headquarters to assist this time are experienced in combat. You should cooperate to defend Longshan Mountain first. They were talking to each other when suddenly from afar a voice rang out, "Team Leader Luo." This attracted the attention of both of them. They turned their eyes towards the source of the voice. A tall, blonde man in full armor approached. "Greetings. I'm Li Yi, leader of the Dragon Team Strike Force." In another part of the forest, Zhao Cheng's team waited. "Are you sure about your calculations, boss?" Zhao Cheng checked his watch. "Just wait. Another wave should arrive soon." Just as he finished his sentence, a soldier pointed towards the sky and shouted, "It's coming." Meteors. Everyone immediately looked in the direction the soldier was pointing and stood up. Zhao Cheng raised an eyebrow and dropped his cigarette. "They're here." He quickly contacted Zhao, his brow furrowed as he watched the meteor's trajectory. "Team Leader Luo, target sighted, deploying interception." He then immediately rallied his team. "Move out, head towards the meteor impact site." From the ground, a missile was launched into the air towards the meteors. A loud bang illuminated the area like fireworks, followed by a cloud of dust rising right before everyone's eyes. Zhao Cheng narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Begin the search." His subordinates swiftly moved out like arrows. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, echoing through the sky like someone was setting off firecrackers, smoke billowing in a corner of the forest. The entire team rushed forward like ninjas. Zhao Cheng ordered, "Move quickly. Gather a large force." Moving with incredible speed, the team quickly discovered something ahead. Zhao Cheng shouted, "Stop! There's a spaceship there." Everyone spread out, observing the strange object that had appeared in the forest. It had taken a direct hit from their attack, yet it remained completely unscathed. To say it wasn't strange would be a lie. A soldier, witnessing this, was astonished and approached Zhao Cheng, asking, "It was clearly hit. Why is there no damage?" Zhao Cheng was also shocked. He knew that the weapons they used were heavy-duty military grade, yet the object before them was completely unharmed. This made him furrow his brow even more. His eyes filled with caution as he looked at the object. He replied, "I don't know. According to the information we have, this UFO is identical to the one we encountered before. Based on current analysis, this type of spacecraft is the same size as the intact one we found earlier. A missile hit should have caused it to catch fire, but there's no sign of damage." The team had been guarding the UFO for a while now, but no object or creature had emerged. Had it escaped before they arrived? Were they too late? As the team was discussing their doubts, the spaceship suddenly showed signs of movement. The door slowly opened, and a thin wisp of smoke wafted out. A stream of dark purple energy surged out at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. It gradually formed into a black, fully armored figure, carrying a long sword on its back. It resembled an alien from the XLR8 race, but with different colors. It charged straight towards Zhao Cheng's team. Zhao Cheng gripped his gun, his face tense as he pulled the trigger. The elite soldiers quickly unleashed a barrage of high-grade bullets towards the figure. As a welcoming gift, they offered only bullets. Using the traditional Z-shaped dodging pattern, the figure expertly avoided the bullets and headed towards a soldier at lightning speed. In less than 3 seconds, it was standing before him. Before the soldier could react, the figure had already extended its claw-like hand in greeting. With a swift downward slash, the soldier's fragile body was sliced into like a piece of soft tofu. Having overcome one obstacle, the figure quickly accelerated towards Zhao Cheng. Witnessing its speed and agility, which was truly beyond his expectations, Zhao Cheng furrowed his brow, his eyes focused on every movement of the enemy, his face extremely tense as he gritted his teeth. Instead of passively waiting for the enemy to approach, he took the initiative and charged forward, drawing the sword from his back and rushing towards the enemy. "You're asking for death." Seeing Zhao Cheng wielding a weapon, the figure also drew the long sword from its back. In the next second, sparks flew as their blades clashed. The sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air, and electric sparks crackled between the two swords. The two engaged in an intense battle. Zhao Cheng did not underestimate his opponent. He attacked while observing his foe. After exchanging blows for several hundred rounds, he gritted his teeth, his eyes determined to fight to the death. "Today, even if I die, I'll take this beast down with me." In contrast, the figure remained emotionless, seemingly unaffected by the attacks. During the fight, Zhao Cheng, seeing that the time was right, resolutely ordered, "Fire!" The team, flanking from behind, unleashed a barrage of bullets, but they were all blocked by an external force field. Seeing their attacks fail, the figure narrowed its eyes dangerously and mocked, "Weak primitives. Your combat power is too low, a bunch of ignorant humans." It increased the power of its attacks, putting Zhao Cheng on the defensive. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to block the figure's sword. Just as the situation seemed to reach its climax, something suddenly came rushing towards them. Zhao Cheng seized the opportunity and immediately countered. He shouted at the figure, "Come here, you beast. After all, as a man protecting the country, if I die, I must die on the battlefield. I'll fight you to the death." The attack sent the figure flying several meters away, its body scraping against the ground, creating sparks and leaving a trail on the surface. It took about a minute for it to come to a complete stop. Suddenly, footsteps were heard approaching. Zhao Cheng turned and saw a red, dragon-like creature, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Lin Hao!" Lin Hao ignored him, staring intently at the creature that had been knocked away. Despite being sent flying, the creature was completely unharmed. It stood up, chuckling, and said, "You don't know your own strength." It quickly dashed towards the soldiers, its hand channeling energy into the tip of its blade as it charged. Before it could reach them with its blade, a burst of flames suddenly appeared, blocking its path. Everyone was stunned. Lin Hao rushed in front of the figure, flames still flickering in his mouth. "Don't underestimate me, you beast." He then leapt towards the alien. The figure immediately recognized him and swung its sword. Clang! Its sword was no match for Lin Hao's sharp teeth. With one bite, it was reduced to scrap metal. Seeing his sword shattered, the figure was astonished and quickly asked, "Who are you? Which creature did you awaken?" But no one answered. Only a swift swoosh was heard as a parabolic arc appeared. Clang! The figure's hand was completely severed from its body, falling to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Before it could react, Lin Hao quickly grabbed its throat. The figure's hand reflexively reached for Lin Hao's hand, trying to pry it off, but to no avail. Lin Hao looked at it and said, "I have nothing to do with you. Without a weapon, you can't do anything." Facing the figure, Lin Hao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Speaker, what are you planning?" His eyes were filled with ferocity as he stared at it, as if the figure only needed to think about lying, and Lin Hao's hand would immediately crush its throat. Under Lin Hao's threat, the figure showed no fear, only a mocking smile. "The hunting grounds are about to open. You can't stop it, even if you kill me. What then? Everything is already set. We're just waiting for the show to begin." "What is this hunting ground you was talking about?" Lin Hao asked, still gripping the ET's throat. The ET just grinned, a manic gleam in his eyes, even as his throat was being crushed. "Insects." Then, he leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Lin Hao's pupils contracted. A direct hit to the heart. "Is this information accurate?" he asked, his voice tight. "If you're lying, you're dead meat." Before the ET could even nod in confirmation, a piercing whoosh filled the air. An arrow, radiating an aura of immense power, flew towards them like a storm. Thunk! The arrow struck the ET's head, causing it to explode in a shower of snowflakes. Lin Hao, still holding the ET's neck, didn't release his grip even though the head was now gone. He had been so close to getting the crucial information, only to have his source killed at the last moment. His eyes blazed with fury. He turned towards the direction the arrow had come from and roared, "Who was that?" In the distance, a tall, imposing man with a bow stepped forward. He called out, "Zhao Cheng, team leader Zhao." Behind him, Zhao was running towards them. The ET was definitely dead. All eyes were drawn to the two approaching figures. Li Yi, still drawing his bow, was ready to enter a combat stance at any moment. His bow and arrow shimmered with a blinding golden light. He spoke in a serious tone, "I will provide cover." His hand was already positioned, ready to launch another arrow at Lin Hao at a moment's notice. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Cheng instinctively glanced over and quickly exclaimed, "This is from behind." Zhao rushed forward. Zhao ran forward, shouting as loud as she could, "Team leader Zhao. This is team leader Li Yi, sent by headquarters to assist us. Don't be alarmed. Sorry, Team Leader Zhao, I had to use your name as a signal. I can't let him get hurt. I'll buy you a coffee later to make up for it. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Hao grasped the key point. Zhao is warning me that this is someone from headquarters. She is so smart, 10 points, but the ET was dead. There was no reason to stay here anymore, time to retreat. He looked at Li Yi. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. How do I get out of here quickly? He doesn't know about me. I need to find a way to leave this place. No problem. I'll leave it to her. Honey, wait for me. I'm coming. Understanding Lin Hao's silent plea, Zhao pulled out a flash bomb from her waist and threw it towards Lin Hao. An object streaked through the air, causing Li Yi to instinctively look up, momentarily distracted. Taking advantage of the blinding flash, Zhao rushed forward, blocking Li Yi's line of sight. She shouted, "Team Leader Li, be careful." This served both as a way to protect her colleague and to prevent the potentially volatile Li Yi from rushing forward. Perfect plan. After the flash subsided, Li Yi cautiously lowered his hand, his eyes wide with surprise. Where's the red creature from before? It ran away. Zhao quickly changed the subject. She returned to her serious demeanor, looking around and giving orders. Medics, take them back for treatment. Hearing her words, Li Yi and Jia Qing regained their composure and looked at the surrounding personnel. It was true that the battle had left many of their comrades injured. Seeing Li Yi's frown, seemingly blaming himself for letting the creature escape, Zhao smiled and walked over to him. We've been tracking this mutated creature for a long time. So far, we haven't found any evidence of it harming humans. Let's let it go for now. Hearing her words, Li Yi turned to her. Although the injured had been treated promptly as an elite soldier, letting the creature escape right under his nose was a bit embarrassing. He was about to say something when Jia Cheng, supported by a soldier, walked past him on the way to receive treatment. Jia Cheng, clutching his chest, said to Li Yi, "Thank you, Team Leader Li." Zhao, seeing that everyone seemed to be all right, smiled. Then, she and Li Yi helped the other team members to receive treatment. By a riverbank, Lin Hao was gazing at the lake at night. It was peaceful, but his heart was not. From behind, the mermaid asked, "What are you going to do now?" She had seen him standing there all night. If he kept standing there, he would probably grow roots. Lin Hao still remembered the ET's words. The blue planet is a large hunting ground. Those lowly soldiers are not prey, but merely food for them. That was what the ET had said before being shot in the head. So, this hunting ground, he now understood it a little better. It was like the royal hunting grounds of the past, where wild animals were kept for the pleasure of hunting. They had awakened these powerful mutated creatures for the thrill of the hunt. He gently tapped his claws on the water's surface, creating ripples. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. He pointed at himself and said, "All the mutated creatures were awakened by them. So what happened to me? Was I also played by them?" From one sentence before death, he had now analyzed and found it to be deeply profound in many ways. He couldn't help but ask himself, seeing the confused look on her host's face. The mermaid lazily explained, shrugging and rolling her eyes. "I don't know. I just know that now 3 sides are after you." Not getting an answer, Lin Hao didn't pursue it further. He looked at his claws, his expression pensive. He muttered, "I really can't figure it out. The deep waters of Horlong Pond actually connect to Longshan Mountain. I thought it was just a man-made lake." He remembered being in the vortex created by the ET, thanks to that glowing golden orb. While he didn't know where the ET was trying to take him, he had taken the opportunity to meditate and level up. The system had notified him of a successful level up. Host: Lin Hao Race, Flame Scale Salamander. Level 30, Form 3.5 meters. Combat Power 330. Skills: Super Berserk, Super Collision, Night Combat, Camouflage, Steel Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Whip, Thorn Scales. Abilities: Auspicious Guardian LV, 9 Passive. Evolution Points 500,000. What's this? Let's see. Super Berserk can actively enter a berserk state, greatly increasing combat power for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, enter a weakened state with severe injuries. Ignoring the recovery period, The body will re-enter a berserk state for 12 seconds. He had found it strange at the time and had checked it out. If he fell into a severely injured state during battle, using this skill could be a way out. At that time, Lin Hao remembered that this skill was quite interesting. When severely injured, he wouldn't have to worry about the skill cooldown and could re-enter the berserk state. With this skill, he would have a life-saving trump card. It was great. At that time, he was admiring his upgraded body. It seemed to have changed a bit, feeling a little longer. The increased height and tail length made him look more imposing. Among the salamanders, no one could compare to me. While he was happy about his upgraded body, a bright light suddenly shone and directly entered his body. He turned around and saw the mermaid opening the chest. The light had come from there and flown towards him. The mermaid exclaimed happily, "Wow, you're lucky." He blinked his big, round eyes and looked at her, a pink light. After the light entered his body, a type of energy suddenly coursed through him, burning hot. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with small flames, shining brightly in the dark night. System notification, detection. Able to scan a creature at a great distance and obtain basic information about the opponent. Lin Hao smiled contentedly when he saw the content. He grinned. With this skill, I can learn about my opponent's information in advance and plan my combat strategy. Nice. Suddenly, the surrounding vortex dissipated, returning to a peaceful state as if nothing had happened. Lin Hao looked left and right. It stopped. The mermaid, seeing that the threat was gone, watched as the air bubble gradually disappeared. Although the vortex was gone, they had no idea where it had taken them. While looking at the surrounding scenery, trying to determine where they were, a familiar voice suddenly came from afar. "Today, even if I die, I'll take this beast down with me." Lin Hao looked in the direction of the sound and exclaimed, "That voice is familiar. It's Jia Cheng, isn't it?" Then came the rescue scene from earlier, back to the present. Piecing together all the information he currently had, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. That iron ball seemed to intentionally take a shortcut, bringing me from Horlong Pond to Longshan Mountain. But why Longshan Mountain? What's so special about it? The mermaid, seeing her host deep in thought like an old man, approached him and reminded him, "Do you still remember the hunting ground and the prey? They probably think you're a prey on par with the mutated creatures that haven't been awakened inside the ruins." Then she looked at him seriously and said, "They want to bring you into the Longshan Mountain hunting ground." If what she said was true, then everything seemed to be clear. Lin Hao and the mermaid looked up at the sky. He then said, "So I'm still a part of their game. This whole blue planet is also a part of their game." While they were standing there thinking, the matter still unresolved, a sudden tremor occurred, causing both of them to look up at the sky in surprise. A shooting star streaked across the sky. Lin Hao looked on in a daze, muttering, "So the people here are still just pawns. The real hunters haven't even arrived yet." After a while, more shooting stars streaked across the sky. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly ran towards them. The mermaid quickly followed. As they ran, Lin Hao said, "The vanguard is just the servants who arrived early to set up the hunting grounds. So we need to act fast." Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and cracks started to spread like a spiderweb. Finally, it cracked open, causing the mermaid to feel the tremors as well. Lin Hao was stunned. What's happening? Are they trying to lift Longshan Mountain? Sensing something was wrong, he quickly realized something was amiss. The ground is cracking. From the cracks, water began to spread, completely revealing the object underneath. A gigantic, worm-like creature was constantly emitting a red aura. Inside, it was unclear what organs or structures were constantly moving, making people shudder. Someone's foot slammed down on a metal arm, making a loud thud sound. It was Li Yi. He was stomping on the ET's shoulder with his foot. A loud crack was heard, but the ET didn't seem to feel any pain, as if the place he was stepping on wasn't even part of its body. The ET lay on the ground, looking up at Li Yi's tall figure with a mocking laugh. "Humans, there's a creature fast asleep in this area." Li Yi brandished his sword, its tip crackling with bright golden electricity, pointing it directly at the ET's neck. His eyes narrowed dangerously. "What are you planning?" Hearing his question, the ET remained indifferent. not flinching at all. It even ignored Li Yi's question, smiling mockingly at him with delight. It will awaken very soon, and all of you will die. If it wouldn't answer, then there was no need for it to answer anymore. With a swift swing of his sword, a bright arc flashed, quick and decisive. Pomegranate red blood splattered as the head was separated from the body. Li Yi's eyes didn't even blink. He looked down coldly and said, "Whether I die or not, I don't know. But you will definitely die before me." Suddenly, a force came from behind, slicing through the air. Another ET was swinging a blade, preparing to strike. Li Yi quickly sensed the danger and was about to turn and counter when slash. He turned around to see the ET cut in half, collapsing to the ground. It was a swift and powerful strike. Zhao had come to his rescue. She rushed over, saying, "Team Leader Li, I don't know how headquarters operates, but fighting alone like this is against regulations." She wasn't concerned about whether this guy could fight ET or not, but letting him fight alone was just asking for trouble. Li Yi, seeing that it was Zhao, turned and replied, "I don't want to fight alone either, but I don't agree with the Longyan branch's way of doing things." What the hell? Zhao was extremely annoyed. She frowned at Li Yi, asking skeptically, "What do you mean?" Seeing her expression, Li Yi acted nonchalant, casually walking past her. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "You intentionally let that mutated creature escape, didn't you?" Zhao remained silent, not responding. The ET that had been cut in half by Zhao fell to the ground. Seeing the armor Li Yi was wearing, it chuckled contemptuously. Mark III armor, pathetic. Is that the best your side can do? Even cut in half, it still had the strength to talk. Li Yi glanced over, looking down from above. "You seem to know a lot. I've been wanting to capture an ET for interrogation. Now's a good opportunity." He took a few steps towards the ET when suddenly a tremor struck, causing the surroundings to change. A loud, low-frequency roar constantly vibrated, hurting their eardrums, forcing them to cover their ears. Amidst the tremors and chaotic sounds, Zhao exclaimed, "Is this a mutated creature roaring?" Seeing the changes happening everywhere, the ET burst into joyous laughter. It seems the call has been successful. In an open area, a worm-like creature with a long body continuously burrowed through the ground, creating echoing sounds. It slithered and emerged throughout the area. Lin Hao, with his agile body, constantly dodged the creature's massive form. After a while of diving in and out of the earth and rocks, it finally emerged fully, opening its huge, bloody maw and roaring at Lin Hao in a display of power. Mutated Earth Dragon, total combat power, 404. Seeing its full form directly, Lin Hao knew what he had to do. When it was still an egg, he didn't know what species it was, but now it was clear, making things easier. This skill is really convenient. Now I can know the species and combat power stats. Standing below and looking up at the creature, he could confirm that the Earth Dragon was indeed a worm, a mutated worm that can grow this big. Mutations can really make things huge. Anything is possible. From the perspective of the mutated worm, the salamander was nothing more than a delicious meal delivered right to its doorstep. It spotted its prey and slithered towards it like a fired arrow. Fortunately, Lin Hao was quick-witted and nimble, managing to dodge just in time. After leaping several steps away, avoiding the mutated worm's range, he observed the spot where it had submerged, now filled with dust and smoke. His eyes were serious as he watched. Even though it's a worm, it's incredibly fast. Luckily, I dodged well. If that mouth had come down, it might have broken my scales. Just when he thought it wouldn't make any other moves, its sharp teeth and large mouth suddenly reappeared. It roared in anger because its prey had escaped. Its body twisted, moving at a dizzying speed. A giant worm with such a long body, yet it wasn't limited in terms of speed. It followed Lin Hao's trail, rushing towards him, the sound of its movements creating numerous deep pits in the ground. As he ran, he observed his enemy. Just running and not attacking isn't my style. Lin Hao discovered a problem. It doesn't have eyes. How can it sense my position? It's already chasing me this fast without eyes. If it had eyes, it would probably chase me all the way home. While he was thinking of a strategy to deal with it, the worm suddenly appeared right in front of him, blocking his path, and its speed seemed even faster than before. What the hell? Why did it suddenly speed up? Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes also began to tense up as he looked at it. In less than 3 seconds, it lunged, aiming to swallow its prey in one bite. But this time, Lin Hao managed to dodge in time. His body and its mouth were only a millimeter apart. This was enough to show how powerful the mutated worm's attack was. Its gigantic form was right in front of him, its massive, long body clearly reflected in his eyes. Before he could react, he was struck by its body and sent flying hundreds of meters into the forest. The friction from the impact created a trail of smoke and dust, and it took a few hundred more meters before he gradually came to a stop. Just one hit, and it's like this. If I go head to head with it, who knows what will happen? He sat on the ground and exclaimed, "No good, it's too fast." Other mutated worms gradually followed the trail and found his location. One of them snatched him up in its jaws, then, as if it had found an interesting toy, it flung him down again. Boom! Dust and smoke flew everywhere. A deep pit was formed where he landed. Being slammed down from above, Lin Hao's body was stuck to the bottom of the pit. He lay there in pain for a moment. After regaining his senses, he stood up, his entire body erupting in flames. He glared at the worms in front of him, showing off his power and shouting, "You only have a few tricks." With extreme speed, he darted towards the mutated worm, leaving only a streak of fire in his wake. "You attacked me, now it's my turn to retaliate." He leapt into the air and bit into its body, drawing on his strength. His entire body blazed with red flames as he opened his jaws wide and bit down. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of searing flesh began to spread, along with a delicious aroma, to hot. Feeling the burning pain, the worm quickly thrashed its tail, flinging Lin Hao far away. He stood up, emerging from the dust cloud created by the impact. This collision was much stronger than the previous two. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get stronger? What the hell is happening? He observed the mutated worm and suddenly saw that its combat power had increased dramatically. At the same time, its body was now completely enveloped in a massive, dark purple aura. Its pressure also increased dramatically. What's going on? System information. Total combat power. 440. What happened? Its combat power is still increasing. Having taken a painful hit, the mutated worm was enraged and charged towards Lin Hao, aiming to swallow him whole to vent its anger. Just then, Lin Hao was starting to get annoyed, gradually turning to anger as he closed his eyes and sneered, "You think you're the only one who can go berserk?" System prompt. Super berserk activated. He opened his eyes again, power surging through his body, as if it wanted to explode all the meridians in his body. A new form had appeared. Power surrounded his entire body, a wall of burning flames, accompanied by streams of oppressive purple-red energy. His eyes and face also became more frenzied. He extended his sharp claws and roared, "You can go berserk, so can I." After using his new skill, Lin Hao was filled with surging power. Every cell in his body felt like it was screaming, about to explode. A mix of dark and red pressure emanated from him. He looked at the giant worm with its gaping maw, roaring incessantly. "You think you're the only one who can roar? Now I'll show you what a real roar is like." Lin Hao roared at the worm, a display of dominance. He exerted force on his legs, slightly lifting his body and launching himself like an arrow from a bow. He leapt up and grabbed one of its sharp teeth, using his strength to break it. Seeing that it didn't have much effect, he quickly switched to another attack. Using the principle of leverage and choosing the right position, he used all his might to slam the worm to the ground with one hand. Thud! The single blow caused the mutated worm to crash into the ground like a meteorite, creating a deep crater. Smoke and dust billowed, spreading outwards. The giant worm lay motionless in the pit. Lin Hao stood there, panting, looking at the monster lying there. Seeing that it was finally still, he extended his sharp claws and approached, his eyes burning as he narrowed them, taking one step at a time. Slash, 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 lines were instantly drawn as fast as lightning on the worm's obese body. The smell of rust spread throughout the area. Sensing the pain from its body, it began to react, struggling with all its might, roaring and wailing with its large mouth open, constantly shrieking. It sounded like a scene from hell, seeing it screaming so loudly, almost deafening him, and still wanting to resist. Lin Hao would give it a chance to turn the tables. He increased his speed and strength, using his sharp claws to perform his ultimate technique, the white bone claw on its body. As he carved, he muttered, "You like to scream, huh?" Fresh blood spurted out continuously all over his body. The moon tonight seemed to be bathed in blood, turning a demonic red. The sky seemed to change color as well, making the scene full of death. The moonlight seemed to be excited by the red hue. On the ground, the slaughter continued. One blow after another, the smell of rust grew stronger. It blended with the sonic screams, further enhancing the enchanting atmosphere of the perfect moonlit night. After completing the process, the fresh, delicious meat was the reward Lin Hao was most looking forward to. "Let's start the feast," he sighed in satisfaction. Eating his fill and then taking a nap was what he enjoyed the most. He found the most comfortable position near a rock and lay down. Looking up at the sky and exhaling, he relaxed his limbs and lay there. After eating his fill, sleepiness suddenly struck. His stomach was full and his eyes were heavy. Before long, he had fallen into a deep sleep. The mermaid, seeing this, was helpless. She could only look at him lying there and say, "Who's going to clean up the mess?" She created a protective barrier to avoid making noise for her host, then began her work. Looking at the battlefield before her, the mermaid opened the system interface. Mutated Earth Dragon, 120,000 evolution points. Not bad, pretty high. She turned to look at Lin Hao, still sound asleep, and smiled. "You little rascal, are you lucky or unlucky?" Back near the riverbank where Zhao and Li Yi were moving, Li Yi was dragging the ET along with one hand, bringing it back for interrogation. Zhao led the way in front. She was trying to contact the other team members, but the connection was still blocked. "These ETs are jamming our signals. We can't contact the other teams right now." The ET, despite being dragged on the ground like a sandbag, still wouldn't give up. It continued to laugh maniacally. "It has awakened. Although it's just an ordinary creature to us, to weak scholars like you, it's a true disaster." Li Yi glanced at it with disgust. He said in a low voice, "Shut up." He was scolding the ET when he noticed Zhao had stopped, not moving at all, which surprised him greatly. He looked at her back and exclaimed, "What's wrong?" A few meters in front of them, an ET in full armor appeared, carrying a long sword, standing arrogantly. A dark purple aura surrounded its body and the sword. The ET lying on the ground, seeing its comrade, continued, "Looks like it's been waiting for a long time." The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. They took a running start, circling around from both sides of the river. Li Yi swung his sword and shouted, "Team leader Luo, quick battle, quick victory." Zhao, hearing this, quickly joined the fight. Her sword left its sheath, gleaming sharply under the moonlight. The ET seemed completely unconcerned by their actions. It stood there calmly, waiting to see what these two could do. Li Yi accelerated, his agile body slashing at the ET's chest clanged. The speed was so fast that sparks could be seen flying, like crackling electricity. Unexpectedly, after this attack, his sword shattered, crack. This sudden turn of events shocked him. He stared at his sword, now reduced to scrap metal in front of his eyes. His eyes contracted, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "What? My sword broke. This ET is not ordinary. It's too dangerous." The ET greatly enjoyed the horrified expression of this weak human. From confident and arrogant to panicked and terrified, it was truly a masterpiece. It swatted Li Yi away, boom, with just one blow. Li Yi was sent flying several meters across the ground. The ET, however, stood as still as a mountain, completely unharmed. Not even a scratch was visible on its body from the previous attack. Zhao quickly rushed over to help Li Yi up. Team leader Li, after checking and seeing that he wasn't seriously injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she firmly gripped her sword and said to Li Yi, "You've exhausted too much energy. Let me handle this. Try to contact headquarters." Li Yi had exchanged a few blows with the ET earlier, so he had a basic assessment of the enemy's strength. He said to her, "Its armor seems to be a higher grade. Be careful, the armor and the sword are the same." Li Yu clutched his chest, breathing heavily. He continued, "No matter what, we have to hold out until reinforcements arrive." Zhao nodded, indicating she understood. She headed towards the ET, her steps gradually turning into a run, her speed increasing as she approached. She slashed down with her sword. The ET quickly blocked with its own clang. The two forces clashed, creating a backward gust of wind and bright sparks. The ET suddenly leapt back and instantly appeared behind her. Its body was too agile, surprising Zhao greatly. She was almost unable to keep up with its movements. Slash, a blade came down. Sensing the killing intent, Zhao Xu's eyes widened, her body reacted instinctively. 3 seconds before the sword struck, her body had already performed a perfect somersault. With just a few movements, she was several meters away from the ET, successfully dodging its monstrous attack. She frowned, looking at it cautiously. Just a few exchanges, and I can already tell this one is really not ordinary. Too fast, I can't hit it. This guy attacks fast and hard. It's like it doesn't get tired. This is going to be troublesome. I don't know if I can hold out until headquarters arrives. After seeing Zhao dodge its attack, the ET took another running start and charged towards her like an arrow, sword in hand, its eyes narrowed in a predatory grin. It swung its sword at her, a sharp blade instantly striking out, sending Zhao flying several meters back. Taking advantage of her inability to react, it took the opportunity to attack, rushing towards Li Yu with lightning speed. It then aimed to finish the fight quickly, bringing its blade down on his head. Die, you primitive insects. The ET suddenly appeared before him with its slash, leaving him frozen, unable to react. Suddenly, a burst of flames appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the area. Under the bright flames, Li Yu's vision was obscured, forcing him to shield his eyes and look through the gaps between his fingers. He exclaimed, "Who is it?" But no one answered. Only the silhouette of a mutated creature flickered in the hazy smoke, then gradually disappeared into the darkness as if nothing had happened. After regaining his composure, Li Yu looked around in confusion, searching for the figure from before and the ET that had nearly taken his head, but he couldn't see anything. He turned to Zhao and asked, "Where's the ET? What happened?" She just looked into the distance and said, "An old friend." Following her, Li Yu looked towards the riverbank. "It's that mutated creature." Li Yu was completely in a state of having 1,000 whys in his head. He looked at her with a curious expression and asked, "It didn't attack us, instead, it took the ET away." Seeing Li Yu's confused look, as if he had just woken up, Zhao didn't explain much. She was just worried Lin Hao would get into trouble because of this. It was better to be cautious. This mutated creature is very special. I guarantee it won't harm humans. I hope you can give us some time. Don't report this to headquarters. Who knows if this guy can keep a secret? It's better to remind him first. Li Yi understood her meaning, but with the footprints left at the scene by the river, it would be difficult to hide. Unless they destroyed the evidence, I understand, but I can't hide it for too long. In a corner of another riverbank, Lin Hao carried the ET from the river to the shore. It's heavy as hell, so annoying. He threw the ET onto a rock with a loud thud. The ET looked at the flame-scale salamander in front of it, realizing something. It said to him, "So you're the one who awakened. You thought I was in danger and came to save me, right?" Lin Hao didn't respond. He felt like he was hearing a joke. He smirked, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the ET like it was an idiot, and chuckled, "Stupid." Before it could react, Lin Hao quickly used fire to warm it up, causing it to scream in pain. He watched it dance in the flames. "Don't tell me you were waiting for that dead worm." The image of the fiery dance was reflected in Lin Hao's pupils, a vivid and vibrant dance full of death. Watching the performance and listening to the screams in the dark night by the river, what could be better? You want to see that worm? Okay, it won't be long before you all meet again. In a little while, you can meet it in my stomach. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, a few lingering rays of sunlight touched upon the rock where Lin Hao and the mermaid were perched, taking in the magnificent scenery. Lin Hao was chewing on a piece of meat, his heart aching as if he were chewing on wax. "This stuff really tastes like tires. It's awful." The mermaid glanced at him. "Have you ever eaten tires?" Lin Hao took the last bite, then stretched and leaned back, relaxing. If eating tires could improve my life, everyone in Longyan City would be walking everywhere tomorrow. He opened his system menu. Difficult quest. Swallow a level 1 warrior beast. Reward. Improved cardiopulmonary function. Completed. Difficult quest. Swallow a level 2 warrior beast. Reward. Improved vision. Completed. Yes. Lin Hao pumped his fist in excitement. I completed these 2 quests too. The mermaid watched as the rewards appeared, transforming into 2 streams of silver white light that flowed into Lin Hao. He sat there, feeling the energy coursing through him, a cool sensation spreading throughout his body. It felt like eye drops for his eyes. He opened his eyes, his vision incredibly sharp. The scenery in the distance seemed to be right in front of him. He could even see a group of researchers, machinery, and soldiers at the foot of Longshan Mountain. Amazing. With this kind of vision, no alien can hide from me. He took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh mountain air. I feel like breathing is easier now. The mermaid pointed at him, smiling. Your cardiopulmonary function has probably improved. You'll be able to feel the specific functions later. If the host becomes immortal, the system will benefit 2 birds with 1 stone. As he was enjoying the healing air of nature and the distant sunset, he suddenly felt a change. He saw the dragon team working hard at the foot of the mountain. Longyan City's defenses were stretched thin due to a lack of manpower after a series of spaceship incidents. Lin Hao looked down at the dense forest, his eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. His listless appearance made the mermaid sigh. He had been so cheerful just a moment ago. To break the gloomy atmosphere, she asked, "So, what's your next move?" Lin Hao thought for a moment, stroking his chin. I underestimated the dragon team's strength before. I need to re-evaluate both the dragon team and the L organization. Since Zhao is working for the dragon team, it means her organization is definitely not ordinary. To make things easier for everyone and to stop them from calling here to work so much, I've changed my mind. He stood up, looking at the scene below. His tall figure observed the people below. He said softly, "I'll help them. The plan has changed. The hunt begins." The mermaid chuckled, looking into the distance. What a beautiful sunset today. Deep inside a cave, a dinosaur was encased in a thick layer of ice. Researchers and Zhao were constantly monitoring the cracks and the progress of the ice block. Team leader Luo, the cracks are spreading. This thing might wake up soon, a researcher said anxiously. Zhao remained focused, looking intently at the ice. Not necessarily, the researcher was confused. Not necessarily, Zhao didn't want to explain too much. Not every awakening means possessing invincible, universe-level power or supernatural abilities. Stop watching so many movies and reading novels. The important thing is whether the creature inside has been frozen for so long that it's dead. She stroked her forehead, closing her eyes and sighing. The ice breaking doesn't mean it's waking up. We haven't detected any signs of life yet. Should we notify the other teams to return? They're waiting for new armor from headquarters. They'll be back soon, Zhao replied, shaking her head. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Something's wrong, team leader Luo. A man rushed towards them, his expression grave. The L organization has deliberately leaked the news. We can't suppress it anymore, damn it. They have nothing better to do than to make trouble. Zhao felt a surge of anger, but she remained calm. She looked at the researcher who had brought the news, acknowledging the information. Those lunatics, Li Yi stepped forward and patted the researcher's shoulder. If we can't suppress it, then we'll have to solve it quickly. It's impossible to quell rumors. We have to eliminate the root of the problem. Seeing Li Yi, the researcher calmed down. Zhao noticed the briefcase he was carrying. She asked, "Where did you get the mark to armor?" Li Yi looked around, making sure no one else was listening, then whispered, "We found it in the mountains." Zhao was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She smiled. Lin Hao cleared out the ET equipment. She opened the briefcase. Click. The lid opened, revealing a black sword, radiating a purple aura. It looked powerful just by looking at it. The sharp blade and the aura around it were enough to show that it could cut through anything. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had only seen Mark III equipment before. She had only heard of other levels, but had never seen them. And now, it was right in front of her, within reach. Combat armor can only be obtained in the ruins. Mark III is the easiest to obtain, and it's the lowest level. They say there are special suits in the high-level ruins, but the Longyan branch doesn't even have a Mark I suit, Zhao said, staring at the sword. Li Yi nodded. Only Mark III armor can be chosen from the headquarters armory. Mark II and above can only be obtained through trials in the ruins. I only have Mark III. Last time I fought a monster, it broke my sword. The number of times you can enter the ruins to hunt monsters isn't limited, but you can only upgrade your own equipment. The free stuff is only Mark III. You have to work for the premium stuff. Killing monsters is the main focus, but this game only gives you one life. If you die, you're really logged out of the server. Headquarters doesn't limit the number of people who can enter the ruins, but only a few can get Mark II suits. The trials are very dangerous. Many people have died there. Seeing the Mark II armor, Zhao thought for a moment, then asked Li Yi, how many Mark II suits did you find? At least 5, he replied seriously. See, I told you. Zhao said proudly, smiling at Li Yi. Li Yi nodded, a bit smug. She's right, but still. He crossed his arms and said, it's a special case. But that doesn't mean we can stop monitoring it, I know. But please, trust him like you trust me, Zhao said, her eyes serious. She didn't know why Lin Hao had become a salamander, but her trust in him was unwavering. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. The stalactites above them vibrated, creating an echoing sound. As an experienced professional, Zhao knew immediately what was happening. Not good, there's an ET nearby, using low-frequency sonar to try to awaken them. While greeting and playing with the aliens, Lin Hao suddenly looked in a specific direction. There's a sound calling out. Why do I feel like someone's calling me? I need to check it out. He took a few steps forward, and suddenly the scenery seemed to change. The ordinary ground transformed into a catwalk with flashing lights. With each step, lights illuminated the path, stretching out like a galaxy. Golden lights, spotlights, and LEDs shone down, flashing in all colors. Ignoring his surroundings, Lin Hao was still wondering, who's calling me? He approached an LED column. A blue orb floated in the air. Lin Hao reached out. It looks familiar. Isn't this that strange orb? His claws reached out, but he couldn't grasp it. It's gone. Was it an illusion, or a 4D image in reality? The mermaid kept calling out, swimming around him, trying to wake up her host. He had suddenly stopped responding while greeting the aliens, giving her a heart attack. Hello, handsome, are you there? He blinked, his pupils dilating and contracting. He looked at the mermaid swimming around him urgently, then asked her blankly, did someone just call me? The mermaid looked like she wanted to give up. She closed her eyes and refused to listen, saying hurriedly, I'm a little tired. I don't really want to finish this play with you. Find someone else. His brain suddenly started working again. Without waiting for the mermaid to continue, he turned around, his expression urgent. He dashed off towards the source of the tremors. The mermaid, still facing away from him, said cheerfully, but if you want me to help then I'll reluctantly follow you. She paused, noticing the silence. Why is it so quiet? She turned around. Where did he go? He had just been there, and now he was gone without finishing the conversation. The mermaid looked into the distance and saw a red figure dashing away. She quickly swam after him, calling out, Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. You didn't even finish talking, and you just ran off on your own, leaving me behind. Seriously, what an irresponsible host. Should I get a new one? Hidden in the bushes with his camouflage, Lin Hao observed the situation. In front of him was a stone cave with many guards patrolling and carrying guns. Lin Hao quietly said, I can't sense the tyrant dragon's breath right now. It's probably still asleep. The mermaid next to him, holding to leaves and looking bewildered, added, Is there a traitor in their organization? Lin Hao, also looking pensive, replied, Someone is helping the ETs awaken the tyrant dragon. That metal orb is the key. Lin Hao's large eyes stared intently at the hands of a soldier who was approaching the bush where they were hiding. The soldier moved stealthily, looking around as if he were sneaking around. Seeing this, Lin Hao was curious and asked the mermaid, "System, do you feel like there's something wrong with him?" The mermaid also frowned and speculated, "The way he's moving looks like a spy." At that moment, the soldier sensed a rustling sound behind the bush. He paused for a moment but still walked away. A few minutes later, Lin Hao cautiously approached the cave entrance. He hid in a corner, trying to get a look inside. Lin Hao peered inside, his head poking out for a better view. The guard was now inside the cave, holding a small purple crystal orb. He looked at it excitedly and said, "If I awaken one more, my mission will be complete." Suddenly, a burst of flames shot out at high speed towards the soldier. The fire was aimed directly at his hand, injuring it. The small orb fell to the ground. The soldier clutched his hand and screamed in pain. "Oh!" In front of him, a shadow 10 times larger loomed. His face turned pale, all the blood draining from it. He then took out a pistol and fired repeatedly. "Die, you monster!" he shouted through gritted teeth. Bullets rained down on Lin Hao, but he was completely unharmed. He slowly approached and said calmly, "Compared to you, I'm not the monster." His eyes glowed red. In an instant, Lin Hao grabbed the soldier's neck, lifting him high with great force, his expression terrifying. The guard struggled in Lin Hao's massive hand, grimacing and desperately asking, "You were also awakened by the ultrasound, weren't you?" Unnoticed by Lin Hao, the soldier pulled out a grenade from behind him and tried to use it. He confidently said, "Prepare." Immediately, the soldier brought the grenade in front of Lin Hao, while he was still being held high by Lin Hao, and shouted, "Embrace evolution." Boom! A massive explosion occurred inside the cave, illuminating the entire area. In the midst of the explosion, with flames still burning, Lin Hao was seen retreating. The smoke was so thick that he coughed a few times. "Cough, cough, you crazy fool, trying to die with me." In front of Lin Hao, the cave suddenly shook violently. The entire area around him trembled intensely. The same was happening outside the cave. On Zhao Xu's side, everyone was firing continuously at a monstrous beast. It seemed that human bullets were ineffective against it. A volley of artillery shells was fired at the monster. As soon as the first shell was fired, the others followed in rapid succession. The only sound was the deafening boom, 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 and the continuous billowing of smoke and fire. Li Yi, seeing that they had used a considerable amount of artillery, raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Immediately, everyone ceased firing, waiting for the smoke to clear to see the results. Zhao was a little worried. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "Damn it." The monster's eyes snapped open, looking at the humans before it with burning hatred. Seeing that it was still alive, Zhao shouted, "It's not dead yet." Fire! It was the tyrant dragon that had been frozen earlier. It had escaped early. Now, being greeted by humanity with a barrage of bullets, it was getting tired of it. It opened its mouth and roared, showing its dominance. Li Yi drew his bow and fired at it, saying, "Its skin can't be pierced by normal bullets." His arrow flew close to the tyrant dragon's eye. It didn't choose to dodge, but stared directly at the arrow. The arrow that Li Yi was so proud of was simply deflected by its eyeball. If even the eye was impenetrable, what about the rest of its body? Li Yi's face turned pale, and he stammered, "What the hell? Is it armored all the way to its cornea?" Zhao, as if she had seen something, replied seriously, "Its use. Its eyes are injured." "Fire a few more rounds, shoot at its eyes. Its eyes are its weakest point." The monster, now a little scared, growled and roared. Hearing Zhao Xu's order, everyone continued firing. Bang, 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 most of the bullets hit its eyes. Zhao continued, "Keep firing, it's injured." The tyrant dragon raised its front limb, rubbing its reddened eye. Then, as if it had gone mad, it roared loudly and charged towards the people in front of it. Seeing this, they screamed, "Dodge quickly." They were all knocked down by the creature's charge. It continued to bite and toss the soldiers around. Zhao drew her sword. She stood below, looking up, and said, "Bullets can't pierce it, but this blade is made from alien metal. It might work. We can only try close combat." Li Yi, seeing that things were not going well, shouted, "Everyone, fall back." Zhao also called out, "Those with marked armor, stay." Zhao Cheng, Lead everyone out of Longshan's blockade. If necessary, implement the final plan. The tyrant dragon now targeted Zhao and Li Yi. It opened its huge jaws and rushed towards them. Zhao warned, "Be careful, it's enraged." Seeing Zhao in danger, Lin Hao rushed out at lightning speed. He slammed into the monster, causing it to stumble to the side. It roared in pain, its mouth wide open. Seeing it roar, which was giving him a headache, Lin Hao switched to biting its head. Where he bit down, red flames erupted. The tyrant dragon immediately shook him off, sending him flying back several meters. He used his feet to skid across the ground, trying to maintain his balance. It seemed he had met a strong opponent. He muttered, "What the hell? I feel like all my bones are broken." He was in berserk mode and didn't feel pain, but he needed to finish this quickly. Zhao also joined the fight, the two working together like a well machine. Seeing that the distance was sufficient, she swung her sword hard at the tyrant dragon's tail, creating a small gash. It seemed to have succeeded. Zhao said, "This blade can hurt it." She then swung her blade towards it, shouting, "Attack its eyes." Lin Hao reached out and grabbed her blade. He then pushed off the ground, leaping into the air with the glowing red blade aimed at the tyrant dragon's eye. The tyrant dragon wasn't afraid. It opened its mouth as if waiting for Lin Hao. Crunch! The blade was bitten in half, shattering into pieces. After that attack, Lin Hao slowly landed. He looked at the creature with a murderous gaze, deep in thought. I had tried teeth, blades, and artillery, but nothing worked. Lin Hao stood up and exhaled a column of fire that shot straight towards the creature. "If you have the guts, try to cut my fire too, one-eyed dragon." Boom! The column of fire hit its eye, causing it to roar in pain. Suddenly, countless danger warnings appeared around Lin Hao, confusing him. He looked up at the sky and saw numerous missiles heading towards him. He asked in confusion, "What's the meaning of this?" The missiles rushed towards them both at an extremely high speed. Lin Hao still didn't understand why humanity would do this when he had helped them. Were they trying to kill him too? Boom, boom, boom. The area where Lin Hao and the tyrant dragon were standing was plowed through by the missiles, leaving it in ruins. Smoke and fire billowed up continuously. At this moment, Lin Hao had returned to his human form because his super berserk skill had timed out. He used the broken blade that had been bitten off earlier, charging up and slashing down hard at the tyrant dragon's neck, shouting, "Die!" However, the blade Zhao had given him was only enough to make a shallow cut on its skin. The attack succeeded in enraging it. It whipped its tail, striking him with tremendous force. The force of the blow made him cough up blood, his eyes widening in pain. He was immediately slammed into the ground, creating a crater where he landed. He looked up at the sky in pain, muttering, "Am I going to die again?" Just as he lay there helpless, the missile struck. A bright light flashed before his eyes. He shielded his eyes, wondering, is this really the end? Suddenly, the mermaid slapped him hard on the head. "Are you stupid or what?" Returning to the familiar place gave him a bit of excitement. He stretched and asked loudly, "Huolong Pond, am I back?" The mermaid explained, "After your super berserk state ends, you fall into a coma. I could only bring you back here before the explosion happened." Hearing this, he turned and asked, "What about that mutated tyrant dragon? Did it die in the explosion?" The mermaid shrugged, feigning ignorance. "Probably not. Its skin is as hard as tungsten steel. To deal with it, you'd have to shove a missile down its throat." Lin Hao raised his hands, examining his body, then asked the mermaid, "How long was I in a coma?" "A day and a night," she replied, as if realizing something. He said, "I have to go back and see." He then activated his teleportation, a circle of blue light slowly drawing him in. He was on his way to Longshan Mountain. Back at the undulating mountain ranges of Longshan, Lin Hao was speeding through the river. The mermaid chased after him, asking, "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Are you worried the dragon team can't handle it?" He frowned in annoyance and replied, "Damn it, I'm just worried that if the dragon team handles it, I won't get any leftovers." He then plunged ahead, reassuring himself, even though it's impervious to blades and the destructive power of the dragon team, it must be seriously injured. Injured animals usually go to the riverbank to recuperate. In a flash, he found it. He stopped and looked up, saying, "Found it." On the riverbank were the carcasses of 3 deer, lying in a pile. Next to them was the tyrant dragon, devouring them to regain its strength after a day of fighting. Lin Hao immediately activated his camouflage and approached it. When he was close enough, he revealed himself and activated flame scales, staring intently at the lump of meat in front of him. The tyrant dragon also sensed his presence. It turned to look, its body covered in a thick, dark aura. Immediately, he launched himself at it, biting into the tyrant dragon's leg, causing it to yelp in pain. It widened its eyes, its mouth full of sharp teeth and slimy saliva, and lunged at Lin Hao. Crunch, too easy. Lin Hao's upper body was now completely inside its mouth. Inside, Lin Hao laughed triumphantly. "You've fallen into my trap. Thorn scales, activate." His entire body emitted the familiar red lightning, shocking the tyrant dragon. Back inside the tyrant dragon's mouth, Lin Hao shouted, "Let's make this quick. It's disgusting in here." Crimson flame. His entire body erupted in intense flames. The tyrant dragon finally realized what was happening, but it seemed too late. Lin Hao shouted from inside, "One-eyed dragon, I'll roast you from the inside out." The smoke gradually dissipated. Lin Hao had successfully roasted it. Its massive body fell lifelessly to the ground with a heavy thud. Its mouth was charred, and its eyes were wide open, waiting to be devoured. Lin Hao finally crawled out, covered in its saliva, which made him uncomfortable. "Ooh, what did this thing eat? It stinks." The mermaid, seeing him like this, turned away, covering her nose and avoiding him. "I can't believe I'm saying this to you, but you really disgust me." Hearing this, Lin Hao acted like a seasoned strategist and retorted, "You only see my disgust, but not the greatness of my strategy when I put myself on the line." Hearing that, the mermaid turned into a waitress, playing along and replying, "Strategist, please enjoy your meal. Stop arguing." Then came the feast of fresh tyrant dragon meat. "I'm really curious about what form I'll take after consuming this." The scene shifted to a large hospital. Inside a room, Zhao and Li Yi were having their wounds bandaged by a nurse. After a while, the nurse finished and left. Suddenly, Xioxue's and Li Yi's phones rang at the same time. They both answered. "Hello, please speak." They didn't know what the person on the other end said, but Zhao replied, "Understood." She hung up and turned to Li Yi. "Headquarters is demanding a clear explanation about the mutated creature that appeared during the battle." Li Yi replied, "Same here. Team Leader Luo, can you tell me the truth now?" Zhao lowered her head, preparing to reveal everything. Suddenly, Jia Cheng shouted as he entered the room. He then held up a tablet in front of Zhao and continued, "Huolong Pond really has a dragon." Zhao quickly took it and asked, "A dragon?" The screen showed the image of a dragon, undulating. Jia Cheng continued, "It was spotted in the city area." Zhao asked softly, "Is that really a dragon?" Before Zhao could finish, the scientist interjected, "You're right. It's possible that dragons were among the first mutated creatures." Zhao was deep in thought. She frowned and looked at the image, continuing, "Huolong Pond, it's Huolong Pond again." The scientist scrolled through his tablet and offered his advice. "Right now, the most important thing is to reassure the public. We can't let the rumors spread. We must prevent the L organization from taking advantage of this situation." Li Yi, sitting nearby, offered a solution. "That's simple. For Longshan, just say it was a military exercise. For the dragon in the city, say it was a film crew using 3D imagery." Zhao, sitting opposite him, agreed with Li Yi's suggestion. She added, "After the announcement, delete all related content online. People will forget about it quickly. The internet has no memory." The scene shifted to the lake at Huolong Pond. Lin Hao was using his camouflage to hide. He surfaced, looked around, and said, "There's probably no one here now, right?" The mermaid, seeing him like this, chuckled, "You boasted so much, and now you're in trouble." In the water, Lin Hao had transformed into his Jiao dragon form after consuming the tyrant dragon. He now had a longer snout with sharp teeth, taller horns, like a young man betrayed in love. Most notably, he had lost his hind limbs and gained a super long tail, allowing him to move faster in the water. On land, however, it was a bit dangerous. The system displayed his current stats. Level, 40 combat power, 499 skills, super berserk, super charge, super night combat, super camouflage, flame scales, powerful bite, powerful tail whip, thorn scales, detection. Abilities, auspicious guardian LV, 10 passive evolution points, 500,000. He looked at his hands and exclaimed, who would have thought that the mutated tyrant dragon would have 110,000 evolution points? Eating it boosted me up like this. If I had known earlier, I would have eaten the other one in the ruins that hadn't awakened yet. The mermaid swam beside him and said, eating too much at once can give you indigestion. He quickly became excited and took out a mirror to admire his new appearance. Seeing his excellent looks, he exclaimed, amazing. I've evolved from a salamander to a Jiao dragon. I'll become a real dragon soon. The mermaid was also happy for him. She hugged a water bubble and congratulated him. Others are carp leaping over the dragon gate. You're better off. You don't need to find the dragon gate. Suddenly, Lin Hao remembered something. He slapped his hand and said, I don't need to find the dragon gate, but I have to go back to Longshan Mountain. The mermaid, hearing this, became annoyed. Why do you keep going back and forth like you're going to the market? You really know how to complicate things. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a large cliff. From afar, the Jiao dragon Lin Hao looked no different from a snakehead fish with arms. He began to move the rocks in front of him, tossing them aside effortlessly. If this is a civilization's ruins left by the ETs, it will be very difficult to destroy. I have to go in and see. After a long time, he finally finished, but he had only created a small hole, just big enough for a 50 kilograms human to squeeze through. He looked at it and said, luckily, I can transform into a human to get in. Saves some energy, the mermaid beside him teased, tired after moving just a few rocks. Suddenly, a small creature darted out of the hole like a bolt of lightning, startling him. Where did that rat come from? Before he could react, something else startled him, making him quickly turn his head. It was a swarm of rats with glowing red eyes, rushing out like a hail of bullets. He thought they would attack him, but they avoided him and continued forward as if something was scaring them from within. Lin Hao asked, are they from this ruin? The mermaid was very calm. She crossed her arms and replied, probably. It seems their goal of awakening the mutated creatures has been partially achieved. Not wanting to keep everyone curious, Lin Hao transformed into a human and crawled inside. As soon as he entered, he was met with the sight of 4 large containers holding a triceratops, a pterodactyl, and the woolly mammoths. He exclaimed in astonishment, incredible, this is truly shocking. Who would have thought there were things like this inside? Lin Hao approached and touched the container holding a prehistoric bird. He remarked, the 2 tyrant dragons at the entrance were shocking enough. But there are so many extinct creatures inside. Judging by their size, they must all be mutated creatures, right? The mermaid was also observing intently. Hearing him, she replied, that's right, it's no surprise. Other ruins might also contain mutated creatures like these. Suddenly, they heard voices coming from the entrance, catching Lin Hao's attention. He turned his head. Zhao, there's a crack here. Lin Hao quickly used his camouflage to hide. After some effort, Zhao Xu's team entered. She observed the surroundings and said, luckily, the structure is very solid. It's difficult to damage it from the outside. The man in black armor, walking in front, added, there's a lot of equipment in the ruins. The world's top scientists have been studying it for years, but they still don't know what it's for. He then walked over and touched a tank, marveling, this civilization is far more advanced than we imagined. Jia Cheng was also curious. He used his flashlight to look around, searching for anything else. He asked the others, are these ruins left by the ETs? The young man in armor replied, probably not. Zhao and Li Yi also used their flashlights to examine the surroundings. The young man in armor began to share his thoughts. According to our hypothesis, it's possible that before humans appeared, a more advanced civilization came to Earth and left these ruins behind. Li Yi added, these ETs aren't attacking the city. They just want to awaken the creatures in the ruins. But if these creatures were sealed here by them, what do they really want? The armored man, not knowing how to answer, said, "Don't overthink it. Stay alert, our objective is to retrieve the equipment." Lin Hao suddenly remembered the person he had fought earlier and fell into deep thought. He looked at his wife's retreating figure and silently vowed, "No matter what, I will protect you, Zhao." Seeing that everyone had left, he revealed himself and stepped out. "Swallowing a mutated tyrant dragon gave me 110,000 evolution points. And there are so many mutated creatures here?" He then looked excited, his eyes wide with greed. "I'm going to be rich." The mermaid, seeing his eagerness, reminded him, "Don't get too excited. Use your detection skill to examine them carefully." Following the mermaid's advice, he activated his skill, but strangely, all four mutated creatures in front of him showed no signs of life. This shocked Lin Hao greatly. He gritted his teeth in frustration. What's going on? Are these mutated creatures all dead? Before his eyes was a creature suspended in a liquid-filled glass tank. Lin Hao blinked his round eyes, looking at the creature floating inside. Do unawakened mutated creatures not have evolution points? Hearing her host's question, the mermaid walked up and patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Looks like this kind of wealth is finally avoiding you," Lin Hao grinned, crossing his arms. "If this kind of wealth is avoiding me, I should thank the heavens." Ding, ding, ding. The system displayed black iron chest as a progress bar filled with fireworks, slowly moving towards 40%. Below it, in bold letters, was written, "Swallowed the mutated tyrant dragon. Received a special reward." Suddenly, a shining treasure chest appeared before his eyes. He looked at the screen, surprised. Previously, skills were randomly dropped, but now there was a progress bar. This is new. Both of these are special rewards from swallowing the mutated tyrant dragon. This reward is pretty good too. Come on, open up. He reached for the treasure chest. A stream of purple energy surged into his body, enveloping his claws. He could feel the joints in his claws moving, and a dark purple, thread-like energy flowed along his hands, moving everywhere. He raised his hand to the sky, and Lin Hao shouted excitedly, "These claws are clearly much sharper. Having been upgraded in strength, what should I do? Of course, I have to test out the destructive power of my new skills." He immediately got to work, assuming a stance and aiming at the stone wall in front of him. "Let me try this." A claw swipe swiftly cut through the air, striking the stone surface. The impact sparked red and yellow electricity, and the surface quickly showed signs of cracking, with smoke and dust billowing into the air. He approached to examine the result. As the smoke and dust cleared, deep cuts were visible on the stone slab. He could even smell the burning scent from the corrosion between the cuts. This was enough to show the power of the claw strike. Lin Hao laughed joyfully. "This ruins wall can't even be destroyed by missiles. It's really sharp, and it has a corrosive effect. This will make attacking so much easier. In the past, I mainly relied on the force of my jaw to attack. Now, it's great. If I fight the mutated tyrant dragon again, I won't even need to bite it. I can just use my claws to tear its body apart." He admired his newly upgraded claws, unable to contain his joy. He looked back at the system interface. There seemed to be something there, a bright yellow color. There's also an extended list. It looked small and cute. He tapped it to see what was inside. A map appeared, showing all areas clearly and in detail. A bright yellow dot was visible on the map. Before he could determine which area the bright dot belonged to, everything around Lin Hao suddenly lit up. Everything gradually turned white and floated up like dust particles. In an instant, he couldn't see anything. In a dark corner, a light shone, making the place seem like daytime. But in an instant, it disappeared quickly, as if nothing had happened. Opening his eyes again, Lin Hao looked around. This is Huolong Pond. He was extremely surprised and turned to the mermaid, exclaiming, "Why are we back here?" The mermaid was also confused, not understanding what had happened. "Don't look at me, I don't know either." After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao was able to connect the dots and draw a conclusion. If I can only receive the black iron chest here, then there's only one possibility. The mermaid turned to look at her host. If that's the case, then it's likely there. To verify there, they needed to go to the deep water area. They both swam towards the deep cave, the path ahead was dark and deep, with no end in sight. After a while, everything was quiet, very different from Lin Hao's memory. It wasn't this quiet before. An alarm bell went off in Lin Hao's head. He said, moving forward, "Why is it so quiet here? Something's not right, we need to be careful." They swam deeper into the cave. In front of them, something seemed to be glowing, like a small universe filled with stars. This strange phenomenon surely meant trouble. Looking around, there were small blue dots everywhere. So, is this what made all the creatures in the deep water disappear? Suddenly, tremors could be heard in the distance, and dust and smoke obscured their vision. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, on guard. It's about to appear. Boom! In front of them, smoke and dust swirled, shaking the entire water area. Lin Hao quickly shielded his eyes, squinting through the gaps to assess the situation. Something's flashing. What is that? A vortex? Lin Hao looked at it and shouted, "The area below has been breached. This is extremely serious." He frowned, his eyes gradually turning red as he gritted his teeth. Not good. In the vortex, a pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared, looking towards Lin Hao. It seemed to have heard the sound from afar. It quickly revealed itself, swimming towards them, revealing its enormous body with blue skin, purple patterns, and a head resembling a dragon, with two sharp claws on either side. Mutated beast, Tier 4. Mutated hexagonal dragonfish, total combat power, 778. As it appeared, the vortex disappeared, leaving only its blue eyes shining in the dark water like the headlights, shaking in the water as it advanced rapidly towards Lin Hao, its mouth constantly spitting out countless water bubbles. At this moment, Lin Hao felt something was wrong. The events were happening too quickly. His vision was suddenly obscured by a curtain, completely blocking his view of what was in front of him. He quickly shielded his eyes with his hands. When he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Damn it, I can't see anything. The axolotl kept spitting water bubbles towards Lin Hao, creating a blind spot, obscuring the enemy's vision. Lin Hao wasn't one to be outdone. You think you're the only one who can use ranged attacks. He utilized his energy, spewing out a stream of blazing fire, illuminating the area. The two opposing forces collided, creating a massive burst of pressure and an explosion in mid-air, shaking the entire area. Smoke and fire blended together, making it difficult to breathe. While squinting and observing through the smoke and fire, he was suddenly struck by a force that sliced through the air, sending him flying back several miles. Retreating, Lin Hao activated his body's power, flames flickering around him. He squinted with interest, looking towards the axolotl, the creature that had just knocked him away. This thing isn't afraid of fire. Interesting. I want to see how strong you are, daring to knock me away. I'll let you take advantage of the smoke and fire to ambush me now. Let's see what you've got. Lin Hao charged towards it, shouting, "Mutated hexagonal dragonfish. Let's see who dies first." It seemed the axolotl realized that its water bubbles were ineffective against Lin Hao, so it changed its strategy. A blast of ice was blown out, causing the surrounding water temperature to drop rapidly, even showing signs of freezing. This attack completely stunned Lin Hao. He looked at his hands, which were starting to freeze. The flames around his body also weakened due to the cold. He exclaimed, "This is the first mutated creature I've seen that can breathe ice." Two opposing forces, one fire and one ice, collided, advancing rapidly without either side backing down. Lin Hao ignited the flames, raising the surrounding temperature, and roared, "You're looking for death." Boom! The collision was like Mars hitting Earth, the light blinding to the onlookers. A white atmosphere made it impossible to clearly see the fierce battle unfolding. The close quarters combat was unpredictable. Before his eyes, Lin Hao had bitten into one of the axolotl's limbs. This surprised his opponent, who hadn't reacted in time. Meanwhile, Lin Hao assessed its body. It's so cold. It must have scared away all the creatures in the deep water. After its brain finally processed what was happening, the axolotl quickly raised its sharp claws and retaliated, swiping at its opponent. Boom! The blow sent Lin Hao flying back several meters. The strike was quite painful. Although with his current combat power, he had tough skin, he still had to be cautious when facing its claws. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at it. Its claws are so sharp. After the attack, it continued its assault, its horns suddenly retracting, glowing with dangerous electricity. One of them suddenly moved, and its head directly rammed into Lin Hao's body. The horns pierced his flesh, causing him immense pain. Lin Hao groaned, his eyes wide, pupils constricted. "It hurts," he quickly slashed at its head with his claws. Unexpectedly, its body reacted quickly. As he struck, it immediately retreated. The severed horns, as if they had a life of their own, automatically grew back as quickly as they had been cut off. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of anger. He couldn't help but curse, directing his anger at the axolotl's ancestors. He frowned, his eyes narrowed with caution. "All right, this Black Iron Scale's ability needs to be worth the effort I put in. At first, I was worried about the side effects of Super Berserk, fearing that there might be other mutated creatures in this lake. But now, Lin Hao didn't have the luxury to overthink this issue. He began to activate his Berserk skill. Streams of power coursed around him, a deep, mesmerizing red, accompanied by an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. The surroundings felt like a scene from hell. This was also his trump card. Although he didn't want to affect other creatures, he had no other choice now. "I can't help but attack." From the center where Lin Hao stood, a burst of flames erupted, activating his power and knocking the axolotl several miles away. The surprise attack caused its horns to burn and fall off. It crawled on the lake bed, squinting to observe the enemy's situation. Then, it used its lightning speed to jump up and charge towards Lin Hao like an arrow shot from a bow, its entire body engulfed in blazing red flames. Seeing the axolotl charging towards him, ready to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Hao took a leap. Two opposing forces, one ice and one fire, clashed. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ice and fire, let's see who's stronger." One blue and one red, they charged at each other like lightning in the clear sky. Sparks flew, and the sound was deafening. The light was blinding, and the surrounding pressure became chaotic and, in that moment, the flames blazed, swallowing the cold, icy area. The axolotl, coming into contact with Lin Hao's attack, immediately felt its entire body burning. The pain was intense and persistent. It quickly retreated, its blue eyes wide with anger as it stared at Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood there calmly, observing. The pressure around him was like burning lava, the flames flickering like hellfire. It was just as he predicted. Although its regenerative ability was strong, the recovery time was fixed within a certain period. Soon, the burned and deformed flesh returned to its original appearance. Lin Hao sneered, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. "Let's see what else you can use to heal yourself, to regenerate your icy bones. If I didn't have the Berserk skill, I would have died here." Sensing the change in the situation, and knowing that discretion is the better part of valor, the axolotl knew it couldn't defeat the enemy in front of it today. It quickly swam away, disappearing in a flash, leaving behind a turbulent wake. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Hao moved his agile body, darting forward, his movements decisive as he parted the water. "You're fighting me, and you want to leave. Are you kidding me?" His speed was so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. A fiery attack struck the back of the axolotl's head, catching it off guard. "I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Now you want to retreat. It's not that easy." Lin Hao continued to press down with force. He shouted, "You want to run." The axolotl's body was burning hot, and the force caused its bones to crack, making a numbing sound. Its eyes were wide open, losing focus, and it could only emit painful screams. After a few seconds, it regained its senses, its eyes filled with rage and caution. It gritted its teeth in pain and began to emit cold air from its entire body, trying to soothe the wound and prepare to counterattack. Ice particles were gradually accumulating all over its body, visible to the naked eye. Lin Hao quickly seized the opportunity, his sharp claws utilizing his new skill. He plunged his claws deep into its flesh, causing dark energy to penetrate deep into its skin. Sensing the pain of his flesh being torn apart and corroded, the axolotl thrashed violently. Its two front limbs kept flailing in the water, trying to escape. This was clearly a madman it wanted to get away from, but Lin Hao, in his frenzied state, held on and beat it mercilessly. In a desperate situation, the pain in its body made it feel like it was going mad. Every nerve, every cell was screaming in agony. It gathered all its remaining strength and exhaled a blast of ice from its mouth, a sudden attack that caught Lin Hao off guard. I've hit it this hard, and it still hasn't given up. Dodging the sudden ice blast, he instinctively reached out with his sharp claws, aiming for the axolotl's head. It looked at Lin Hao as if to say, I shot you with ice, and you still won't let me go. Lin Hao's pupils dilated, staring at it in disbelief that this fish would still resist. In an instant, Lin Hao didn't even blink. One hand held its head, and the other used its sharp claws to dig deep into its flesh. Lin Hao exuded a powerful aura, his muscular body resembling that of a god of death. His claws gently drew a line, and the smell of blood immediately permeated the water. The axolotl's body was split into like a piece of cloth being torn. After the swift and dramatic tearing, the smell of rust spread throughout the area. The axolotl's heavy body sank to the bottom of the water, leaving only Lin Hao standing there like a living god, surrounded by flames, an image like something sculpted from ancient times, imposing and inviolable. Lin Hao's body began to tire, sweat pouring out. Every cell in his body felt like it was about to explode. He looked exhausted, as if his life force had been drained. His eyes were dazed as he looked at the axolotl's corpse in front of him. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay conscious, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally, it's dead. It seems I overdid it this time, I need to rest. His vision blurred, and his focus was lost. Before his eyes were like stars, swirling, his eyelids were heavy, and the image of his own hand in front of him gradually became blurry. Darkness suddenly fell, his body had reached its limit. He had no strength left, and his body lost its balance, falling. Seeing her host suddenly collapse, the mermaid couldn't help but be annoyed. She closed her eyes in resignation, patted her forehead, and sighed, Why do I always have to clean up your mess? Meanwhile, at the Dragon Team headquarters, an internal meeting was taking place among the higher-ups. Everyone was silent after receiving the intelligence report. Zhao, through the image on her phone screen, had immediately recognized the subject. Headquarters is particularly interested in this mutated creature. After much discussion and consideration of all aspects, we have decided to proceed with monitoring and capturing it, a scientist said, showing an image of a creature resembling a salamander, about 1.5 meters tall, like an adult human, with red skin. And the second target is the tyrant dragon. From the images, we can see that the red mutated salamander defeated the tyrant dragon. Seeing that Zhao wasn't speaking, Liu turned to her and asked, What do you think we should say? Zhao remained silent, staring intently at the phone screen. After a moment, she gently placed the phone down and said calmly, Just tell them the truth. Then she stood up straight and confidently said to everyone, to Liu's surprise, I know this mutated creature. The room remained silent. Everyone turned their attention to her, eagerly waiting to hear what she would say next. It has saved us many times and has never shown any intention of attacking us. Li Yi, hearing this, simply closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, not speaking. It sounded illogical, but it was true. However, even if he trusted her, it didn't mean others would. Just based on her word, how could she prove that the creature wouldn't interfere with the organization's plans? No one would accept that. Even so, he still wanted to tell the truth. That's right. When we were at Longshan Mountain, this mutated creature appeared in time to help us solve many problems. Zhao, after hearing Li Yi speak up for her, was extremely surprised. She didn't expect someone like him to help her like this. After all, this was beneficial for Lin Hao. The man opposite her immediately became serious and said, If it really is on our side, then that's good news for us. But then his eyes narrowed, filled with determination and reason. But this mutated creature is too unpredictable, we can't take that risk. Hearing that this guy seemed to have a problem with Lin Hao, Zhao quickly thought of a countermeasure. She looked at him and said, What if we just monitor it and don't try to capture it? Hearing her, he looked dumbfounded, as if he had heard something ridiculous. What do you mean? To him, her words were quite strange because a creature like that, if it were harmful, could be very dangerous. Zhao took out her sword and placed it on the table, calmly explaining the whole story of what happened at Longshan Mountain. We found a large cache of marked armor. It was this creature that led us to it. It knows we need this equipment. If we go with it, we can find even more weapons. Hearing her explanation, he understood the situation better. But even if what she said was true, this matter couldn't be hidden from the higher-ups. He could only nod in agreement. What you say isn't without merit. But this matter needs to be reported to headquarters. Also, it's not just Longyan City. Other cities are also experiencing unusual events. You should all prepare yourselves. Hearing his words, she had already made up her mind. She immediately stood up and left the meeting room. Li Yi saw her leave but didn't stop her. Before leaving, Zhao had told them, "All right, I'll go check on." As soon as she closed the door, she let out a sigh. If I acted too obviously, it might raise suspicion. That would be more harmful than helpful. As she walked, she could only silently say to herself, "Lin Hao, thank you. But for now, this is all I can do for you." Under the waters of Longyan City, Lin Hao, after a long sleep, was starting to show signs of waking up. He woke up, stretching his shoulders, his voice still a bit groggy but refreshed. "Every time I finish a bout of berserk mode, I sleep so well." While he was still in a daze, the mermaid suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling him. She looked like she hadn't slept, with dark circles under her eyes, pale and thin, her eyes filled with anger as she questioned him. "Every time you pass out, you sleep like that. What about me, still half asleep?" Lin Hao was suddenly startled awake. After his brain finally processed what was happening, he quickly pushed the mermaid's face away, even though she was putting on a pitiful act. "What the hell? It's morning already, and you're talking nonsense." He crossed his arms and frowned. "Something's not right with her words, but I don't know what, whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is that thing over there, oh my god." The mermaid covered her nose, looking disgusted as she pointed towards something in the distance. This caught Lin Hao's attention, and he followed her gaze. "All right, hurry up and eat. This thing stinks." Seeing that thing, Lin Hao immediately understood what the problem was. He reluctantly walked over and began to eat his first meal after waking up. As he chewed, the system's sound rang out. Lin Hao looked up. Obtained skill, black iron scales, extremely durable scales that greatly enhance defense. As soon as he finished reading the text, it transformed into a red ball of light, floating in the air and illuminating the area. Lin Hao immediately felt lighter, as if some force was lifting him. Streams of light from the orb wrapped around him and entered his body. His body felt cleansed, light and extraordinary. In an instant, when the light disappeared, his body had become more toned. "Look at these abs and biceps, so impressive." He happily admired his body, chuckling and touching his biceps. "It mainly enhances defense. Even though I lost the thorn scales effect, it's not bad." While he was admiring his body, the system displayed, "Congratulations, host. You have received a hidden reward. Fusion is possible for thorn scales. Do you want to fuse?" Saying these words, his eyes lit up like headlights. Lin Hao shouted excitedly, "Mom, fuse them quickly." "Why would I even need to think about that?" Immediately, the remaining scales of the axolotl on the ground began to change, gradually turning red. They started to float in the water, drawn by some force, forming circular patterns around Lin Hao. He watched in amazement, exclaiming, "These are the two scales fusing. Ding, ding, thorn scales and black iron scales fused." New skill, black iron claws, extremely durable and sharp claws with a special reflective damage effect. 1% of damage received is reflected back to the attacker. "Oh my god, look at this, look at this. The scales are bright red and awesome. They're so cool, they're flattering, everyone, look." His eyes were completely drawn to the scales. "Oh my god." Lin Hao was grinning from ear to ear. "With this skill, who would dare to bite me? I'll puncture their mouths." But then he thought again, and something seemed off. He touched his face thoughtfully. "This is the special 1% reflective damage effect. That's not much damage at all." He shrugged it off. "Oh well, better than nothing." Suddenly, he felt a change in the water currents. The water pressure also changed. He quickly looked up at the surface and asked unconsciously, "Is it just me, or is the water level in Huolong Pond rising?" He looked around and seemed to realize something. "It's that hole." He approached it and exclaimed, "The water seems to be coming from that hole. This mutated hexagonal dragonfish is quite something." He quickly swam towards the dark hole, his eyes filled with determination. This hidden cave might have treasures. It looks small from afar, but it's huge up close. Lin Hao and the mermaid were both stunned when they saw it. He looked down into the depths of the hole. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see the bottom. He said, "Why does my scalp feel numb? I can't see anything." When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. There must be something in the water. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and swam quickly towards the deep hole. "I'm still going to greet the abyss. Let's see what's hidden in this deep hole." After swimming for a while, he looked around the hole, swimming and chatting with the mermaid. "This abyss tunnel is so deep, it doesn't look like the hexagonal dragonfish dug it. It looks like it was made by humans." They continued to go deeper to verify Lin Hao's hypothesis. He extended his sharp claws to test it. It wouldn't hurt to try, right? He swiped his claws down. Scrape. This is Lin Hao's eyes suddenly changed. In an instant, he frowned. It was just as he predicted. He exclaimed, "This wall seems to be made of metal." The scene before him was like a dark, starless night. Suddenly, a few specks of light flickered. One speck, then two, then more, appearing like a sea of stars in the dark. Lin Hao looked ahead, frowning slightly. He had already made a guess in his mind. He muttered, "Are they coming again?" Just as he predicted, what looked like fairy dust from afar turned out to be a swarm of crazed axolotls, swimming rapidly towards Lin Hao with looks of resentment. After assessing the situation, Lin Hao exclaimed, "You can't beat me one-on-one, so now you're ganging up on me. How cowardly! Even if you bring 500 more, you're just here for a friendly chat." Lin Hao stretched and activated his muscles, releasing his domineering aura. His muscles were firm, and streams of red energy swirled around him. He calmly looked at the axolotls and said, "You've come at the right time. Let me test out my new gear." Seeing that they were swimming too slowly, he took the initiative and dashed towards them, causing the group to momentarily scatter in surprise. With just a few skilled maneuvers, Lin Hao weaved through them, swiping his claws. Before they could even react, their bodies were severed. A gruesome red had dyed the area, and the smell of rust was suffocating. He swiftly moved past the 500 axolotls, then kindly stroked the head of the last one in line. Among the axolotls, one saw that its leader was about to be destroyed and immediately gathered energy, puffed up its cheeks, widened its eyes, and spat out a large blast of ice towards Lin Hao. Every move was captured by Lin Hao's eyes. He smirked, revealing his sharp teeth. Flames resembling lava gradually flickered at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he retaliated with a blast of lava that swept towards the enemy. His hand still kindly stroked the head of the last one, leaving behind a charred corpse in the water, accompanied by a mournful cry before sinking. In the next second, like a whirlwind, he crushed the head of the last one as if crushing a grape. He then swiftly moved towards the other axolotls, so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Before they could react, he had already grabbed their necks with his claws, squeezing tighter and tighter, causing them to struggle and scream in pain. To avoid hearing these ear-piercing screams, Lin Hao quickly snapped to clean breaks, left and right, evenly crack, crack, crisp and clear. And just like that, the world returned to its original peace, but the smell of rust grew stronger, staining his eyes red. Ding! Mutated Tier 3 hexagonal dragonfish detected. Received 80,000 evolution points. Seeing the tens of thousands of points displayed, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he grinned excitedly. Come, keep coming, come on out, more. To find more, Lin Hao quickly swam forward, heading towards the depths, slicing through the water. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in front of him, blinding him. He quickly shielded his eyes and exclaimed, "There's light coming from that crack." As he got used to the light source, he became curious and approached to see what was on the other side. the sound of machinery echoed. The light gradually extended, following the curved lines, connecting to each other and leading deep inside. Lin Hao was stunned, frozen in place, looking at what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my God! He looked left and right, surveying his surroundings. A sense of unease suddenly welled up in his heart, but he couldn't explain why. He always felt uncomfortable. The mermaid swam closer to a wall, pressed her ear against it, and knocked a few times, trying to hear something. Then she turned to Lin Hao and said, "Some things behind the iron bars." She scanned the area and finally calmly replied, "That's right, it's this feeling." Hearing this, the mermaid silently looked ahead, not saying anything. She seemed to understand something. Then Lin Hao continued, "If there are these things here for confinement and surveillance, it would be unbelievable if there wasn't something strange. If someone intentionally built this place, then it proves one thing." Lin Hao slowly said, "Underneath Huolong Pond, there's such a large structure. Could it be?" While they were both pondering, they simultaneously unveiled the mystery, lifting the fog that had previously eluded them. Their eyes widened and they frowned, looking ahead and exclaiming in unison, "A civilization's ruins." Then, our dynamic duo looked down and discovered a giant white skeleton, its origin unknown. Judging by the size of the skeleton, it was clear that when this creature was alive, it was an enormous entity. Lin Hao stared at it intently. Bones this large proved that the original creature was also very big. While observing, he noticed something peculiar about a spot on the skeleton. He reached out and carefully examined it. "What on earth is this?" Suddenly, the sound of machinery echoed again, crack, crack. It was eerie, making one's hair stand on end. The equipment began to shift, and the machinery seemed to start up and operate. Lin Hao stared blankly at the machinery in operation, his eyes widening in shock. Before him, a magnificent scene of advanced machinery unfolded. Even at such a depth underwater, it didn't affect its operation at all. There were also no signs of damage around it. Underneath Huolong Pond, there are even larger ruins. Remembering the two ETs that had appeared earlier, he thought, perhaps what they're looking for is right here. He crossed his arms, thinking, so the appearance of ETs at Huolong Pond has a reason. Then the questions were now answered. Why did they always appear near Huolong Pond, the most dramatic location of all? Thinking about it again, a question arose. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at the machinery in front of him, full of curiosity. Then why didn't they send people from the L organization to awaken this civilization's ruins? Are the ETs not completely trusting of the L organization? Let's go ahead and see what's going on. Negate. As they approached, the door opened automatically. I thought there would be security or something. This is convenient, no need to break the door. They went deeper inside. On both sides were tanks with a greenish liquid, seemingly nurturing something inside. Lin Hao observed them all. Was that mutated hexagonal dragonfish from here? As they walked around, he was suddenly drawn to a creature right in front of him. He stopped to look. In a large tank, a giant creature resembling a dinosaur appeared. What's this? This huge monster. Information about the creature appeared. Flame-scaled giant crane, combat power, unknown. Its body is as tall as a building, even bigger than a telephone pole. Just seeing it is terrifying. Luckily, its combat power is weak. Luckily, it hasn't awakened. This thing looks hard to deal with. Let's keep going and see what else is here. One tank on the left, one on the right. Something seems off. Lin Hao looked left and right, back and forth between two tanks. There are two mutated creatures that have awakened, but I only met one. Where's the other one? The mermaid held her waist and pointed upwards with her finger, signaling him with her eyes. Lin Hao immediately understood. He looked in the direction of the tank in front and said, "Oh right, the rotten corpses in the hallway must have been killed by the mutated hexagonal dragonfish." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao offered his thoughts. It's not surprising that the ETs couldn't awaken all the mutated creatures at once. If they gathered together, they would kill each other. This is highly likely, as the two tanks in front of us and the large skeleton we saw earlier provide clues. Based on these, it's highly probable. They continued forward. What's going on? Lin Hao was stunned. What does this mean? Level 1. He tried to tap the layer with his hand. There was no reaction. He could tell from the sound that this door was quite thick. Lin Hao looked at the door in front of him and fell into deep thought. The ruins at Longshan Mountain didn't have this door. Could it be that the bottom of Huolong Pond is even more dangerous than Longshan? The mermaid just listened quietly, not speaking, staring at the door and her host. Everything here was very foreign to his human understanding. Another layer of mystery, why a million questions? Lin Hao exclaimed, the ruins must have existed before humans. What kind of creature built these ruins? Those green warrior beasts couldn't have. It must have been a more intelligent, advanced creature. Mentioning them suddenly gave him a very unpleasant feeling. Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with resentment. The air around him filled with a sense of grievance. The mermaid, seeing her host suddenly change his expression faster than flipping a page, asked, "Why are you suddenly so resentful?" Adjusting his mood, he just hung his head and sighed. "You don't understand. This isn't resentment. It's a feeling I can't escape, even after dying once." Just as he was feeling down, crack, crack, the sound of shattering glass ripped through the quiet atmosphere. Lin Hao quickly regained his composure, looking around and shouting, "Which one cracked?" Looking into the distance, a red dot, followed by a stream of dark energy, radiated outwards. It was that tank. Information appeared. Tier 3 mutated, man-eating fish, combat power, unknown. Lin Hao dashed forward like an arrow. Oh, great. If that's the case, I'll have to strike first before it pounces and tears me to pieces. Attack first, ask questions later. His sharp claws piercing downwards, sparks flew. If you want to crack, I'll help you crack first. Strangely, there was no reaction. The tank had a crack caused by the creature inside, but his sharp claws were ineffective. They didn't even leave a scratch on the tank. Lin Hao was stunned. My attack is useless against this glass. My corrosive claws can't even make a dent in this glass tank. How thick is this thing? Inside the tank, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Golden pupils and sharp teeth flashed into view through the crack in the tank. The creature inside collided violently, creating a bong-bong sound against the tank's walls. Crack, the spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Before long, crack, crack, the thick glass shattered, and pieces fell. Lin Hao exclaimed, "It looks like this thing can only be broken from the inside." As he stood there observing, the fish, seemingly sensing a living creature nearby, quickly burst out of the tank and lunged towards Lin Hao. It opened its golden eyes, baring its sharp teeth as it rapidly approached. Seeing it charge towards him, he exclaimed, "You just woke up, and you're already picking a fight. Why is this one so aggressive?" It opened its mouth wide and swam quickly towards Lin Hao. Realizing the target of the fish's attack, he quickly used his tail to block the bite. It bit down hard on his tail. Lin Hao looked at the small fish in front of him with its ferocious appearance and exclaimed, "Seriously? You're attacking from 3 directions. What's going on here?" He blinked, looking at the small fish in front of him. It seemed enraged by his attitude. Its sharp teeth continued to bite down. "It looks fierce, but it doesn't have any attack power. Is that all you've got?" In the next second, Lin Hao quickly whipped his tail, flinging the fish high into the air. It flew up like a shooting star. "Go play up there." He initially thought its attack power would be quite strong. The fish flew up and then, due to gravity, bounced off the other tanks like a pinball, before finally coming to a stop, lying motionless on the ground, unconscious. Lin Hao approached, extending his claws to grab it. Young and inexperienced, he easily picked it up. "This thing melted in my mouth as soon as I put it in." He grabbed its tail and gently swallowed it. System notification: swallowed a Tier 3 mutated piranha. Received 70,000 evolution points. As he chewed and swallowed the tender meat, he smiled with satisfaction, not forgetting to praise the fish. "The taste is pretty good. It's really soft and juicy." While he was enjoying his meal, not yet having rested, he suddenly heard a crack sound. He turned his gaze towards the source of the noise. Both of them immediately looked in that direction. Lin Hao exclaimed, "What was that sound?" As they approached, a million questions popped into his head. He looked around at the tank. I broke that other tank with my claws, and it didn't even flinch. Now, just a little touch, and it's cracked. What's going on? Isn't this thing supposed to be unbreakable from the outside? He looked at the tank with a skeptical expression. Or is it because of its body structure? He turned to the mermaid. The bone on the back of that piranha. The mermaid stroked her chin, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. It's not the same. Its hardness isn't even 1,000th of this. Then why did the tank crack? Is there another reason? He reached out and stroked his chin. Suddenly, he thought of something. His eyes looked up. It's that metal orb? No, that metal orb is on Longshan Mountain. Based on what you said, it makes sense. If that orb is stimulating the creatures inside to awaken, the tank breaking is understandable. But that piranha's body structure was too weak. It wasn't strong enough to break the tank, so why did the tank crack? They both looked around at the other tanks, then fell silent. The mermaid seemed to think of something. She said to him, "Could it be because of you?" Lin Hao looked like a clueless chicken, blinking his big, round eyes. He pointed at himself, me, then, as if he had thought of something, he crossed his arms and slowly looked at her. Is it because it sensed the presence of its own kind and awakened? But that explanation seems a bit too simplistic. It could be one explanation, although there's no concrete evidence to prove it's correct. Thinking about it didn't yield a definitive answer, so they decided to leave it for later. He extended his hand, and a small flame appeared in his palm. He looked at the tanks in front of him, his gaze falling on the cracked one. It's not because of its own kind, it's just because of me. He then opened the system interface. Teleport activated. A circle of light immediately appeared, enveloping them both. Lin Hao exclaimed, "We have to get out of here first." He pressed the button, and in an instant, they both vanished into thin air. The scene shifted to Huolong Pond. After they had teleported away from the ruins, Lin Hao observed the location. He discovered something. The location of these ruins is too special. It's not only underwater, but also in a busy marketplace. It's hard to deal with. If it were in a desolate area, it would be much easier to handle. But if there are too many people, it will have a big impact. While he was underwater, he suddenly heard a voice from above. The water level at Huolong Pond has risen a lot. The plants here are also very beautiful. Wow, look at the carp here. They're so big. Lin Hao and the mermaid both looked up towards the source of the voice. On the surface, a man was looking down at the lake from the railing. He gently said to his daughter, "I told you this place has spiritual energy. Every time I finish praying to the Dragon King, my luck becomes extremely good." The little girl looked down at the lake and turned to her father with a smile. "Is there really a Dragon King here who grants blessings?" Dragon King? Lin Hao stared up at the father and daughter, his eyes wide. He remained motionless, his face blank. The mermaid, hearing this, burst into laughter, covering her mouth and looking at Lin Hao. "Oh, you're doing quite well for yourself." "Huh, Dragon King." He remembered his own skill. "That's right, I have this one." He quickly opened the system interface to check. He scratched his head, his eyes half closed. So that's what auspicious guardian means. I always wondered what this skill was. He waved his hand dismissively. But now it seems I'm not so auspicious anymore. Could that mutated hexagonal dragonfish have awakened so quickly because of my influence? Should I leave Huolong Pond? If my presence is causing problems, it's best to move. The mermaid, hearing her host muttering and questioning himself, said, "Right now, it's just a suspicion. There's no concrete evidence that you're the one affecting the creatures in the ruins, and if you move, where would you go?" Lin Hao crossed his arms, thinking, then said, "I really don't want Huolong Pond to become like Longshan." Fighting at Longshan was already a whole drama. If this lake becomes like that too, it will be exhausting. System notification. Updated quest. Super difficult quest. Swallow a tier 5 mutated sea eel reward. Pink treasure chest. A new quest. Wow, a pink treasure chest. His eyes lit up. It must be a very generous reward. On the sea, a fishing boat was drifting, searching for a suitable fishing spot. The fisherman pulled up his net. Wow, a big catch. These fish will sell for a lot of money. It was a net full of fresh fish. The man grabbed the net and walked towards his young daughter. She immediately ran towards him, smiling brightly. "That's great. When we get home, I'll pick a big fish for Mom to make grilled red fish." The father, hearing this, smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, all right." As the two were chatting happily, the child suddenly stared at something behind her father. Her eyes widened in surprise, then fear. She pointed behind him, shouting, "Dad, what's that?" The man didn't understand what she meant and quickly turned around. Oh my God, giant tentacles were attacking his boat. The man shouted, "Monster, there's a monster." In his panic, he didn't know what to do. The tentacles wrapped around his boat, and more tentacles spread out, crawling over the entire vessel. Soon, it would sink to the bottom of the sea, leaving no trace. The man quickly grabbed the child and ran. "Run!" The child was terrified. "What do we do, Dad?" Seeing the tentacles approaching, their size overwhelming, the man ran to an empty spot and put the child down. He quickly grabbed an iron bar, shouting, "Go get the gasoline." He then stayed behind to block the tentacles, preventing them from approaching the cabin. Seeing that the child had run inside, the man felt a little relieved. He used all his might to wield the iron bar, fighting against the tentacles. The child quickly ran into the cabin to where the gasoline can was kept. She grabbed the can and was about to run out when suddenly a force grabbed her waist and lifted her up. In her panic, she dropped the can. She screamed, "Help!" A tentacle lifted the child out of the cabin and into the air. In her terror, she could only shout, "Dad, save me!" Seeing his daughter being lifted into the air, the man was terrified. While he was distracted, another tentacle seized the opportunity and grabbed him. The father and daughter were now like fish on a chopping board. "This is it. This is our last trip to see my child." Just as he thought his life as a fisherman was over, a powerful force suddenly struck, shattering the tentacles. Boom! A sound that pierced the heavens. The severed tentacles fell. The child, no longer supported, began to fall. Lin Hao leapt out of the water, catching the child and landing gently on the deck of the ship. Struck by a powerful blow, the tentacles quickly released the man and the boat, retreating back into the sea. Lin Hao quickly jumped off the boat, plunging into the water. The boat, freed from the tentacles' grasp, returned to normal, the waves calm and the sea peaceful, as if the tentacles had never appeared, as if it had all been a nightmare. The child quickly ran into her father's arms, excitedly pointing towards where Lin Hao had jumped off the boat. She laughed and said to her father, "Dad, a dragon saved us." The man, having escaped danger, hugged his daughter tightly. He looked up in the direction she was pointing. Submerged beneath the sea, the mermaid and Lin Hao could clearly see the shape of the tentacles of the creature that had just attacked the fisherman's boat. The more Lin Hao observed, the more familiar it seemed. He exclaimed, "This attack pattern, why does it feel so familiar? Could it really be an old acquaintance?" He gazed into the distance, his mind racing. Fate is playing tricks on me. Then, as if he had thought of something, Lin Hao quickly leapt out of the water and headed towards the boat. The mermaid was bewildered by his actions, not understanding what her host was planning this time. She hurriedly chased after him, asking, "Where are you going?" Hearing the mermaid's question, but unable to stop, Lin Hao could only hastily reply, "I'll explain later." He then increased his speed, slicing through the water and leaving the mermaid behind, watching his retreating figure. On the surface of the sea, the fisherman's boat, having escaped the giant tentacles, had returned to its initial calm, as if nothing had happened. The fisherman held his daughter tightly, comforting her. "It's okay. Dad has called for help. We'll be home soon." As they sat there, a sudden gust of wind blew, propelling the boat forward. This startled the father and daughter. They had just experienced a terrifying ordeal, and there were only the two of them on the boat. Neither of them was steering, so how was the boat moving? A sense of unease, greater than ever before, welled up in their hearts. Could it be that those tentacles had returned? The little girl, tears welling up in her eyes, looked at her father in fear and said, "Dad, what's happening?" The father hugged his daughter, comforting her. He then immediately ran to the stern of the boat to assess the situation. He saw the dragon-like creature from before pushing the boat. He tried to remain calm and observe. It was indeed the creature. The anxiety in his heart subsided slightly. He sighed with relief and ran back to his daughter, hugging her and gently stroking her head. "It's okay, the dragon has come back to help us." The little girl, hearing this, was overjoyed and hugged her father, tears streaming down her cheeks as she laughed and said, "The boat's moving." The boat travelled for a distance, away from where the incident had occurred. It would only be a little further before they reached the shore. Lin Hao, judging the time was right, gradually slowed down and stopped. The father and daughter remained on the deck, looking out at the sea until the boat came to a complete stop. From afar, Lin Hao emerged from the water, looking at the two of them. They were overjoyed to see him. "It's the dragon. It really is the dragon." The fisherman was so happy he couldn't speak. The little girl was so excited that she raised her hands in greeting, shouting, "Thank you, sir. You're a good dragon. We won't forget you." Seeing the radiant smiles on their faces, Lin Hao was also happy. But keeping the secret was important. He gestured towards them, signaling secret. The mermaid, who had been watching everything from the side, was also happy for them. Then she turned to her host, teasing him. "How does it feel to receive a good dragon card after going out?" She chuckled as she teased him. Hearing her praise, her host grinned, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest with pride. "I'm a good person who does good deeds. Not everyone is as handsome and kind as I am." After resolving the immediate danger to the people, Lin Hao and the mermaid immediately returned to the area where the tentacled sea creature was. Looking down at the deep, bottomless ocean, it seemed as if a giant, monstrous creature didn't even exist there. Lin Hao scanned the area but still couldn't find any trace of it. He was hesitant, wondering if he should continue searching or leave. Seeing his expression, the mermaid asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Lin Hao remained silent. A short clip, a memory, flashed clearly in his mind. He had faced a giant crab with an attack power many times greater than a killer whale. Having encountered such a creature, how could he forget? Every detail of that memory was as fresh as if it had happened yesterday. All of it was clearly present in his mind. Lin Hao replied to the mermaid, "Honestly, I'm a little scared. If I'm this strong and still can't fight it, then what should I do? Before, I relied on being able to teleport to do things, but in the deep sea, the ability to teleport is beyond the limit." This seemed to have removed his safety net. If there's an emergency, it's really hard to say if I can survive. Understanding her host's concerns, the mermaid was also very understanding. "If you don't dare to go, then just leave. Let's go find some mutated sea eels." Lin Hao, seeing that she had a point, started to swim upwards. He hadn't gone far when, from the deep sea where the light couldn't reach, those tentacles appeared again. Before Lin Hao could swim further, they quickly wrapped around his body, preventing him from advancing. This sudden ambush startled Lin Hao. He looked back, shouting, "You're not letting me go." From the mass of tentacles, a sharp set of teeth emerged, the giant tentacles flailing around. The scene was terrifying and grotesque. Seeing that the tentacles were tightening their grip and pulling him towards the set of teeth, Lin Hao immediately activated his skill, Black Iron Scales. In an instant, the tentacles wrapped around his body were shredded into pieces. He thought that one move would solve the problem, but no. Just as he severed the tentacles, new ones emerged, wrapping around his body again. In just a few seconds, the severed tentacles regenerated at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, Lin Hao realized once again that things were not simple. He groaned, looking at these monstrous things. "It's regenerating again, can't cut it, can't slash it." In this situation, Lin Hao quickly came up with a last resort. He gathered energy in his danshan, concentrating all his strength to unleash a burst of fire, aiming directly at the troublesome tentacles. A column of fire, like lava, swept out, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. He shouted, "I'll roast you, let's see if you can still regenerate." The areas hit by his attack were quickly charred. The surrounding area smelled of roasted meat, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Lin Hao conveniently grabbed a piece of meat and started munching on it. While eating, he didn't forget to offer his commentary. "It's cooked on the spot, hot and crispy, delicious. But it's missing something, right? It's bland. It would be better with some seasoning, although the taste is a bit bland. It's edible. He continued to chew, eating to satisfy his hunger. After escaping from the monstrous tentacles, Lin Hao quickly swam upwards, surveying the situation. The creature, with its seemingly endless giant tentacles, covered an entire area of the sea. A sharp claw descended, slash, another claw, slash, black iron claws. Lin Hao became more and more aggressive. He looked at the tentacles and exclaimed, "The brothers you gathered are pretty average, huh?" He then used his corrosive claws. In the next second, a horrifying scene appeared, causing Lin Hao to widen his eyes in disbelief. Before him was the form of a giant mutated crab, the red king crab, a tier 5 mutated creature. It was 100 times larger than a killer whale. The mermaid, seeing it from afar, quickly signaled to Lin Hao, shouting, "It's here." Lin Hao glanced over. "Oh, crap!" he exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, what is this thing?" From the deep sea before Lin Hao and the mermaid was an extremely horrifying image, a giant octopus with neon blue eyes, and below it, a giant crab with flat, golden eyes. From their perspective, Lin Hao and the mermaid were nothing more than tiny plankton in the vast ocean. The monstrous beast roared, shaking the entire seabed. Lin Hao was stunned, shocked, and bewildered, his eyes wide as he asked himself, "Is this a crab or an octopus?" Before him, the mermaid didn't know if it was a crab or an octopus, but after observing the situation, she was sure of one thing. She turned to him and said, "You're in trouble." Lin Hao could only silently look at the mutated creature before him, not speaking. He dashed forward like a cannon, firing towards the creature in front of him, a mix of crab and octopus. Like thunder and lightning, he moved swiftly, shouting as he went, "Strike fast, decide fast." A flash of red light aimed straight for the massive tentacles. They, seeing the enemy approaching, quickly thrashed, wanting to capture him. Tentacles from all directions converged, aiming for the center. This time, escaping would be harder than ascending to heaven. A quiet space, but in an instant, the tentacles stirred. From within, a powerful force suddenly erupted, destroying their barrier and blowing away some of the tentacles. The speed was unimaginable. It was Lin Hao, breaking through the enemy's encirclement, charging through their ranks, roaring fiercely as he emerged from their grasp. With lightning speed, he arrived in front of the crab. He extended his claws, looking at its massive body and flat eyes, quickly assessing and exclaiming, "The only way to defeat a superior opponent is through speed." He was about to lunge when a fireball suddenly appeared in front of him. Taking shape, he exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" He hadn't misjudged it. The giant crab was spitting fire. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to engage in close combat, it quickly used its fire-breathing skill. A column of fire shot out from its mouth towards Lin Hao, causing him to freeze for a moment. The blazing fire appeared before his eyes. It's so familiar. As the fire approached, Lin Hao could confirm one thing. "Isn't this my crimson flame?" He was stunned, looking at the approaching fire and then back at the mutated creature in front of him. In a cozy room, Zhao sat on the sofa, her fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard, the clicking sound echoing. She muttered to herself, "Octopus." Lin Hao walked by, observing her serious demeanor as she worked. The laptop screen displayed an image of an octopus in motion. It had 3 hearts, 9 brains, and 2 memory systems. Curious, Lin Hao approached, astonished, and exclaimed, 3 hearts, 9 brains, and even 2 memory systems. This octopus is incredibly powerful. Zhao smiled upon hearing this. She then gently stroked his face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the handsome face before her. Not only that, its structure is far more perfect than humans. Zhao began to analyze the functions of the tentacles on the octopus's body and how they worked. Each of its tentacles had a secondary brain, and when in danger, it could detach a tentacle to distract the enemy and escape. Furthermore, through her explanation, Lin Hao came to understand even more about how octopuses perceive the world. The photoreceptor cells of octopuses are located on the outermost layer of their skin, distributing visual proteins. This means they can see the world through their skin. For a mollusk, this was truly a pinnacle in the marine animal kingdom. Lin Hao was extremely excited, like a child. His eyes widened as he turned to Zhao and exclaimed, then they're invincible. Why haven't octopuses dominated the Earth after all these years? Hearing her husband's question, Joe smiled. She began to explain the reason, like a teacher explaining things to her students, because octopuses have a genetic lock. Simply put, their lifespan is too short, and they live solitary lives. Although their learning ability is very strong, their solitary nature prevents them from passing on their accumulated experience to the next generation. Oh, I see, Lin Hao, his question answered, happily poked Zhao Xu's cheek and said, octopuses are so scary. Let's have grilled octopus tonight. Okay. She smiled and nodded, looking at him affectionately. Lin Hao quickly dodged the attack of this monster. This fire-breathing technique was his own from before, when he had encountered it. He had used a similar attack then. It was unexpected to see the enemy using his own move against him now. Lin Hao quickly regained his composure and entered a combat stance. It didn't have this move before. Zhao, you're right. The octopus's learning ability is indeed very strong. I only used it once, and it learned it. Lin Hao's eyes stared intently at it, observing it for a while. His mind quickly calculated. He exclaimed, that's not right. The one attacking me is that mutated red crab I was too surprised earlier to notice. The fire breathing is from the crab's mouth. He immediately activated his detection system. Before his eyes, a radar scan swept over the monster in front of him. What the hell is this? The main culprit, the mastermind, is the octopus. It's on the upper body of the giant red crab. It seems like all the actions and movements are controlled by it. This was truly a trap. Lin Hao stared, dumbfounded for a moment. He blinked and looked again. It was indeed the case. The octopus was the source of all its behaviors. He swallowed hard. Oh boy, this is going to be tough. If I use another skill, and it copies and counters, that would be really bad. To summarize the situation, a mutated octopus had parasitized this mutated red crab, and the mutated octopus could control the mutated red crab. One octopus, one crab, what a headache. Before, I was fighting one, now it's two, and each one is terrifyingly huge. Now, he could only rely on himself to break this deadlock. Lin Hao raised his sharp claws, the golden energy radiating from them. He gathered all his strength into this attack. He aimed precisely and charged straight into the enemy's ranks. The crab quickly raised its claws to block. The two forces collided, creating a shockwave. The air pressure radiated outwards in large circles, and dark red energy sparks flew, causing the red crab to roar. In the darkness, a claw came down. The sharp claws, concentrating force, pierced deep into the crab's hard, concrete-like claws, slowly sinking in. Just a second later, the crab's claw counter-attacked, trying to fling him away and then clamp down on him, but he blocked it, shouting, so fast. The attack was quickly blocked, and he couldn't move. After observing the fight for a few rounds, Lin Hao looked at it with a judgmental gaze. I overestimated you. It seems you only learned the superficial aspects. He maintained his distance, looking at it with disdain. Seemingly understanding his words, the monster quickly became enraged and charged towards him. It was determined to fight to the death. Meanwhile, Lin Hao remained calm, waiting for it to charge towards him. Seeing the giant claw approaching, getting closer and closer, he thought, if my guess is correct, the regeneration is the octopus's ability. Can it be applied to the mutated red crab it's parasitizing? Facing the sharp, giant claw, Lin Hao wasn't afraid. He observed its every move, with its size and strength. If he were actually caught, he would be crushed to a pulp. Lin Hao quickly utilized the energy within him, channeling it throughout his body. A surge of energy erupted, his eyes glowing red. He exclaimed, how are you going to learn this move? With just a touch of his claw on the crab's claw, it trembled violently. A feeling of fear overwhelmed it. With a lift of his hand, he threw the crab far away, causing it to crash to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and shaking the seabed. In the next second, his sharp claws drew a perfect arc, instantly severing the tentacles. The smell of blood permeated the surroundings, creating a gruesome and terrifying scene. At this moment, Lin Hao seemed to have entered a possessed state, his entire body glowing red, his eyes burning red like a demon from hell. He exclaimed, try regenerating that. Why don't you? After being cut into many pieces, the severed tentacles of the red crab roared fiercely, enraged, and displayed its dominance. Under its pressure, he just looked on indifferently, not making any moves. In the next second, it opened its mouth again and spat out various strange purple bubbles, firing them towards him in bursts. Lin Hao didn't dodge but watched them approach. He smiled, his entire body radiating flames, spitting saliva. That's useless. He dashed forward like an arrow, quickly grabbing a claw and snapping it off, causing the crab to roar in agony. It quickly leapt back, assuming an offensive stance, and spat fire at him. It spat more and more intensely, the flames engulfing him. But this was useless against him, as if it were his specialty. He swam through the flames as if swimming normally in water, advancing as he laughed. Using my own move against me? Who taught you that? It's ridiculous. You thought copying my attack would make you invincible. What a joke. Under its relentless attacks, seeing that they were ineffective, its eyes began to change. It seemed to realize that this wasn't working against the current enemy. Perhaps it should change its strategy. But before it could do that, Lin Hao quickly grabbed its tentacle and then flung it away from the giant crab's body. The crab, losing its parasitic host, began to undergo changes. It roared, its eyes turning dull. The octopus, suddenly thrown off, was also stunned and couldn't react in time. By the time it did, it was probably too late. Its body was flung far away, like a sack carried by the current and the force of inertia. After dealing with the parasitic, Lin Hao looked back at the red crab. One down, one more to go. If it weren't for Super Berserk, I would have crushed it directly. It also has strong fire resistance. Dealing with it won't be easy. He observed the crab slowly sinking. He was also extremely surprised to see that the crab's shell was actually empty. I never imagined that among mutated creatures, there would be a parasitic relationship like this. Oh my god. In the forest, there are parasitic fungi, and now even in the sea, mutated creatures have parasites. They're evolving. Look at that crab shell, it's just like a zombie. And that octopus is like a zombie that eats the brains of others and controls them like puppets. He looked in the distance and saw the parasitic octopus trying to escape. It's fast, with 8 legs. Lin Hao looked at it and exclaimed, "Now you know to run." If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have noticed. It seems to understand, quickly using its 8 legs to flee at full speed. Lin Hao chased closely behind. The faster it went, the faster he followed. Soon, he caught up. 2 claws slashed down, severing the tentacles into many pieces with force and fury. While he was engrossed in the attack, the mermaid suddenly appeared beside him. She swam over and hurriedly said, "Stop chasing." Berserk mode has a time limit. Lin Hao gradually slowed down. He looked at her and said, "This is the second time. Next time we meet, who knows what kind of terrifying monster it will become. Because that octopus, the way it parasitizes, it's really overpowered. Next time, who knows what it will turn into." He looked in the direction it had fled, his eyes distant. The mermaid urged him, "First, go back and eat what you need to eat. Don't chase after a desperate enemy, understand?" Hearing this, Lin Hao could only sigh, looking at the retreating figure and singing a sorrowful tune. "Will we meet again? Will you still be the same when we meet again?" The mermaid was annoyed, looking at her host as if he was saying goodbye to a lover. "What's the big deal? Why are you acting like you're breaking up with your girlfriend? So annoying. If I had known, I should have let you die at Longshan." System notification. Super difficult quest. Swallow a tier 5 mutated red king crab. Reward. Random skill. Completed. Lin Hao, filled with anticipation, grinned. "I dream of wielding a machine gun. Only that can fulfill my aspirations. A random skill. I want a Gatling gun that shoots green flames." He smiled dreamily. The mermaid, hearing this, was speechless. She crossed her arms and said, "You should go pray." Then he immediately pressed the button on the system. With one click, let's see what this is. Content displayed. Heaven sent luck. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill. Quality, red. What's the meaning of this? Babbling. He opened his mouth, wanting to inquire about the system's ancestors, when suddenly a light flew straight into his mouth. He was stunned and couldn't react in time before it disappeared. The mermaid quickly said, "Look at this." Following the direction of her finger, the system displayed, "Heaven sent luck. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill. Quality red, yeah, it's still the same. What's different? Let's see." Passive, listen to the opponent's language, start imitating, and gradually become proficient in speaking, applicable to all forms of language. He placed his hand under his chin, thinking, this means imitation, copying. Lin Hao, as if he had thought of something, turned to the mermaid. Mimicry is the skill of the mutated octopus, and my reward also has a mimicry aspect. Will I be able to learn the skills of other mutated creatures in the future? If so, that would be amazing. Thinking of something, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He quickly exclaimed, "That's right, this way. I can learn the language of the ETs." The more he spoke, the more he felt like he had discovered something incredible. He made a fist and punched his other hand, looking at her excitedly. He hadn't even been excited for a few seconds when he started swimming away. She asked curiously, "Where are you going?" He hurriedly replied, "Help me think of a way. I want to enter the dragon team's laboratory. Now that I have this skill, it will definitely be useful." "Absolutely, ha, let's go there quickly." The first sentence sounded okay, but in the next sentence, he is causing trouble again. "I can't stand it." She frowned and shouted, "Are you looking for death?" The night sky was adorned with a crescent moon, partially obscured by wispy clouds. Below, tall buildings with a few lit windows created a tranquil scene. An elderly scientist with silver hair, wearing a white lab coat, stood in a modern laboratory. He held documents in his hand, and the surrounding lab equipment was neatly arranged. He turned to look at the woman, who was still diligently taking notes in the distance, and said, "Zhao, still not off work?" Zhao remained focused on the microscope, her hand continuously recording the observed results. Without looking up, she replied with utmost concentration, "I'm researching the previous topic." Her mentor approached and, seeing what she was writing, said, "You're still trying to enhance the activity of the GL virus through cultivation." "I told you, it's impossible." Zhao felt that her mentor's words weren't entirely accurate. She turned to him and responded, "The activity of the virus is the key to enhancing abilities. Currently, people who want to increase its activity can only risk injecting a high concentration of the G virus." Looking at the specimen under the microscope, she felt confident that the path she was persisting on was the right one. If it could be used in related fields, it would surely be very helpful. If we can enhance the virus's activity through cultivation, it will save many lives. She then turned back, picked up her pen, and continued to diligently write on the paper, her expression determined, "I will definitely find a way." Her mentor, seeing that his advice was ineffective against her stubborn nature, knew that even 10 bulls couldn't change her mind. He sighed and turned to leave the lab. "All right, but don't work too late. Take care of your health." Zhao understood her mentor's good intentions, but once she made up her mind, she had to see it through. She replied, "Don't worry, sir." In a secluded corner of the building, where there were no people at night, Lin Hao, with a dark expression, scratched his face awkwardly. "Is this your idea of a good idea? Look at me. Does this look okay?" He pouted, looking at his outfit. Pretending to be a cleaner is one thing, but this outfit is too tight. It's really perverted. The mermaid, however, thought that her host's fashion sense wasn't bad at all. She covered her face and swooned, assessing him. Hearing her host's complaint, she immediately approached, smiling. "It's not small." "How is it small? This style looks good." "It's not bad at all, full marks." Lin Hao was annoyed and told her, "Try touching it again." Then he said, "Whatever, at least I have something to wear." He tried moving his arms and legs to see how it felt. The size isn't quite right, it's hard to move. He borrowed a broom, just in case he needed to disguise himself. As he walked, he looked around, using the system to sense where the dragon team was holding the ET they had previously captured. The mermaid scratched her head and said, "Sigh, the signal here is weak. I can't detect it. The connection is unstable." "Wait a moment, host." Lin Hao was irritated. "It's malfunctioning at a critical moment. Is the network cable being chewed on by a fish?" As they were running, a voice suddenly called out from afar, "Stop!" Lin Hao glanced behind him, his brow furrowed. "Damn it, we've been discovered. We haven't even walked 10 meters, and we're already found out." How unlucky. Zhao held a gun in her hand, her eyes assessing the figure's back. There's no one this tall and strong working as a cleaner here. And sneaking around the corridors at night, something's definitely off. The mermaid, in front, was waving her tail back and forth, covering her face and smiling brightly, whistling. "Oh, it's your girlfriend." Lin Hao was annoyed. "What's there to be happy about?" "This is so embarrassing," he told her to be quiet. Zhao saw the figure stop but still muttering something. She shouted, "Don't move, I've already sent out our alarm." Then she ordered him, "Raise your hands and slowly turn around." Seeing that his girlfriend didn't recognize him and mistook him for an intruder, Lin Hao could only slowly follow her instructions and turn around. The tall figure turned around, revealing a handsome face. Zhao stood there, gun in hand, their eyes meeting. In that moment, time seemed to stop. This familiar face, this familiar figure was reflected in her pupils. She knew this person, loved him deeply, and had been searching for him for so long, and now he was right in front of her. Her body trembled, and her grip on the gun loosened. It fell to the ground. Tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Zhao whispered the name she had longed for day and night, Lin Hao. The mood was very romantic when suddenly, thump, 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 the sound of footsteps approached from afar. Team leader Luo, "Are you all right?" Zhao, realizing that she had just alerted the security team, rushed to Lin Hao. "Damn it. It's the security team I called earlier to be on guard against intruders." In her panic, she regained her composure, grabbed Lin Hao's hand, and ran. "Follow me." Just then, the others arrived. When they reached the corridor, they saw no one. They looked at each other in confusion. "What the hell? It's nighttime, and we're busy, and this happens, a bit embarrassing." One of them, holding a gun, looked around and said, "That's strange. I clearly heard a sound just now." Another one, looking at a nearby door, quickly pushed it open and said, "Maybe they're hiding in here." They all cautiously followed, looking inside. "This is highly possible. Since we received an alert, we should check it out." Hiding in a corner of the room, their hearts pounding, Zhao hugged Lin Hao tightly. The mermaid also hid in a corner, peeking out. All three were extremely nervous. "Hurry up and leave, you guys. Go look somewhere else." The footsteps got closer and closer. The mermaid was so scared that she hugged Lin Hao, shouting, "They're coming. They're coming." Lin Hao pushed her away. "What are you afraid of? They can't see you. You're a system. No one can see you. What are you scared of? The ones who should be scared are my girlfriend and me. Get away from me." He was on the verge of exploding. As he was about to lose his temper, the mermaid's hair accidentally brushed against his nose. In this critical moment, his nose itched. "Oh no, I can't hold it in anymore. It's not a good time." The footsteps were getting closer, just a meter away from where they were hiding. Zhao noticed Lin Hao's expression and tried to calm him down. "Be calm." In that crucial moment, her mind raced. She quickly reached up, placed her hand on his face, and kissed him, catching him completely off guard. He forgot all about the critical situation. Life or death moments weren't as nerve-wracking as this. The others, after searching the room and finding no clues, decided to leave. "Looks like there's really no one here. Let's go check over there." In the corner, the two finally felt safe enough to separate. That was close. "We almost got caught." Zhao looked at him, unable to speak. After calming down, she quickly asked, "What's going on with you? Why are you here? Was that you before? What are you hiding from me?" Lin Hao looked flustered and could only reply, "It's a long story. I came here to see the ET you captured." He was about to explain his current situation to his girlfriend when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, making him freeze. He felt like he couldn't breathe, like his entire body was being torn apart. The mermaid, standing beside him, chuckled and said, "Your human form only lasts for 5 minutes. Hurry up." Lin Hao clutched his chest, wanting to collapse. The pain was excruciating. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zhao, not understanding what he was saying or doing, rushed forward. "Who are you talking to? In this moment of limited time, he could only say to her, "It doesn't matter, Zhao, just remember this." He then leaned in and kissed her. "No matter what form I take, I will never harm you, and I will never do anything against my principles." The sudden kiss caught her off guard. She could only accept it and listen to him in this moment of happiness. Hearing his words, she was also very happy, especially to be able to see him again. Suddenly, Lin Hao reached behind her and struck her hard, causing her to immediately lose consciousness and fall into his arms. The mermaid, not understanding, turned to him and asked, "Why didn't you tell her the truth?" Seeing him supporting Zhao against the wall, he said, "My current situation is very special. If the dragon team finds out, they'll definitely dissect me for research. Zhao wouldn't be able to protect me either." He looked at Zhao intently, gently stroking her hair, his eyes full of love. "When I become stronger, strong enough to protect myself and Zhao, I will return to her side." Then he and the mermaid quickly left the room, leaving Zhao there. While Zhao was unconscious, she suddenly felt a strange change in her body. She frowned, feeling discomfort throughout her body. She kept calling his name, Lin Hao. Her body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. A surge of energy coursed through her body, finally stopping, making her feel like her body had returned to normal. When she woke up and opened her eyes again, Lin Hao was nowhere to be seen. "Something's different about my body." She raised her hand. It seemed different from before. Her body felt lighter and stronger. "I've become stronger. But how?" Her eyes suddenly widened as if she realized something. "What suddenly enhanced the activity of the GL virus in my body?" Then she remembered the passionate moment between them earlier. She continued, "Could it be because of that?" The next day, after receiving a power boost from her passionate kiss with Lin Hao, Zhao along with the scientist and Li Yi stood before the entrance of an ancient cultural relic site. Before entering, the scientist cautioned, "Although the civilization relics here possess technology far beyond our current level and are an extremely valuable source of research, you are the most valuable thing. You must be careful." Li Yi also expressed concern, warning Zhao, obtaining the no to equipment requires risking one's life. It's not something an ordinary person can obtain. Zhao was very determined. She looked resolutely inside and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely obtain the no." To suit Zhao raised her hand to her chest. After that kiss, she was the one who best understood her own capabilities, "Because I have no power." Clenching her small fist, Zhao was utterly determined. And so, the girl walked inside without looking back. The scientist and Li Yi remained outside, watching her retreating figure. The scientist looked at the scene and said, "If only we could completely control this relic site. Each relic has supreme control authority, called a key, but we are completely unable to grasp it." He looked up, his face filled with sadness, and said, "Our hope rests on you being able to bring back more useful things." Just a few steps inside, Zhao looked around at the surroundings. She felt a bit lost, unsure of what would happen next. Suddenly, a column of smoke exploded before Jiaxu's eyes. Boom! A large system panel appeared, displaying items to be used for combat and a description. "Welcome. Please choose your preferred weapon." Zhao looked for a long time. She noticed the pistol. Hesitating, she thought, although the pistol looks powerful, it doesn't have many advantages when facing mutated creatures. Finally, Zhao approached the large axe. She reached out and took it, thinking, "This giant axe can be used for both attack and defense. It's the perfect choice." In the next second, the system panel announced, "Weapon selection complete. The challenge will begin shortly." Zhao held the large axe, energy swirling around it, concentrating into the treasure in her hand. Immediately, the system panel displayed two large words, "Begin." Instantly, a magic circle with a bright red glow appeared before Zhao. Zhao froze under the pressure emanating from it. The circle projected to bright red laser beams, attacking her. Then, more laser beams appeared, intersecting like a net, preventing Zhao from advancing. Zhao was a little worried, but still determined. From within the pupils of Jiaxu's large, round eyes, she saw the intersecting beams of light. She narrowed her eyes, showing her determination. With skills honed through many training sessions and her flexible body, she bent and leapt through the diamond-shaped opening of the laser beams. The successful jump brought her entire body and weapon through without touching the beams. Judging her strength in the moment of the jump, Zhao knew that these traps were too simple. Zhao was no longer the Zhao of the past. She was extremely confident in herself. This trap, with her current agility, was just a small matter. Jumping over the barrier was one thing, but landing was another. Under Zhao Xu's feet was no longer a brick floor. She landed on a pile of coal, which suddenly shifted and sparked. After the impact, Zhao was startled. Her eyes widened as she gradually realized the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. There was fear and caution in her eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath Zhao became a gaping hole. The dark rocks under her feet shattered into large pieces, all falling into a bottomless black pit. Zhao also fell freely. It wouldn't end so easily. Zhao used the axe as a fulcrum, hooking it onto the edge of the platform to hold on. Zhao took a leap. This is also easy to handle. Feeling something amiss, Zhao furrowed her brow and muttered, "Something doesn't seem right." Then she landed softly, lightly placing her white hand on the floor. After the dust cloud settled, the large form of an ancient dinosaur was revealed. It had many large scales on its back, extending from its head to tail. Zhao was smaller than its toenail. She faced a giant monster head-on, without anyone by her side to help. The monster continuously emitted piercing roars. From the perspective of the dinosaur's feet, her eyes fixed on the monster's belly. Zhao propped up the large axe, trying to analyze. After careful observation, its weak point is its belly. Thinking this, Zhao jumped high, starting to gather strength to swing the large axe. Her eyes were determined, aiming straight for the lower abdomen. Then, Zhao suddenly changed the direction of her attack, intending to use a feint. She began to change the direction of her attack, aiming for the side of the abdomen, the large thigh, for an easy surprise. Unexpectedly, as she swung, a beam of energy shot out from the axe, following the slash. But its head blocked Xiu's axe. However, apart from its deafening roar, it seemed unaffected by this powerful blow. Zhao exclaimed, "Damn it, this one has been enhanced." The headbutt impacted the axe, causing Zhao to be thrown back. Slamming into the wall, Zhao took a heavy blow. The sword dragon tilted its head in the darkness, preparing to charge. Thump. Zhao fell from where she had been thrown and back, hitting the ground. The girl fell flat on her face, right at the feet of the giant sword dragon. Trying to stand up, she used the large axe as support. Zhao gritted her teeth in frustration, looking at the tough creature, determined to find its weakness. Seeing its large tail swinging high, she knew that it was preparing for a powerful blow. Zhao was still trying to remain calm, observing. Fighting passively like this isn't the way. After a few seconds of decision, Zhao firmly grabbed the tail that was swinging down. She was trying to hold on tight, closing her eyes and holding on for dear life. It knew that its prey was clinging to its tail, so it deliberately swung it back and forth, trying to make Zhao dizzy and let go. The sword dragon's eyes widened. It seemed to see something that frightened it. It saw one of Zhao Xu's hands clinging tightly to its tail, while the other hand swung the axe. The sword dragon thrashed its tail even more violently, the wind whipping Zhao Xu's hair wildly. Then, she let go with one hand, using both hands to gather strength and swing the axe, using the momentum to lift her body. The power radiating from the axe was intense and radiant. With a spin, Zhao successfully jumped up near the base of the sword dragon's tail. It turned its head, realizing something was wrong, and roared piercingly. Quickly, Zhao ran from the tail, over the large scales on its back, running straight up to the sword dragon's head. With its massive body structure, the monster couldn't do anything to shake Zhao off. It continuously struggled and roared, stomping its feet on the thick skin of the monster. Zhao jumped high, and along with that, swung the axe, aiming for a fatal blow to the head, the skull of the sword dragon. Zhao leapt up with a sharp gaze. In that moment, trying to gather strength to swing the large axe, Zhao gritted her teeth and muttered, "Just like that day, find the flow of heat in my body." She didn't have immense power, but she had great intellect. She quickly found a simple way to finish off the giant monster. This moment had arrived. Zhao gripped the long handle of the axe tightly. Then, she gathered all her strength, and also the strength from yesterday's kiss from Lin Hao, which had boosted her abilities. Her deep inner strength, combined with the energy from the axe, successfully created a massive, earth-shattering blow on the sword dragon's head. The beam of power radiated brightly. The girl gathered her strength and shouted, "Ah!" Her eyes narrowed. This is the feeling of finishing off a monster. She was completely exhilarated after realizing what she had done. The giant sword dragon could do nothing more. It closed its eyes, gritted its teeth, and endured Jiaxu's attack. The blow created a long, bright line on its skull, causing the sword dragon to stagger. It stomped its feet continuously, dust and rocks flying everywhere. The system panel appeared. "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the challenge." Standing on the corpse of the giant sword dragon that had collapsed, Zhao walked proudly, step by step, with the dignified demeanor of a victor. The wind blew her long hair, fluttering. Zhao smiled, satisfied with her efforts. Immediately, another system panel appeared, announcing, "Please receive the No to equipment set." Along with it was a shining chest. It was the reward after Zhao completed the dungeon. She looked at the results of her efforts with joyful eyes. Zhao smiled, thinking to herself, "Finally, I got it." The scene shifted back to Huolong Pond, where the mermaid system and Lin Hao had returned to their current lives. Both were swimming in the lake. Lin Hao looked somewhat sad. He stretched his body, gently swishing his tail, swimming as he spoke. "I originally wanted to learn the ET's language, but I ended up accomplishing nothing and came back." The mermaid, seeing Lin Hao's attitude, was puzzled and reminded him, "Why didn't you accomplish anything?" Clearly, Yuan Zhao suddenly, his attitude became unusually irritable. Lin Hao had many things on his mind. He seemed to lose his composure. "Shut up, don't talk." The mermaid was taken aback. She looked sad, her eyes glistening as she looked at Lin Hao's dragon head. Then, unintentionally, his head bumped into one of the mermaid's round breasts, which had previously pressed against Lin Hao's face when he was in human form. Now, she suddenly flailed. The mermaid slapped Lin Hao's face, sending him spinning. "Ah, you pervert." Having received a slap from the mermaid, Lin Hao spun around dizzily. He stuck out his tongue, trying to explain, asking her, "You're just a system, aren't you?" The mermaid angrily turned away, not wanting to look at him. Lin Hao displayed an innocent expression. He scratched his long snout, confused, and said, "She is becoming more and more like a person." Lin Hao didn't notice that behind him there were several black tentacles, retracting and extending. They were grabbing a small fish that was swimming by. Hearing a strange noise nearby, Lin Hao's eyes immediately noticed. He glanced sideways to see what was happening. Looking behind him, he saw a clam that had formed into a cluster. It had large black tentacles. Its body was much larger than Lin Hao's, and its movements were very calm. He turned around, startled, and exclaimed, "This is a giant mutated sea clam." Before Lin Hao's eyes, a long leg of the clam appeared, aiming directly at Lin Hao's face. Strange green mucus was secreted from its body. He had seen plenty of seafood, but this was his first time seeing a mutated clam, and there were 3 legs coming at once, causing Lin Hao's eyes to widen in shock. He froze for 5 seconds, and his mouth involuntarily blurted out, "What the fuck?" The surprise passed, and Lin Hao quickly regained his spirit, switching to combat mode. His body radiated a fiery aura, flames blazing up in an instant. His eyes became sharper, and his fangs were bared, ready to tear anything apart, super fire scales. When the clam's leg was only a few centimeters from Lin Hao's face, it suddenly stopped. It seemed the entire leg was paralyzed, unable to advance further. Seeing the clam leg right in front of him, but making no other move, Lin Hao was utterly astonished. Could it be that it stretched its leg out this far just to show off? As he was observing, a fragrance suddenly assaulted his nose. He sniffed. This smell, it can't be mistaken. Why is there even a hint of fragrance? He was swimming and suddenly smelled seafood, and it was right in front of him, fresh and alive. Then what am I waiting for? Lin Hao quickly unleashed a fire punch, charging straight at the clam. A punch carrying blazing red flames, as well as his seafood-loving soul, aimed at the clam. Seafood buffet, here I come, smelling such a fragrance. What should I do? Take a bite and see if it's cooked, how the meat is, and if it needs any seasoning. A mouthful, full and satisfying. Ding. System notification. Consumed tier to mutated seafood. Gained evolution points. He took another bite, munching and chewing. A little minced garlic would make it perfect. But this is acceptable. He took another bite, his cheeks bulging. Looking at the system panel, Lin Hao's eyes widened, blinking. This mutated clam is tier 2. As he was looking, he suddenly sensed something behind him attacking. He quickly turned his head to look. Swish, system notifications kept popping up, flooding his vision. Consumed tier to mutated seafood. Gained evolution points. Consumed tier to mutated seafood. Gained evolution points. Consumed tier to mutated seafood. Gained evolution points. Meanwhile, the clam legs relentlessly stretched out, attacking Lin Hao right in front of him. He used both hands to block its attacks, while his mouth continued his main career in culinary. Eating one can get 20,000 evolution points, and it's so delicious. Bring more, fresh, delicious, high-quality meat, and high points. Not eating is a waste of heaven's gifts. Aren't there more coming from behind? Bring a few more, the more the better. Invite all your relatives and friends to come. After going through chatting with the clam family and inquiring about its relatives, Lin Hao was happily greeting the last one in line, enjoying himself immensely. When suddenly he felt a chill down his spine. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. He glanced sideways. Holy shit! His eyes widened in shock. Before him was a giant clam leg, attacking him. It was many times larger than its family members from before. More importantly, looking down from the leg, at its base, there appeared a huge mouth with sharp teeth, roaring as if it wanted to pounce and tear him to pieces. Holy crap, such a terrifying enemy. His mind raced. Let's check its stats first to see what kind of monster you are. Mutated tier 5 creature, mutated giant clam, total combat power, 1675. One look at the displayed text, and his eyes almost popped out. He was speechless. Looking at the data panel, he could not help cursing. Damn it, such high combat power. Look at its legs, surrounding me. Its legs are several times bigger than me, and its combat power is so tough. While Lin Hao was still staring at it, frozen, the clam leg quickly stretched out, wrapping around Lin Hao, preventing him from escaping. It relentlessly tightened its grip around his tail, advancing inch by inch. Lin Hao remained motionless, letting it wrap around his entire body. He calmly observed its every move. Its leg wrapped from his tail to his abdomen, then up to his shoulders. Lin Hao calmly placed his hand on each layer of the wrap, his eyes greedily looking at the thick, fatty meat in front of him. His eyes glazed over, drooling, and he excitedly said, "Give me a piece." Then he activated the spiritual flame power within him. His entire body instantly transformed into a living, red-hot lava rock, igniting a blaze, iron plate barbecue. He thought he could turn the live clam into cooked clam for a delicious meal, but something seems wrong. He looked again, blinked, and looked again at his soot-black face. Damn it, this thing can withstand this too. Oh my god, why isn't it working? And its monstrous leg was wrapped too tightly, making him hard to breathe. While Lin Hao was wrapped tightly, lacking oxygen, tears streaming down his face, facing oxygen deprivation, he immediately focused his power into his claws. Corrosive claws, his sharp claws drew a line. Swish. The clam leg quickly snapped off like cutting tofu. Seeing this clam lord and considering its combat power, it was going to be tough. This thing's combat power is too strong. Even if I activate Super Berserk, it won't be easy to deal with. Although he could cut it into pieces, its tough combat power made him wary. Lin Hao assessed his surroundings and the clam lord in an instant. This situation is too unfavorable for our team. If this continues, I'll be captured. His eyes narrowed, looking left and right. After finding an opening, Lin Hao quickly churned the water, creating waves, and swam away. Compared to evolution points, life was still more important. He left the clam lord roaring behind him. He had to escape before its legs caught up again. He was sprinting like an arrow when suddenly something crashed into him. It turned out to be the mermaid, blocking his path. "I'm running like crazy. And why are you here? It's a miracle I didn't send you flying several meters." The mermaid, bumped into by him, was also embarrassed, but relieved that he had escaped. She turned around to look at the clam lord. The mermaid swam over, placed her hand on his shoulder, and smiled. "It's okay. You've escaped." Lin Hao glanced at her and said, "You still dare to say that?" "If it weren't for you," he was about to say more, but stopped. "If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been captured." "Seriously, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been chased so badly that my pants almost fell off." But whatever, looking in the direction of the clam lord, Lin Hao's eyes became more determined than ever. His brow furrowed, his face calm as he declared, "This grudge must be avenged, or I'm no gentleman. Let's go, we're going to grind for experience." Seeing her host become fierce again, seemingly wanting to go back and settle with the clam lord, the mermaid pulled him back, her voice full of doubt. "You're going to find that mutated giant clam again." Lin Hao didn't even look back, his eyes fixed straight ahead. "No, I have a better plan." The two went to Huolong Pond, inside the passage at the bottom of the sea. They passed through the corridor, glancing around at the experimental tanks. After analyzing the situation, Lin Hao began to speak. "The strongest mutated creature here is Tier 5, with a combat power of just over 1,000. Defeating these things, I'll be able to go find that mutated giant clam to get revenge." He walked past the tanks, starting to look for something. The mermaid, hearing him, completely agreed. "That makes sense." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately flew towards a door, her face cheerful as she raised her hand to him, cheering him on, her face smiling brightly like a flower, encouraging him. "You can start now." Lin Hao, seeing his system like this, felt like he was being played. He shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Hey, are you even serious?" After choosing between different tanks, he finally stopped in front of one, then he threw a punch at it. Cracks quickly appeared on the amber glass tank, spreading like a spiderweb. Seeing the cracks widening, his eyes gradually focused more intently. His mind continuously analyzed the information. Superclass Night Battle Mode. "My combat power can reach 1150, one claw strike." Suddenly, the tanks nearby simultaneously shattered, the sound of glass breaking crack, crack, crack like firecrackers exploding in succession. Water from inside the tanks poured out like a flood. From afar, mysterious tentacles suddenly appeared, attacking Lin Hao, startling him. Although he had anticipated something, the events unfolding before him were too sudden, beyond his expectations. As the thing approached, its shape made him freeze. Oh no, before him was a giant fish with sharp teeth, ready to pounce and devour him. Lin Hao remained calm, observing its actions. He swung a fist from behind, punching it straight in the face. Looking for death, from behind Lin Hao, he sensed something approaching. He glanced sideways. When he looked up, a giant eel appeared. It relentlessly tried to wrap around him. Realizing its intention, Lin Hao quickly unleashed his fire breath. His entire body radiated countless red-pink flames, enveloping his figure. Flames blazed and danced all over his skin. Seeing that it was still stubbornly and tightening its grip, he activated the power around his body. In the next second, the air around his body instantly ignited, burning the air in the vicinity, like a mountain of molten lava. Lin Hao in the middle was no different from a demon in a sea of fire. Everything was incinerated, leaving only charred corpses. The smell of grilled eel spread, sizzling in the air. Along with the giant fish from before, Lin Hao saw that the situation was stable and quickly stepped forward, starting to devour them ravenously. The system rang out again. Consumed Tier 3 mutated bone fish, gained evolution points. Consumed Tier 3 mutated bone fish, gained evolution points. Consumed Tier 3 mutated bone fish, gained evolution points. Chewing greedily, his cheeks puffed out, he ate with relish. He smiled brightly, his eyes narrowed. Too easy as eating candy. From some corner, a creature with red skin began to move. Lin Hao, after eating his fill, patted his belly contentedly, his eyes narrowed, smiling broadly. Having eaten so much, I should find something tough to practice with to burn off some of the food. Sensing something moving behind him, he instinctively became alert. Hearing the sound, he turned around. Hey, what is this thing? A giant eye, like the eye of an amphibian, with a flat pupil, stared intently at him. Looking closer, it was indeed a huge body, dark red skin, sharp teeth, limbs thicker than pillars. Their eyes met in the corridor. Both remained motionless for 5 seconds. Check stats. Mutated Tier 5 creature, Scarlet Giant Crocodile. Total combat power, 1262. Lin Hao's eyes quickly returned to combat mode. He cracked his knuckles, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Perfect timing. I was just about to practice, and someone brought a sandbag to my door. Before him appeared a giant red crocodile. Lin Hao watched as it tilted its head back, bared its fangs, and roared. Its massive body lunged straight towards Lin Hao, its spiky tail sweeping towards him with wine-splitting speed. Swish, with his naked eye, Lin Hao could clearly see the monstrous thing approaching. His brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he exclaimed, looking for death. In the urgent moment, he used his tail to block its attack. The two forces collided, creating a pressure wave between them, making the surrounding atmosphere seem to crack. Boom! A loud explosion followed. Immediately after, Lin Hao used his tail again, striking the massive body of the crocodile. The surprise and swift attack caught the crocodile off guard, sending it flying and crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The crocodile roared in pain as it fell. Just before landing, its huge body crashed into the experimental tanks, causing the machinery to explode. Boom! A firework display erupted, accompanied by screams. Flames quickly flared up and then died down, leaving behind clouds of smoke that obscured Lin Hao's vision. Lin Hao calmly stood at a distance, observing carefully. Suddenly, from the smoke, a set of sharp teeth emerged, like a bloodbath, with eyes shining like headlights, charging straight towards Lin Hao, roaring. Seeing the situation, Lin Hao immediately twisted and took a stance, preparing to charge towards the enemy. When the smoke cleared, the crocodile's body suddenly displayed streaks of purple-red, demonic fire enveloping its entire body, running along its length. It continuously hissed and bared its fangs, looking at Lin Hao standing nearby. Lin Hao was extremely surprised that this crocodile could use fire. Wasn't this technique similar to his own? But having encountered countless enemies, he wasn't surprised that this crocodile could use fire. Seeing the enemy using a technique to attack, Lin Hao also activated the fire within his body, making the surrounding atmosphere feel as if it were burning. Flames blazed. He looked up at the swirling flames and the smoke in front of him and exclaimed, "Come on! Let's see who has the stronger fire." The flames from opposite poles attacked, creating a rare conflict. A loud explosion echoed, and flames intertwined, as if wanting to devour each other. White smoke obscured the view, making it difficult to see the battle situation. The two looked at each other, eyes blinking. The crocodile, with its bright, headlight-like eyes, stared intently at Lin Hao, as if threatening him. Lin Hao wasn't afraid, looking straight into its eyes, his brow furrowed, calmly saying, "You think this is over?" From within, energy accumulated in his dantian. The flames gradually blazed more fiercely than ever. The speed of movement was so fast that it left after images. Black electrical sparks ran along his body. Flames enveloped Lin Hao's body. He narrowed his eyes, focusing intensely on the enemy. He took a stance, his hands outstretched, forcefully pushing. Flames gathered in his palms. He shouted, "The main event is next." The two charged at each other. One was a massive body with a bright purple color. The other was our protagonist, carrying a bright red glow. The two collided. Initially, it was unclear who was stronger, but gradually, the crocodile seemed to be losing ground. Seeing this, Lin Hao pressed his advantage, throwing all his strength into attacking the crocodile's head. Boom! It felt like a ton of weight had struck its head. During the fight, a moment of carelessness allowed Lin Hao to strike its head, catching it off guard and stunning it. It looked as if it had seen a universe of stars in just one blow. Seeing that the crocodile was much more passive, Lin Hao quickly swished his tail, swung his hand, and executed his next skill. Corrosive claws. He smiled, looking at its dazed, turkey-like expression, and said, "While you're weak, I'll take your life." Streaks of green light illuminated his sharp claws, swirling with his every movement. The target was the crocodile's head. The target was locked, and he struck. This time, he was sure he could secure victory and go home early to rest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Something seemed wrong. Lin Hao stood there, looking. Why isn't it reacting? It even seemed to be looking at him with disdain, as if laughing in his face. Lin Hao began to feel uneasy. He looked at it and exclaimed, "Damn, your skin is so thick." Facing such a tough opponent, he immediately gathered strength again, concentrating it in his sharp claws. His eyes burned with fire, and he re-aimed, shouting, "It's okay. If once isn't enough, then 3 times, 4 times, countless times. I don't believe your skin is that thick. There must be a limit. If normal techniques can't deal with it, then I'll use a new one." He slowly stood still and began to spin. The speed increased until his figure was no longer visible, only a small water vortex. The vortex continued to accelerate and then shot straight towards the crocodile. "Take my whirlwind corrosive claws." He was advancing with wine-splitting speed when he was suddenly stopped. Lin Hao realized that it was the crocodile's claw. It had blocked his attack as easily as catching a ball. This showed that its reflexes were also extraordinary. To block such an attack with just one hand, this made Lin Hao exclaim, "Such high defense and speed." Facing a creature with a giant body, its movement speed would usually be limited, but this crocodile didn't seem to have that problem. Its vision, observation, and defense were far superior to its appearance. Seeing his attack neutralized, Lin Hao immediately retreated, swimming behind it. Then he found a weak point. He noticed that the area near its arm was a good place to attack. He quickly swam over, pressed close, and bit hard. "If claws don't work, I'll use my mouth," but his bite was nothing compared to it. It swung its arm, sending him flying several meters away. The moment he was thrown, he was extremely surprised and panicked. He didn't expect this thing to be so tough. Before he could stand up and recover, he looked ahead and saw its sharp teeth coming straight at him. It quickly approached, trying to chomp him. Lin Hao quickly raised his hands to block the crocodile's upper jaw, then activated his skill. Black iron scales, a golden glow radiated everywhere. The crocodile, not understanding what was happening, felt a sharp pain in its mouth, forcing it to open wide and release him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao immediately struggled. Lin Hao looked at it with disdain, smiling. "You thought you were a tiger, but you're just a cat." He quickly activated his trump card. Flames gradually rose around his body, making him look like he had emerged from the hell. His muscles bulged, his eyes radiated a deadly fire, and black and red electrical sparks flickered around him. Super Berserk, activate. The pain in its mouth gradually subsided. When it looked back at the enemy, it suddenly noticed that the flames from before had disappeared, as if no one had ever been there. Its flat pupils quickly scanned. Lin Hao attacked from below. He swam with lightning speed, charging straight at it. Meanwhile, the crocodile had also noticed his direction. Its golden, headlight-like eyes stared at him, as if threatening him. This surprise attack from below, the target was set. Lin Hao quickly opened his mouth wide and bit down. The force increased, causing his teeth to sink deeper into the flesh. Lin Hao's surprise attack, biting into its body, caused it extreme pain, making it roar wildly. Its body immediately erupted with a green flame, hoping to attack or burn the enemy, forcing it to release quickly. But the crocodile was wrong, because its opponent was Lin Hao. He looked at it with disdain and exclaimed, "I also have my own fire. Why should I be afraid of you? What's there to be afraid? I'm Lin Hao and I have the fire element. I'm the master of fire." Lin Hao pressed close, wanting to use the fire to burn its massive body. As he expected, the fire spread, burning on its skin. Realizing it wanted to attack him, he quickly let go and retreated. Attacking again, he took a stance and charged towards the wound he had just bitten. His hands relentlessly pummeled it like a punching bag. The speed of his punches was so fast that they left after images. The flames continued to burn. After a flurry of punches, a wound appeared on the crocodile's chest. A painful wound had caught it off guard, leaving a gruesome red-black mark. Seeing that the wound was large enough, Lin Hao took another stance and delivered a final punch to the wound. This time, he put all his strength into the punch, causing its huge body to tremble, but it still stood firm. Lin Hao looked at it with calm eyes, sensing its body gradually losing its ability to resist. He exclaimed, "Don't resist anymore, you're definitely going to die by my hand." He then tore the enemy apart with his bare hands. The crocodile was ripped in two, a scene filled with the smell of rust, like a cloth doll torn in half. The stench of blood and rust mixed with the water, turning the surrounding area red. After the battle, Lin Hao's eyes were as red as blood. He stood there, looking at the torn body of the crocodile. The feeling of savage, frenzied killing suddenly lingered in that moment. Lin Hao grabbed a piece of meat. He slowly brought it to his mouth and chewed on the delicious flesh. The taste isn't bad. He looked at the meat in his hand with satisfaction and said, "Wow, the crispy chicken flavor is a bit tough on the teeth. It would be better if I could evolve sharper teeth next time." While eating, he suddenly heard a noise from behind. Lin Hao, alert, glanced over. "What's that sound?" from the pile of broken tanks. Lin Hao stood calmly, his eyes still fixed on the source of the sound, and shouted, "Who?" The red giant crocodile, at this moment, tilted its head towards the sky and let out a mighty roar. Then, it swung its tail, covered in sturdy scales, towards its enemy. Lin Hao's eyes widened in anger. "You're looking for death. You won't give up, huh?" He also whipped his tail to block the attack, conveniently launching another blow at its body in retaliation. In the very next second, the monster with the terrifying body was knocked away by him, crashing into a pile of advanced machinery behind it, causing them to explode. Boom, bang, a white cloud of smoke quickly enveloped the entire body of the red giant crocodile. Even though it had taken such a heavy blow, shortly after, the monster seemed unharmed as it opened its large mouth and pushed its head out of the smoke. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was quite surprised, but as before, he easily knocked it away. Because it was so angry, it roared and unleashed a stream of pink-purple energy that surrounded it. Lin Hao, seeing this, wasn't intimidated at all. On the contrary, it fueled his fighting spirit even more. "Come on, let's see who has the stronger fire." As he spoke, he channeled his power, creating large flames around his body. A loud explosion erupted in the laboratory. At this moment, only fire and smoke remained. But shortly after, they completely dissipated, leaving behind the sharp gazes of two sworn enemies staring at each other. He strained his voice and said, "You think this is over? My tail is starting to radiate a terrifying fire." Very quickly, his body was engulfed in flames. He confidently asserted, "The main event is next." As soon as the words left his mouth, both charged straight at each other with all their might, determined to eliminate their opponent. Time seemed to pass, and shortly after, Lin Hao gained the upper hand, pushing the red giant crocodile's head in. It was so dazed that its head spun like it was in a bar, and it grinned like someone who had smoked too much weed. And, of course, its unusual behavior was immediately noticed by him. "Taking advantage of your weakest moment, I'll take your life." As he spoke, he used corrosive claws, making his claws emit a green aura. Then he directly slashed with all his might at the monster's mouth. A clang sound rang out. Even though he had used all his strength, the skin, after taking a corrosive claw blow, only emitted a puff of white smoke. He was shocked. Holy crap, this thing's skin is that thick. Even though it was ineffective, he had no intention of giving up. It's okay. If once isn't enough, then 3 times, 4 times, countless times. As he asserted this, he swung his claws at the empty space in front of him. Shortly after, the attack created a green whirlwind. Having done this, he charged quickly towards the monster with this terrifying whirlwind, shouting, "Take my whirlwind corrosive claws." The attack was very powerful, but it simply raised its hand and easily blocked it. But Lin Hao didn't give up and maintained the attack for a long time. Damn it. Not only is its defense high, but its reaction speed is also incredibly fast. The red giant crocodile wasn't too stupid. Seeing its opponent keep using the same move, it swung its other hand to attack. But he quickly noticed and stopped attacking, swimming low to dodge. Seeing that this method wasn't working, He quickly changed tactics, swimming close to its body and biting with all his might. If hands don't work, I'll use my mouth. But as before, it simply swung its hand and easily knocked Lin Hao away. He took the blow and was sent flying backwards, crashing into a wall and breaking it. He struggled to swim up from the rubble, but the red giant crocodile, knowing he was in a weakened state, opened its large mouth and lunged. In the next second, he was completely inside its mouth. But he didn't give up, using his hands to try to prevent it from closing its jaws, while also using black iron scales, causing his body to sprout sharp, glowing spikes that pierced its mouth. Being pierced like that, it immediately released him, thrashing its mouth, which was now bleeding, in excruciating pain. Seeing his opponent like this, a look of triumph appeared on his face. You thought you were a tiger, but you're just a Hello Kitty. Without hesitation, he ordered, Super Berserk, activate. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes turned blood red, and veins bulged all over his body. Not only that, but a terrifying surge of power was immediately released quickly. When the pain gradually subsided, it glanced at its enemy. But at that moment, only the remnants of the fire remained, and there was no one there. It turned out that he had swum down below to avoid its observation. Seizing the opportunity while it was still looking around for him, Lin Hao quickly bit down hard on its body. The red giant crocodile, bitten in the belly, roared in pain and unleashed a burning green flame that surrounded its body, hoping to scare off its opponent and make it let go. But because he was stubborn, he naturally didn't know fear. I also have my own fire. Why should I be afraid of you? He then directly used his own fire to completely overpower the weak flames of the monster. Seeing that it wasn't moving anymore, he retreated and thought for a moment. A few seconds later, he channeled a burning flame into his hand and repeatedly punched the belly of the red giant crocodile. Taking a barrage of fiery punches, its belly was charred black, and red liquid slowly oozed out. Without hesitation, he charged forward and thrust both his hands into the charred flesh. The monster, in too much pain, could only roar and thrash in despair. He gently comforted it, just stop resisting, because you're definitely going to die by my hand. With that, he used the strength of both his arms to tear the massive body of the red giant crocodile in half. Blood and gore splattered everywhere in the water. Having done this, he looked at the corpse of the monster and the blood slowly sinking to the bottom of the water with a cold gaze. After he had completely calmed down, he grabbed a piece of the red giant crocodile's flesh and put it straight into his mouth to taste it. When he swallowed, he found it quite delicious. Wow, this crispy chicken flavor is amazing, although it's a bit tough on the teeth. It would be great if I could evolve some sharper teeth next time. While eating, he suddenly heard a very faint sound. He was alert and glanced behind him. What's that sound? He didn't want to make any wild guesses, as it would just tire his brain. He arrogantly shouted, "Who's there? If you're so brave, show yourself. I'll make a meal out of you." Turning around, Lin Hao heard loud boom sounds coming from behind door L1. He was surprised. Plus L1, what's going on? Am I in L now? He curiously swam towards door L1 to investigate. Such loud noises. Could there be even stronger mutated creatures inside? He tried to peek through the crack in the door to see what was on the other side, but he couldn't see through. Left with no other choice, Lin Hao had to use his strong arms to slowly open the door. A loud creak echoed. The things inside were gradually revealed to his observation. Even so, he didn't dare to open it wide, only opening it a crack and peering inside with his red eyes, wondering, what is that sound? Before he could even get a good look, a water-based attack flew out from inside. At that moment, he also sensed a truly dangerous aura. Danger. Without a second's hesitation, he quickly slammed the door shut to avoid a prolonged and risky situation. Fortunately, he closed the door early, because in the very next second, a tremendously loud sound echoed from behind the door, making him shudder. Whoa, that's strong. Good thing I didn't let that thing out. He speculated, this creature must be at least tier 5, with a combat power of at least 2000. I'll get stronger and come back for you later. Let's see how many evolution points I've accumulated this time. The information panel appeared. Host, Lin Hao species, one-horned fire dragon. Level 39 Combat Power 1000 Skills Babbling, Super Berserk, Thunderclap, Super Rush, Super Night Battle, Super Camouflage, Super Scale Transformation, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Sweep, Ironclad Scales Divine Power, See God's Blessing Level 1 Passive. He was excited. This time, I actually gained 400,000 evolution points. The mermaid rushed over from behind him, pushing her breasts into his face, and joyfully exclaimed, "This time, it's at least enough to evolve twice in a row." He made an annoyed face. "When I was in trouble, you left me alone. Now that I've done the hard part, you come running to celebrate like it's all thanks to you." He ignored her expression and excitedly said, "Don't worry about the small stuff." Since she was acting like that, he couldn't do anything but tell her to move. "I need to prepare to evolve." The little one heard this, nodded in agreement, and let go of him. At this moment, his entire body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The system displayed evolution points minus 70,000. He thought to himself, "This time, when I wake up, I'll be level 40. At that time, there will definitely be a new transformation." The scene shifted to the Dragon team's laboratory. There were many researchers sitting and observing the situation of the mutated beasts that were being held captive. Time passed, and a bespectacled man raised his hand to his mouth, bewildered. "Why are there such mutated creatures in Longshan?" On the screen, trees showed signs of deformation, unlike normal. Strange flowers grew on the ground, with eyes in their centers that moved back and forth. Animals were also more irritable. If anything moved in front of them, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. A blonde scientist standing nearby voiced his speculation. Perhaps the appearance of the ET stimulated something, causing all the flora and fauna in the mountain to mutate. While everyone was discussing, Teacher Zhong and Zhao entered from outside. His voice made everyone present turn to look. "The source power there seems quite dense, doesn't it?" The bespectacled man from before, hearing this, was confused. "Source power? What's that?" Zhao seriously explained, "Source power is a special energy from the depths of the universe. When our bodies can accept the GT virus and evolve, source power is the energy that provides us with special strength. The more source power, the stronger the ability." Teacher Zhong added, "We've always been researching ways to help soldiers absorb source power from the air more effectively to strengthen their bodies, but currently, the results are very limited. Only in places with extremely dense source power can soldiers absorb it to level up." At this moment, Zhao remembered the scene of herself and Lin Hao exchanging enzymes, and her face turned red. She raised her hand to cover her blushing face, intending to say something about cultivation, but before she could speak, a loud alarm sounded from behind. News from headquarters came in. Behind her was a man in armor, similar to Li Yi. He seriously said, "Headquarters suspects that the increase in source power around Longshan is related to this." He then showed everyone present in the lab the images recorded during Lin Hao's intrusion. Just a quick glance was enough for Zhao to know that it was Lin Hao, but she was also worried, wondering if he knew he had been discovered. After letting everyone see, the armored man raised his hand and said, "It ate the mutated earthworm and the mutated tyrant dragon, and even severely injured to members of the L organization. The experts at headquarters analyzed that this mutated creature is active around Wolong Pond, killing other mutated creatures, and the cycle of source power increase coincides with the time of its appearance. It's very likely related to it." The bespectacled man, after hearing everything, was quite surprised. "Why does it sound like it's helping us?" The armored man frowned and voiced his personal opinion. "It's not like it's helping us, it's clearly helping us. It even spared the lives of 2 members of the L organization." The blonde man loudly questioned, "Could it be that it has consciousness and thinks like a human?" The armored man crossed his arms and calmly replied, "I can't be sure about that. It could be a mutated creature controlled by powerful people in the civilian population." The man, hearing this, was extremely excited and smiled slyly. "Or we could capture it and dissect it for research. Just doing that will tell us everything." Hearing those cruel words about what they intended to do to her boyfriend, Zhao immediately objected. "You can't do that." This startled the others, as they didn't expect a scientist to object so decisively. Realizing that she was a bit too hasty about her boyfriend being put on the operating table, Joa coughed a few times and changed the subject. I've made some breakthroughs in using source power for cultivation, but I still need a place with dense source power to serve as my testing ground. Teacher John, hearing the news, shouted in surprise, "You've found a cultivation method, really?" She seriously stated her discovery. This mutated creature can increase the density of source power around Longshan. Therefore, I propose sealing off Huolong Pond and keeping it there to help me test the source power cultivation method. Hearing this, Teacher John also felt it was reasonable. All right, the L organization and the extraterrestrial creatures are cooperating, trying to stimulate the awakening of mutated creatures. Our soldiers must increase their strength to face potentially dangerous situations in the future, she sighed in relief. It seems Lin Hao is temporarily safe. I must take this opportunity to uncover the secrets about Lin Hao and the source power cultivation method. While she was thinking, a scientist loudly announced, "Global ranking." The global ranking has been updated. I wonder which country has uploaded data on mutated creatures this time. He ordered the person sitting in front of the control screen to open it and see. Joa walked towards the person operating the computer and requested, "The ranking is based on the level of danger. First, let's check if there are any changes in the top positions to prepare for preventative measures." The person, hearing her words, pressed a button and said, "Yes." Very quickly, the image of a mutated octopus appeared on the screen. 1. Dark octopus danger level. SSS, description, mutated creature lurking in the depths of the ocean, currently in a dormant state. Characteristics, longer than 300 meters, movement and attack patterns unknown. First appearance, discovered in the Bermuda Triangle in 1999. International coalition forces sent multiple submarines to investigate, but all were attacked and disappeared. Seeing this information, she sighed in relief. Good, O1 is still in a dormant state. At this moment, the monster that had killed Lin Hao before appeared. 2. Golden Flame Demon Bird danger level, SS characteristics, when flapping its wings, its body length reaches 120 meters. Surface temperature up to 2000 degrees. Can emit a special golden energy, creating incredibly high temperatures that cannot be measured. Appearance dates, February 5, 2023, appeared in the ancient city of Linqie. When it appeared, the entire city was burned to ashes by flames. June 12, 2023, appeared in the area near the Mediterranean Sea. Its entire body emitted a scorching golden heat, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. She stroked her chin. Ota also hasn't had any news for a long time. It seems like there are no changes in the top positions, but the doctor standing in front of her earlier was so surprised that he took a few steps back. The change is in the 100th position. On the screen at this moment was a blurry image of a mutated creature engulfed in a large flame. 100, unnamed, danger level. B characteristics, entire body covered in golden flames. An amphibious creature belonging to the reptile family, approximately 16 meters long. Appearance date, June 2023, appeared in the major rivers of Longyan City. After consuming the mutated tyrant dragon, it mysteriously disappeared. After reviewing the information, the scientist vaguely guessed and pointed, exclaiming, "Isn't this the mutated creature we were just talking about?" Not only him, but even Jia, when she saw it, broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Hao has already made it onto the global ranking. Right at this moment, a surprised doctor stepped forward. "The news updates are really fast," the bespectacled man replied. "That's natural. This is a special website built through global cooperation. Moreover, only warriors who are aware of the GT virus can have an account." The armored man added, "Once it's on the global ranking, many people will search for this mutated creature. Even the L organization won't be an exception." Zhao anxiously suggested, "This mutated creature is very close to me. It cannot be killed. Please quickly issue an order to seal off Huolong Pond." She was worried that if she didn't do so, Lin Hao would be in danger. Teacher Zhong also understood the situation and immediately replied, "All right, I will report this immediately." Suddenly, the armored man's phone rang. He quickly answered it. After a few seconds, his face showed a look of panic and he exclaimed, "What?" After hanging up, he told everyone present, a mutated creature has been discovered near Longshan. The bespectacled man, still unaware of how strong the creature was, showed no expression and casually asked, "You're so serious. Is that creature very strong?" The armored man, also unsure, projected the image he had just received onto the large screen for everyone to see. "I'm not sure how strong it is currently. We only see one of its legs." In the image was a large foot with long, sharp claws. He continued, "The main problem is that this picture was taken by ordinary people and has now spread everywhere online." Hearing this, Zhao exclaimed, "What?" Teacher John, being used to it, didn't react. "This will cause panic, you know." The bespectacled scientist broke out in a cold sweat. "Can we use excuses like movie special effects to suppress this?" The armored man seriously replied, "Recently, there have been rumors that the Dragon King Temple there is very effective. Many people have gone there to worship. At the time of the incident, many people witnessed it firsthand, and the news hasn't subsided yet. I'm afraid we can't fool them this time." Things had come to this point, and Teacher John didn't want to hide it anymore. "Why should we fool them? The influence of the GT virus will spread further. Sooner or later, the entire planet will mutate." He stood up straight, full of confidence, and asserted, "It can't be hidden anymore." The armored man, hearing these words, broke out in a sweat. "You mean we're going to reveal the truth?" He nodded slightly with a determined face. "Let them gradually adapt. I believe that sooner or later, humans will find out the truth for themselves." Zhao didn't know what to do and made a resigned face. Find out the truth for themselves. The era where mutated creatures, unknown to the entire population, has finally arrived. The scene shifted to the mountain with the mutated creature's hand. Everyone present was continuously using their phones to take pictures in amazement. "Just one leg is so big. I wonder how big the whole body must be. Over 30 meters, so scary. It's probably some kind of publicity stunt." Back to Lin Hao's side, his body was still enveloped in a surge of power, but it was gradually weakening. Not long after, his evolution was nearing its end. He raised his two claws to his face and assessed them. "Not bad. I feel my body is much stronger. It's a pity I haven't evolved into a flood dragon yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for reaching level 40. You have received a purple chest." A beautiful, shining purple chest appeared before him. Seeing it, he excitedly opened it immediately. "Let's open the chest first and see what goodies are inside." When the chest opened, streams of beautiful blue light flew out, like shooting stars. Meanwhile, he clenched his fists and prayed, "Purple guarantee, hopefully red, best is gold." In the next second, the skill he received appeared. Corrosive sharp teeth. When attacking, teeth have corrosive toxins, capable of breaking through a certain level of defense. He saw the skill and exclaimed, "Corrosive sharp teeth. Wow, it's a combo with corrosive claws." As he was speaking, a large stream of blue energy suddenly flew out of his mouth. Then, his entire set of teeth flew out. Seeing this scene, he panicked. "Oh no, I'm toothless. These corrosive sharp teeth, could it be that they can corrode myself too?" But as soon as he finished speaking, his teeth began to grow rapidly. Soon, they grew long and incredibly white. After the tooth-growing process was complete, he used his finger to poke them, enjoying the feeling. "So sharp. If I had these teeth earlier, dealing with that red-scaled giant crocodile would have been much easier." The information panel appeared. Host: Lin Hao race. One-horned fire dragon. Level: 40 size, 21 meters long, 20 tons. Total combat power: 1100. Skills: Babbling, Super Berserk, Thunderclap, Super Rush, Super Night Battle, Super Camouflage, Super Fire Scales, Powerful Rhino Charge, Powerful Tail Sweep, Ironclad Scales Divine Power. See God's Blessing Level 1 Passive. The mermaid excitedly exclaimed, "Your combat power has increased," but Lin Hao wasn't as happy. It only increased by 100 points. It seems that to have a qualitative change, level 40 is still not enough. At least I need to reach level 50. Whatever, I shouldn't think too much. I need to continue evolving. his entire body shone with golden light once again. After evolving, he looked at his body and felt that it hadn't changed much. After evolving, he opened the information panel again to check. Level 41, size 22 meters long, 21 tons. Total combat power 1181. Looking at the information panel, Lin Hao could only sigh in disappointment. But just then, a loud voice came from above. "Oh my God, don't push, my phone fell." Shortly after, the phone slowly fell in front of him. Because of this, Lin Hao saw the news. Longshan appears monstrous creature. He was shocked and exclaimed, "Longshan has a mutated creature." The mermaid stroked her chin, thinking, could it be that your previous evolution caused the mountain peak to shake, so that leg was exposed and witnessed by many ordinary people? She wondered, could that mutated creature be hiding inside the mountain? He frowned, determined, I can't let this go. Tonight, I must go and investigate this matter thoroughly. As he said, he waited until nightfall had enveloped the entire surface before slowly emerging from the water. Reaching the shore, he turned his face towards the mountain to look at the leg. There really is something here. I wonder what kind of mutated creature it is. While he was wondering, a stream of light appeared in the sky, flying past his head, a shooting star, but he quickly associated it with similar scenes that had appeared in the city before and realized, that's not right. Those are the ETs. Without hesitation, he made his entire body emit a golden glow and directly flew after the light. After flying for a short distance, he encountered an armored vehicle moving inside the mountain. He wondered, could that be the dragon team? The vehicle drove for a while longer and then suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao didn't dare to move either, hiding behind a large rock but still peeking out to observe the situation. Shortly after, the vehicle door slowly opened. The person in the vehicle said, according to the latest information, the spaceship will land nearby. The organization has instructed us to prepare to welcome it. The first person to step out of the vehicle was an elderly man, followed by a younger man with brown hair. The younger man replied, of course, because it's a super strong tier for warrior. After hearing the others talking, he realized that the people in front of him weren't from the dragon team, but from the ET organization. After observing the vehicle stop and the men step out, Lin Hao, from behind the rock, noticed a rather familiar figure. That man looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his vision, and suddenly realized it really is someone I know. Lin Hao slightly raised his eyebrows, stroked his chin, and smirked. Isn't that the guy who wanted to kill me before? This time you've finally fallen into my hands. This time, we'll see who kills who. Suddenly, a giant spaceship appeared in the sky, slowly descending. The two men quickly approached as the spaceship gradually landed right before their eyes. A strong wind blew in gusts. Lin Hao observed the spaceship. The ETs, they've finally arrived. The young man, seeing such a sight for the first time, was very worried. The older man quickly stopped him and said, "Step back, let me deal with him." The young man hesitantly stepped back and replied, "Yes." The spaceship door opened and a ramp was lowered. A figure stepped out from inside. The older man quickly stepped forward with a very respectful expression and said, "Welcome to Earth. I am the person sent by the L organization to welcome you." In the hazy smoke, a figure wearing iron armor stepped towards them, looking very cool like a blue superhero, and slowly said, "Humans, kneel." He came before the older man and the young man, crossed his arms, and then asked, "Have the ruins of this city been found yet?" The older man didn't dare to delay and immediately said, "One relic has been identified. In addition, a giant mutated creature has appeared opposite Longshan." Hearing the older man speak, the young man also nodded in agreement, silently listening. From afar, all the questions and problems from before were answered. Looking at the two of them and the blue superhero, Lin Hao thought, as expected, the mutated creature from before was awakened by their organization colluding with extraterrestrials. Could it be that these extraterrestrial creatures really want to turn Earth into their hunting ground? Killing and killing, I don't understand what Earth has done to deserve this. Why do extraterrestrials and their organization always like to awaken mutated creatures and kill them like it's a zoo? The blue superhero, having heard what he wanted to hear, and more importantly, that a giant creature had appeared, said, "After I destroy these ships, you will take me there to see." As he spoke, a self-destruct button appeared in his hand. Just pressing the button would make them disappear. The older man, seeing this, smiled, but in his heart, he felt sorry for the ship. Although it was regrettable, he could only smile and nod, saying, "Yes, after all, I can't beat this blue superhero, and I represent the organization. I can't offend this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao heard the words destroy and immediately frowned, his entire body tensing. He looked at them. This thing can't be destroyed so easily. If it's destroyed like that, it will hide a lot of their information. I have to stop them in time. Then, he immediately charged out like an arrow, aiming straight for the blue superhero with his sharp teeth and incredible speed, not giving them time to prepare. When they realized it, they didn't even have time to react. But unexpectedly, the blue superhero reacted so quickly. With just a simple dodge, he was able to avoid Lin Hao's attack, proving that his skills weren't bad. After avoiding the attack, the blue superhero quickly counterattacked, gathering ice arrows in his hand and aiming them at him. The arrows flew, whistling through the air. Lin Hao quickly used his hands and body to block the attacks. The tough scales on his body rang out, blocking the blows. Fortunately, his scales were tough enough, or this guy's attacks would have been effective. Seeing that his attacks had no effect, the blue superhero immediately released a laser sword from his wrist. Lin Hao, with sharp eyes, quickly saw the blue superhero charging towards him with the speed of light, swinging the sword in a slash towards Lin Hao. The speed was incredibly fast. Fortunately, Lin Hao dodged the sword, the attack only a few millimeters away from him. This guy is really ruthless. After dodging the sword, Lin Hao quickly used his agile body to counterattack, whipping his tail in a circle and striking him in the abdomen. Immediately, he flew away from the force, sending the sword flying as well. As a reflex, he flew backwards several meters, his entire body crashing to the ground with a loud boom. Dust swirled. While the two men still didn't understand what had happened, everything had happened too quickly for them to react. After realizing the situation, the older man saw the red creature appear before him and hurriedly shouted, "It's a flood dragon." The young man, after seeing it, was also very panicked. The blue superhero, after being knocked away, quickly stood up and activated his helmet to scan information about the creature before him. Electronic currents began to dance up and down. He muttered, "Combat power 1001. Finally, he exclaimed in shock, "Combat power 1245. How is that possible?" After seeing the data appear, he was very shocked. He quickly picked up the sword. As soon as he looked up, he saw the creature charging towards him like a tiger, full of heroic spirit. Lin Hao charged and shouted, "You dare to be careless while fighting me." The blue superhero wasn't willing to be outdone. He took a stance and leapt into the air, using a close-range aerial attack. With a close-range aerial attack, he swung his sword down at his head. "This time, you're dead for sure," he shouted. "Don't be so arrogant." Lin Hao calmly watched him approaching. Lin Hao immediately opened his mouth, and flames shot out towards the blue superhero. Seeing the flames approaching, he quickly retreated and shouted at Lin Hao, "This temperature doesn't affect me." So what if this creature can breathe fire? With such high combat power, its attack power is only this much. He seized the opportunity when Lin Hao wasn't paying attention and immediately leapt up, delivering a headbutt. "This time, I'll show you what's what for daring to breathe fire and attack me." The sword struck the mutated creature's head, but it seemed to have no effect. As soon as he sensed the sword approaching, Lin Hao quickly activated his skill, Black Iron Scales. "You think you're useless? Sword can split my head open. Dream on, huh?" I clearly used all my strength, tensing my butt and flexing my glutes to jump up and deliver a powerful blow, but why didn't it have any effect? Did I do something wrong in the process? Realizing that he couldn't harm Lin Hao, he immediately leapt back, creating distance between them. "This is too dangerous. I didn't expect him to be able to block my attack without being hurt." The blue superhero held the sword, countless questions appearing in his mind. "Damn it, why is this mutated creature's body so hard? Normally, I would have finished it with one strike, but today, nothing happened. Lin Hao saw his helpless expression and smiled. You were just trying to help me wake up. The effect wasn't bad. It's not that your slash power is the problem, it's just that I'm too strong. Seeing the disdain on the face of the mutated creature before him, the blue superhero quickly became enraged and activated his armor's overdrive mode. He then charged towards Lin Hao with lightning speed, while continuously saying loving words. Damn it, why is this mutated creature's body so hard? It must be because I didn't use enough strength earlier. Then, with lightning speed, he leapt up again, swinging the sword from above, repeating history once more. The target was Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao was also very surprised by his actions. He didn't expect him to use the same move twice in one battle. After observing, Lin Hao realized that something was different. His body quickly reacted, his eyes began to narrow. The speed and strength had both increased. Lin Hao quickly returned to a serious combat state. His entire body was engulfed in flames. The flames surrounded him, forming a sphere. The roar shook the area. The blue superhero, having never seen such a sight before, was very panicked. He immediately froze for 5 seconds and exclaimed, "What? What is that?" The flickering light of the flames made it impossible for his eyes to open wide to observe. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao swished his tail, unleashing a powerful tail sweep. The fiery attack struck the blue superhero, applying the tactic of using one move twice in the same battle with him, causing him to be knocked away. Meanwhile, the blue superhero, having learned this technique, quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack. Holding the sword tightly, he swung a blow, aiming straight at Lin Hao. "You think you can knock me away again this time? No way." Not letting him have another chance to strike his head with the sword, Lin Hao immediately raised his claws and struck his head. The red flames flew with wine-splitting speed. Before the powerful attack, the blue superhero's sword was sent flying, plunging into the ground. Pressing his advantage, Lin Hao immediately stepped on the blue superhero's body, looking at him with red eyes, warning, "If you're so tough, get up and fight again. I'll put you down for good," not wasting each other's time. Lin Hao immediately approached him and said, "Tell me, what are you guys planning to do? These monstrous things keep coming to Earth, awakening creatures and killing them, not respecting anyone. It's so annoying." The blue superhero was shocked to see that the creature before him could speak. He frowned and shouted, "You can talk. I've been talking so much, but you were too busy fighting to listen." Lin Hao angrily struck his body and replied, "Answer my question. Answer what I ask. Why ask back? Do you want to be asked so badly?" He endured the pain and hissed, "Did you come to Earth to serve your master and upgrade the hunting ground? Answer directly and quickly so I can pack my bags and go home. I have so much to do. It's really annoying." The blue superhero still hadn't digested what was happening. He frowned, looking in shock at the creature before him, remaining silent. This guy actually has a brain to reason with. It's best to remain silent. I can't beat him now anyway. Lin Hao frowned, looking at him not speaking, and thought to himself, "I guessed right. Normally, if you ask and they don't answer, it's just nonsense that hits the mark. This expression is 100% because I guessed right. That's why he's like this." After knocking down the blue superhero, Lin Hao asked, but when he didn't get an answer, the silence was equivalent to agreement. The blue superhero sat slumped on the ground, his eyes wide, staring at the red-scaled flood dragon creature standing before him. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, and roared, "So what if you know?" Lin Hao glanced at him without speaking. The blue superhero, seeing the flood dragon before him silent, grew bolder and quickly widened his eyes, shouting, "You inferior creatures will all be hunted down by me sooner or later." Before he could finish shouting, he was suddenly grabbed by the claws of the flood dragon before him. In that instant, the blue superhero panicked and screamed. His body was lifted, his feet no longer touching the ground, and his face was in pain. He quickly grabbed Lin Hao's arm, hoping to break free, but it was useless. In his panic, facing the creature before him, a feeling of unease overwhelmed him, constricting his breath. Struggling, he shouted, "You, what are you going to do?" Through the gaps, he saw the flames surrounding the flood dragon's arm and claws. The heat was gradually increasing, slowly spreading to his face. At this moment, the blue superhero was so anxious that sweat poured down. He abandoned his initial arrogance and began to panic, stammering, "You let me go. I can help you evolve." If this creature had intelligence, it would definitely want to evolve to become stronger. The blue superhero could only use this as a price to exchange for his life. At this moment, Lin Hao's entire body was like molten lava, burning fiercely. Lin Hao smirked, revealing his sharp teeth, and repeated the blue superhero's words, "You let me go. I can help you evolve." This blue superhero thought that Lin Hao, being low level, needed his help. He probably didn't realize that the speaker meant one thing, but the listener understood it in another way. Lin Hao angrily threw the blue superhero into the air, took a deep breath, and spat out a massive fireball. He shouted, "Who are you calling an inferior creature?" Before he could even say a few words, he was scolded as an inferior creature. He spat fire to let him know the power of an inferior creature. The flames were spewed out. After a few seconds, the smell of burnt meat filled the air. When the smoke and fire dissipated, a blue superhero appeared on the ground. He could no longer scold Lin Hao, nor did he have the chance. Lin Hao approached and began his meal. He opened his mouth wide and devoured each piece of meat. Because the meat was freshly grilled, it was quite hot, causing him to blow on it as he ate. Sweat dripped down. While he was eating, the system panel appeared before him. Completed difficult quest. Devour tier for warrior. Received evolution points. Reward. Purple treasure chest. With a piece of meat still in his mouth, he looked at the news while chewing, muttering, "Although it's a bit disgusting, this is evolution points." He finished chewing the last piece. Lin Hao began to approach the treasure chest, smiling. He rubbed his hands together, preparing to open the chest, his mouth grinning widely. 200,000 evolution points and a purple treasure chest. Let's see what I get. While he was happily opening the chest, behind him, the two ET organization men, after witnessing the entire event unfold in less than 5 minutes, quickly made a run for it, each step light, trying to avoid being discovered by the monster before them. Although celebrating his victory, Lin Hao didn't relax his vigilance. As soon as the two of them intended to run, he sensed it. He quickly glanced over to see if there was anything good that was about to escape. Then, from behind, the flood dragon discovered that two running like demons were chasing them. But they were helpless against the creature's fire breath. Lin Hao realized the two were running and quickly took a deep breath, exhaling a stream of fire, as hot as lava, towards them. The two couldn't react in time. With just one fire breath, he made both of them lie writhing on the ground, unable to move. Lin Hao approached. Both of them were unconscious. I was planning to get closer to interrogate them to gather more information. It was hard to capture them alive. It would be a waste to let them go. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a car engine approaching from afar. He glanced over and saw headlights shining brightly, heading this way. If that's the case, then it's no good. I still have many questions I want to ask you. I have to leave before anyone arrives. He approached where the blue superhero was lying and reached out to grab the blue quartz on his chest. Then he looked at the spaceship before him and smiled. Too bad you can't take it with you. If you want to destroy the spaceship, you have to ask me first. Realizing that the convoy ahead was getting closer, he quickly made a run for it, lest someone see him. Even if it's just the combat armor, it's not a loss. Consider this trip to have yielded spoils of war. As for the spaceship and the two guys, I'll leave them for the people coming to deal with. When the convoy stopped, they discovered the location as they had been notified. A giant UFO was in the clearing in the forest. From inside the vehicle, Zhao quickly recognized the object before her. She pointed to it and said to the armored man, "Right there? That's the spaceship that the news mentioned, isn't it?" Following her direction, the armored man nodded. Zhao, full of excitement, quickly opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. She reached into her lab coat and strode forward, observing. The man got out of the car, looking around at the unusually quiet scenery. From afar, a voice called out, "Be careful, there are ETs." This is like the calm before the storm. it's better to be cautious. After approaching and seeing no obstacles, Zhao looked around and said, "It seems the ETs aren't here." The man felt very strange, because these extraterrestrials didn't easily abandon their belongings and run away. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These failures came to Earth to destroy the spaceship first. The ship is still intact, so why are the ETs nowhere to be seen? Looking left and right again, there was still no one. Zhao pondered, her eyes narrowed, and speculated, maybe the inside of the spaceship was destroyed, so the ETs couldn't appear. While the two were discussing, a subordinate picked up a remote control from the ground. He quickly turned to the two and shouted, "There's a remote control here." Hearing this, both quickly turned to him. The subordinate also hurriedly handed it over. The armored man curiously looked at the remote control, still not understanding how it worked. "This is the first time I've seen this. What's it used for?" Zhao stood nearby, observing for a moment, crossing her arms silently. Then, as if she had guessed, she looked at the man and said, "Maybe this is a detonation device." The answer immediately startled both of them, "So that's it." We almost pressed the self-destruct button. Seeing their expressions, Zhao continued to express her thoughts. If the detonation device is still intact, it's possible that the spaceship is still working well. Observe if it's damaged or has been detonated. It's obviously not detonated, the two men said. The man was extremely surprised. He glanced at the UFO before him and shouted, "Are you serious?" The subordinate didn't find the logic very satisfying. He turned to Zhao and said, "You mean they didn't have time to press the detonation button and ran away immediately?" "That's impossible. It sounds too illogical. Normally, they would press the self-destruct button as soon as they arrived. To come and not have time, are they planning to go eat pho and come back to destroy the ship? Destroying the ship requires choosing an auspicious time." Zhao didn't speak, walking forward a few steps, then slowly said, "It's not that they ran away, but that they were attacked." Hearing her words, both were once again stunned. Attacked? Who could attack them? Seeing her standing in place, both ran over to check. Sure enough, there were traces left on the ground. She turned and said it was attacked by a mutated creature. If so, then everything makes more sense. The man stroked his chin, indicating that he understood. Following the footprints, the size of the creature could be 10 to 20 meters. With such big feet, the shape can't be smaller. "What kind of creature is it?" he observed again. Zhao said, "There are signs of burning around. If it's not due to special ET equipment, then this mutated creature can emit fire." The man, hearing her analysis, panicked. Could there be such a powerful mutated creature in this area? "I've never heard a report about this before," the man observed again. He said, "Moreover, there are no footprints indicating that it left here." Zhao, hearing this, also quickly realized that something was wrong. Similar to the man's speculation, Zhao lowered her head, looking at the footprints on the ground, her eyes wide. She had a speculation in her heart. Could it be? The subordinate nearby discovered two men and quickly approached to check the situation. After realizing that the two were still breathing, he turned and shouted, "These two are still alive. We can ask them what happened." The man, hearing this, was overjoyed. He excitedly shouted, "Great! Bring both the spaceship and these two back." Zhao remained silent, letting the man handle everything. After ordering his subordinates to take the two away, the man turned to Zhao with joy and said, "This time, the harvest is great. Let's go back quickly to..." In contrast to the man's joy, Zhao crossed her arms, pondering, and then spoke. "Wait." After observing many times, she turned to the man and said, "This shape, and it emits golden flames. Don't you find it familiar?" The man, at this moment, seemed to realize. He seriously said to her, "Are you talking about the mutated creature from before? If so, then it's true that it can be associated with it." After analyzing many times, Zhao said, "As for the two unconscious people just now, those two must be members of the L organization, right? They were left alive, and the spaceship is also intact. Only the ET disappeared. What free lunch is there? It must have been my boyfriend who intervened." The man, after hearing Jacques Su's analysis, seemed to have awakened. He exclaimed in shock, "That's right. In that case, it seems that the mutated creature is helping us. But according to the records, it's only about 13 meters tall. After saying this, the man suddenly became unusually silent. He frowned and said, "Could it be?" Zhao didn't let him wait long, observing the footprints and saying, "That's right. It's evolving." The man, hearing this, exclaimed in panic, "No. This can't be. Public affairs are public affairs, and private affairs are private. Helping the dragon team is one thing, but evolving so quickly, what am I going to tell the boss? Oh my god."